we are back and ये है the big finale of Norway chess भाई डे नंबर 10 और सहज भाई आज पता लगेगा 10 का दम आखिर है कितना बिकॉज भाई वी आर इन द रनिंग फॉर फर्स्ट प्लेस.
एब्सोल्युटली भाई एंड से आई नो साहिल भाई का ये हेलो 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 सुन के भाई मजा आ गया. मिस्ड यू साहिल भाई ऑन द
अरे
स्ट्रीम.
थैंक यू भाई.
बट looks like you were busy, but at the same time you were doing all the right things. Congratulations as a
अरे
coach for winning the COB.
अरे थैंक यू भाई. ओके भाई, इफ यू लुकिंग फॉर समबडी जस्ट टू बीट एंड गेन योर कॉन्फिडेंस बैक, मेरा सीवी रेडी है भाई. आई एम देयर. बट इट वाज एन अमेजिंग एक्सपीरियंस टू कवर सीओबी पे जाके वहां देखना रियल टाइम एक्शन, द टेंशन, इट वाज रियली एक्साइटिंग. विल डिस्कस मोर अबाउट इट लेटर ड्यूरिंग द स्ट्रीम चैट, बट फॉर नाउ द एक्शन इज इन फ्रंट ऑफ अस. आज दो crazy games at chat. First of all, we have Gukesh versus Magnus. Magnus with the white pieces, Sahaj bhai. And the crazy part is, हम प्रिडिक्ट करते फर्स्ट प्लेस के लिए फाइट करेंगे. दे आर फाइटिंग फॉर लास्ट प्लेस. हु थॉट दैट कुड हैपन?
एग्जैक्टली भाई, नीचे से फर्स्ट प्लेस का ये तो चल रहा है एंड दैट्स लिटरली द मोस्ट सरप्राइजिंग थिंग फॉर मी आउट ऑफ ऑल द थिंग्स. इन आई वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट इट yesterday as well भाई. Imagine Gukesh is in a scenario where he has to beat Magnus with black to not finish last in Norway chess. That is such a difficult situation to be in, I think, for any chess player.
Wow. Wow. I mean, these standings. I don't know if you had, like, if I gave you predictions कि भाई रैंक करो प्लेयर्स को एट द एंड ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट, एक बंदा नहीं होता जो मैग्नस को फिफ्थ और गुकेश को सिक्स डालता. So this tells you so unpredictable the game of chess is. So Aj, these two guys will be fighting for last place. Ukesh needs a win in the classical to dethrone Magnus and put him in last place. Chaz, of course, will be cheering for Ukesh. But also, if you go back to the open section standings for a second, bhai, Prague is fighting for first place. So we have one depressing news, but one amazing news.
Exactly, and Prag is coming off of 3 classical wins back to back. Youngest 2800, the GOAT, and the youngest world champion back to back. भाई आई थिंक ये तो एकदम ट्राइफेक्टा तो हो गया, बट भाई इसको खत्म करना है. मतलब आज अगर विंसेंट काइमर को हरा दिया तो आई थिंक टूर्नामेंट सफल है. बेसिकली
Oh,
यू आर इट्स द बेस्ट वे टू आई थिंक dominate. And Prag is, I think, the one guy जिसको मतलब इतना dominate करते हुए I think बहुत rarely we see Prag in specific, because we know Prag as this consistent guy जो एक level के नीचे नहीं जाता, but as a breakthrough performance from Prag is very very refreshing to see for me.
agreed. And yo chat, ek bar Prague OP in the chat for being in second place. Just a whisker away from winning Norway chess, which has never been done before. And of course, Magnus की आगे tournament जीतना कितना tough आपको पता ही है. जल्दी से एक बार Prague OP कर दो. And Sehaj bhai, to take us through this amazing game, the amazing final round, there could be not one name I can think better than the person we have, and that is five-time world champion Vishy Anand sir. So welcome to the stream.
Thank you. How are you, Sahil? How are you, Saj?
I'm doing very well, sir. Sahaj is also here. Chat, wish you open the chat.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Yeah, Sahaj, bhai, please
Doing
continue.
amazing, sir. Actually, just one, Sahil also doing absolutely amazing. The matches are going to be super exciting today. But, Sahil recently, coached Prakhar for this Comedians on Board, and the guy actually won it. And by the way, we have handshakes, but just wanted to tell you so that as a coach, he has just won COB. So huge congratulations to Sahil there.
Oh, thanks a lot, Sahaj, bhai.
You remember last time we were talking about this when Vishu sir, you were saying that the way it's looking, the way he was telling us the chess technicalities about this game, that game. I feel like some of that is showing over the board now as well.
Yeah, we should have seen it coming.
Yeah, sir, you saw it coming.
And that's true.
Instead of knight d4, knight d5 tactics, they were blundering pieces knight d4 and knight d5, but the queens were simply hanging. But regardless, Vishy sir, I think COB and Norway chess compete with crazy events. But right now, have you been following Norway chess, sir? How has been your experience? Has it matched the expectations? And of course, the standings that they do tell a picture. And what is that picture in your mind?
I think it's been almost even more exciting than last year. I mean, I thought last year was a great event, and this year is not disappointed at all. And it's still a very competitive round.
Mm.
So just, I think so many interesting moments and the results going back and forth. I mean, Pragg going to the bottom and then coming back almost, well, he's half point off. And in this format, half point is what? It's one Armageddon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in a sense, if they both go to Armageddon and Wesley loses the Armageddon, then he knows that it's safe, that he will have a tie break, something like that. It's such
Yeah.
a narrow margins. But great games. I mean, no one's been completely out of it except to some degree Gukesh. All the others have won several games and so on. So very exciting event.
And so you
It is.
mentioned that Pragg and came back from the bottom of the leaderboard to basically now he's in tied first, almost like he's only half a point behind Wesley now. He has won last 3 games back to back, and of course he has defeated Magnus twice in Classical as well. What has changed in his approach uh, overall as a chess player?
I don't see something new in this tournament. I think what's happened is that his approach is paying off. So in Cyprus as well, he played this kind of interesting ideas, fighting chess and so on. But he was the points didn't come, and here the points have come. I mean, Magnus and him had an interesting battle. In fact, both the battles were very interesting. The first one, the night off, was very complicated to follow. But the French defense, I think, again, very atypical late blunder by Magnus. But what?
Yeah,
I
that's
know you have a
exactly.
before. Is somebody testing? Is somebody testing the
What?
pieces?
No,
So I'm,
no,
I'm not
he
kidding.
didn't play before.
We were looking at this move for Prakhar for the COB finals. I'm like, wait, am I still there?
Wait, has Magnus played B? Yes, he did. I think he played
No, no,
B4.
no. No, I think he's not pulled the move back, I think.
I see Gukesh's time running down. Oh no,
Wait,
maybe it's
what?
not.
Ah, he put it back. Thank God.
I put it back.
Thank God.
Oh, that would be
Thank God.
hilarious.
Sorry.
Yeah, now if B4 actually happens, I have seen everything.
Well, Prague has also played before against Vincent, I think. So there's an epidemic of testing if the board works. I think that's all.
And
I
Magnus
also remember
plays.
once Arvind played this knight f3 and rook g1, and I was laughing at it for such a long time. And he actually ended up winning the game as well, which was very, very funny to me. By the way, we have Karo
Yeah.
Khan on the board between CARLSEN and Gukesh.
Ah, nice. Something quite different on the menu. What do you think he'll go for? Advance? Probably, right?
Uh, I I think definitely it could be a surprise, but Gukesh has employed Karo Khan before. I think maybe not in this tournament, but I think overall we have seen Karo Khan from him quite a few times. There was this idea
Or do you
with
think he might even do
E5
something
somewhere.
strange, like E5 here or some something
Actually,
very
I
off?
wanted to pick your brain on this because he had some comment something along like along the lines of that he's trying to play traditional chess and get people out of preparation very, very quickly. Is that how you see his style as well, or do you think this style is working overall, like in the long run?
It's I think if it works, that's fine, but it's not supposed to work. I mean, after all, people have time to think and play a bit slowly and not get rattled. So it's only if there's some subtle positional point and your opponent falls into it and you can torture them for a long time that it works. But some of his openings have been rather playful.
And so I have a question. So I think you've played these world championship matches, so many top level events. So how do you, as a player, strike the balance between, let's say, playing something that you are comfortable with and also playing something which your opponent is uncomfortable with? For example, let's say after d4, d5 here, maybe a player prefers playing knight c3, but he sees his opponent is weak in, let's say, the advanced variation. So how do you strike that balance as a player, and where do you kind of go on the extremes?
I think situations has evolved quite a bit since when I played. When I played, there was still something to play for, I think, in the main lines. Um, and nowadays, it's probably just a bit harder. Computers have gotten much stronger, even than they were then. And theory is much more, I would say, almost flippant these days. Uh, People are looking for anything which can surprise your opponent and are willing to bluff quite a bit. We weren't in that state, or at least I wasn't in that state then, back then. And so it's hard to compare it just like that.
And so
Great point,
just on
actually.
that point, I would like to just ask you another question. Yesterday, Gukesh played this Samish variation against Prag. Was that kind of bluff as well? Because it didn't feel like he was very, let's say, deeply prepared in that opening, and it kind of backfired for him, on move 10, but it was a very aggressive line to begin with.
Yes, it seemed like he really wanted a fight. Well, and he got one, but not the one he intended. He That's the danger with all these Samish and all. When they work, you feel very happy and it's nice. But someone like Prug, I think he is quite well prepared. The interesting thing is it works in the other direction as well. I've seen Prug do very aggressive stuff against Gukesh, and that also
Yeah.
backfired. And let's say both of them in their choices against each other seem guided by more than just the board. There are other things going on in their mind somehow. And but yes, in the end, it was just too much material on that Gukesh had given up.
And Sej bhai, I think you will absolutely love the opening in the Prague game. And I'm going to see a smile on your face very soon. And then you will have a lot of comments. I'm going to give the stage to you now. So I think
Well,
basically,
Well, I will explain this to Vishy sir, because we had this argument. So Vishy sir, I think you are the best person to settle this debate, because Sahil despises the Collie system, because he for him he says London is a better variation than the Collie system. So if you had to choose an opening, of course this is not Collie because White has already played C4. In
yeah.
Collie generally you're playing C3. But I wanted to pick your brain, sir. If you had to pick an opening based on the current, let's say, trend of both variations, which opening is, let's say, giving you better winning chances?
I think
Tough one.
neither is a very fair answer. But London is not, there are several areas where it could be stuck. So London isn't quite the free for all that people thought it was a few years ago. Um, the Cole is more solid, but you can play this position. You can just put the queen on e2, the knight on d2, and potter on for a while. Maybe black equalizes, but you can make 4 rook moves. You can push a pawn here. Maybe they move the h pawn 1 square, maybe even 2. And after that, whether you have anything is. And Magnus thinking again on his second move.
So,
Oh,
so,
wow.
so you would choose Collie, right? If you had to play for a win against, let's say, someone, if you only had two options, right? You have London and you have Collie. I know they are not the most ideal, but amongst these two, which
No,
one
but
would you
what
choose?
is? I think, yes, I would play the Collie.
Oh, no.
Yes, I count that as a major W. Thank you so much, sir.
Luckily, it's the last day. Otherwise, for the next
So
10 days of
easily is a
November.
friendship won these days. So easily.
Wow. By the way,
Amazing.
Magnus has still not played. So he got up from his chair after playing e4, spent 4 minutes that way, came back, and is now thinking for 4 minutes or 3 minutes. So Caro may be a bit of
So
a
I'm guessing,
surprise.
wait, he's doing knight f3 and d3 is thinking somewhere in those lines, is there something interesting? I think that's still very playable. He might be thinking of the advance. e5 is Gukesh going to play bishop f5. Is he going to play c5? What has he done finally?
He played C4. Wow.
C4.
Panov botanic, right?
Panov, yeah.
Panov, yeah. Some with d5. I've never been very familiar with the. I was actually one of the main reasons I didn't play Caro-Kann was because I really felt uncomfortable here as black. And the best way I think is to play d5 here, sir, or should you go some or do you expect something else from Gukesh here?
I'm sure the next wave of popularity is C5 here and where they accelerated two tempi down or something, which is a dragon a tempo up. No, I think it's back to a dragon maybe.
But playing
Anyway, forget
accelerated
it.
dragon with one tempo loss is just I think plus 50 aura right there.
Yeah,
It
but
requires.
I bit more seriously, I thought D5 is not difficult to play for black, but it's easy to find some small idea for white, and so maybe that's what Gukesh should consider. What could be Magnus's reason for going down this thing. Also, the 7 minutes leaves everyone in suspense. Is it prepared or is it just to win? So not enough time to get into time trouble, but enough time to leave everyone guessing, I think. So he'll probably say something in the confessional.
Yeah.
Also, we don't know whether those 7 minutes were spent him thinking or whether he was, doing the confessional instead. So could be either actually. So it's a very confusing
Wasn't he sitting at the board?
situation. No.
I think
He
he got
left
up for
after
3
he played
minutes.
e4.
Yeah.
He got up for like a couple of
Oh, so
minutes.
he came back a bit later. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I think let's take a quick look at Prague as well. Some
yeah.
updates have happened there. Interesting ones. I think after e3, black plays bishop e7, knight c3, castle, and takes, and bishop d3. Okay, this is interesting.
Is it?
Which is generally I'm used to having the bishop on f4. What could be the reason that the bishop is staying on c1 in this scenario? Is he planning b3 bishop b2, or is he planning to long castle and use the bishop as a defender? What could be the idea here?
That is one clever idea where you play queen c2, you go bishop d2, and somewhere you toss in a g4. If you go knight bd7, you can play g4 using the fact the bishop can't take it. Maybe you can even play h3 and g4. But these ideas sound nice. They're not actually supposed to work. But then again, if Vincent isn't expecting this and has to, but there should be some precise move order which works. I suspect c5 should be fine. I mean, if my bishop was on b4, I would play c5. So why not put it on e7? I think c5 is probably reasonable.
Taking a look at the game so far, actually the most popular move has been c6, and this has apparently happened before between Levon and Nepomniachtchi in 2023. And c6, I'm guessing, was played there. c5 is also a possibility. It looks very logical, actually. And I'm guessing here just to take.
I mean, one idea is just to play bishop d2 and then see what the black does.
After c6?
And yeah, c6, bishop d2. And just to play queen c2, I think I've seen some ideas along these lines. And then you castle along, as you say. But also c6, I don't know, what's wrong with knight e5, knight bd7, f4 or something? Is that possible? Probably black will play bishop b4 and take on c3 and put something on e4.
Yeah, 95 f4 looks like a typical way to move forward.
Yeah.
And I think Prague is up on the clock. So that's a good sign that he seems to be prepared. And Vincent now is thinking. Must be a surprise for sure for Vincent, I think. Not something he might have expected.
We know for sure today Prague is listening to Vaibhav, because for the last two confessionals, he was saying that Vaibhav was telling him to check one variation and he wasn't checking those variations. It happened against Magnus and it happened yesterday as well against Gukesh. And they're looking at the time today, looks like it has worked.
Yep.
Today, Vaibhav didn't tell him to look at something and he looked at it anyway.
Yeah.
Be a nice change.
Maybe we can also look at the women's section, Sej, by once the Divya and Humpy games, and then we jump back to, I think, Magnus, who's, yeah.
This is Zujiner versus Humpy G. We have Karlsbad after knight c3, black plays d5, takes, bishop g5, bishop e7, and e3. So very solid positions so far. And Vishesh, I just wanted to also pick your brain on it hasn't been the best event for Humpy G in specific, especially when it comes to Armageddon. Uh, it felt like it just wasn't going her way, especially in the opening phase. And there was this moment when she was playing against Divya, and Divya tried out the Benko Gambit against her in classical. But then in the Armageddon, Divya played Benko Gambit again, and then she went into the exact same line as the classical. Just want to understand what would be the reasoning behind that, and what do you make of uh, Humpy G's like overall performance here?
I'm sure she's disappointed. But as for the Benko itself, I mean, maybe in the gap, she was not able to come up with something very uh, interesting for her and decided to stick to a line. I don't know. In general, it's a problem that she may have been expecting something else, and quite smart on Divya's part to surprise her.
And by the Bibisara kind of winning the tournament with a round to spare, I think it's a sign of things to come. Yeah, like she could be a very strong contender in the coming years to become like the world champion, already the world blitz champion. So have you been following her journey, and any thoughts on Bibisara here?
Well, huge success. I thought she was actually just as capable of winning the candidates as Vaishali was. And she is showing that she is just a very strong player.
Yeah.
By the way, looking at the game, I mean, technically this is almost like a free game for her, and still it feels like Bibisara is playing for a win here, because she's chosen such a dynamic setup. In general, giving her opponent the Maroxy as well. It's very refreshing to see, even in the last round when you don't really need to play for a win, you're still trying out something new. Very, very refreshing to see from Bibisara. Just going to take one look at Anna versus Divya, and so would love to get your thoughts on this position. We started off with a Sicilian, so it was Alapin, knight f6, e5, knight d5, white plays d4. So far, opening, takes on d4, black plays d6, bishop c4, knight c6, castle, bishop e7, takes, and now knight to c3. Looks like Anna is a little bit more in prep so far, but Divya also only has spent about 12 minutes in this position. Still early days, or what are your thoughts on this position, sir?
I found this setup by Black a little bit uncomfortable, let's say. I mean, the queen on d6. I mean, what is Black's plan? Is Black going to play b6 now? Is she going to play something else? Now, in general, I favor white, but I cannot say why. And I mean, I'm not claiming a huge advantage or anything, but it seems just pleasant to play for white. But if you ask me for a specific move, I don't know. I would, at the board, I'd be happy. At least I know what I'm supposed to do. I'll play rook e1. I can play h4 now. It's useful in many ways, because h5 might be a plan, but also bishop g5, knight g5, all these moves can be a part of it.
So in general,
these kinds of isolanis, I don't know what the best setup is. Maybe a6 and b5 somewhere is a good setup or something like that, but not with the queen on d6. It feels wrong with the queen on d6, that's all.
And so in general, do you prefer playing with the Isolani or playing against the Isolani as a, like, what are you more comfortable with, or it doesn't matter in this sense for you?
I'm not against it. It's just a question of knowing what I'm doing. In general, I like to play with an advantage, that's all.
That's a nice answer.
If I may put it that way.
That makes
so
sense.
I think
by the way,
it's very interesting that, I think you mentioned that white plays so much more comfortable and it does make so much sense. But let's say, so you are kind of preparing for a line and then somehow the statistics kind of look like one side is formed better. For example, in this position, uh, among master games, like Black has done pretty well. So you know that intuitively this position is tough to play. Would you still play it? Or would you say, okay, I don't like the structure, I'm not going to go for it, even if the odds kind of, justify it?
I think there are positions where if you don't feel comfortable, you shouldn't really play it. It's not the objective evaluation. It's about do you like your next few moves and so on. But I realize I don't have a specific reason why Queen D6 bothers me and why I prefer it in D8 or something. Queen D6 is also here. Black can play Bishop D7, I think. There's not a knockout blow. If you take on D5, take Knight B5 or something, it doesn't really work. I go Queen B8. I think it's maybe White should play Bishop D3 and think about doing something on the king side.
Maybe some Knight E4.
But if I go Knight F6, here, then if you do the usual setup, A3, B6 and so on, then the queen is slightly better on D6 than it would be on D8. So maybe Knight F6 is a reasonable plan for black here.
And so why do you, could you please explain the reasoning for why the queen on D6 would be better suited in this scenario as opposed to D8?
After A3, I wanted to play either maybe B6. Typically, white goes Bishop A2. And if I play Bishop B7 with the queen on D8, well, here I might be able to slide something to D8 faster.
Okay.
So Knight F6 seems like a good direction. And I sound like I'm at the board. And first I didn't like my position, but now I see Knight F6 and I'm getting thinking about playing. But my hunch is still white is better because white can also play a bit more slowly. Can play Bishop E3, Queen C2, Rook A1, or Queen E2, Rook A1, and just keep that tension. But don't ask me. I mean, I'm ad-libbing here on whether why Queen D8 is better or worse than Queen D6. It's just my feeling, that's all.
Agreed, sir. And Saira, if you can jump back to the Gukesh game, I think Magnus has played a couple of moves. And the chat has this question. In fact, a lot of people asking this question somewhere around Gukesh's form. And it's very hard to know the reasons, but your thoughts on Gukesh maybe not performing to his potential in this event?
Well, there's no question, but he's been having a tough ride for a while. I think it was nice for him to get that win with Prague. He was quite fortunate to get it. But in general, he's playing very aggressively, and that requires very high level of precision, which he's not bringing to the table. So yeah, this form is such a mysterious thing. You can go on talking about it, but it's very hard to pin down what exactly is missing. But he's playing very, very aggressively. I mean, unless he was really sure what he was aiming for, I'm not sure why the same-ish and particularly that line was called for. So.
And so, considering the what has happened, for example, yesterday also you mentioned that he is choosing very aggressive lines, trying to play very aggressively. Is it a good decision to continue doing that, or is it a good decision to rather try to be a bit more solid, maybe gain some momentum, try to make a couple of draws, and then try to take risk? What is the right way to approach something like this?
Probably it's just your personality. If you like taking risks and you want to do it, then go for it. It's not that what he's doing is a mistake, but the way it turned out is a mistake. I don't think the sacrifice really was justified so early and in that way. And Prague seemed quite content, and he tackled it fairly easily. So incidentally, Prague has an interesting game today. I'm not sure what Vincent hopes to accomplish with knight on c6.
Oh, wow.
I mean, if I play a3, what does Vincent want? There are some plans. He could go b6 and try to play knight a5 and c5 or something. He could play bishop d6 and knight e7. Maybe that's one of his plans. Assuming I'm going to play a3 here. I don't know, maybe even bishop d2 works or h3 works.
I was thinking
But,
maybe something around knight e4 idea, like rook e8, bishop f8, knight e4, something like this, bishop f5 maybe
but
afterwards.
what does knight c6 contribute to this?
It's a very good question.
Yeah, that's really my thing that if I go a3 here, then what is Vincent going to play? Is he going to play bishop d6? And
So,
if I go queen
yeah.
c2, I mean, the knight on c6 just seems off.
That's a nice statement, sir, because I think 7 moves were played on chess.com from this position, and knight c6 was not one of them. It's never been played before. So quite an interesting choice actually by Vincent.
Actually,
Yes, it
sir,
could
would
also be
like
Vincent
to.
saying, let's go out of
Mhm.
theory. I'm happy to have an open battle somewhere else.
Actually, that's what I wanted to ask you as well, that when people get surprised at this level, is it normal to play a move that looks completely, let's say, it doesn't have to be a good move, it just has to look weird enough for the guy to not have seen it at home. Is that a strategy for such players in critical moments?
Definitely. I mean, if you have a move that you think you would imagine that Pragg has looked at a few ideas and knows what he's going to do. So by playing knight c6, you're trying to reset that battle to some degree.
Hmm.
My suspicion is more whether it's good. Knight c6 seems to me to be just not an ideal square. And then, well, that changes things because if Pragg has a tortuous way to an advantage and suddenly now he has a straightforward way, then what did you achieve? So it'll be interesting to see what his plan is.
So
My
maybe
guess is bishop d6 and knight e7 is the natural routing, but White can still play h3 and g4 there, kind of
so
keeping no
maybe he
space.
thinks that 95 is maybe the obvious plan for Prague, and maybe he wants to just counter that plan, like just kind of stop him in
Oh,
his
it's a great point, actually.
and
But
force him
knight
to think.
e5, now I can take knight g4. What will you play? Knight takes d5. I can take on e5.
No, Vishy sir, I think what Sahil is saying is that he played knight c6 to not allow Pragg to play
Knight
knight
e5.
e5, because the idea was knight e5 and f4 maybe in some situations. I think we were discussing this a bit earlier as well.
Yeah,
Could that be the reason?
could be, but wouldn't knight b d7 stop it as well? Or yeah, it's possible, but I don't know. I still think the knight on c6 might not have any good squares to go to.
Yeah.
The only thing is if White plays a3 and bishop d2 and tries to castle long, then Black can play a5 and knight b4 and sack it. So
Oh,
Oh, that,
that
that'll be nice.
Fabi's game, yeah, I
but this is
remember when
me.
Pragg
This
was
is me
playing.
randomly casting around for some just to. But anyway,
Wouldn't that be an no? Actually c takes d5, e takes d5 was not happening in there. I remember some knight b5, c5, b5, some crazy line.
yeah,
It was, yeah, very, very nice. And also maybe, sir, not playing knight bd7 is the reason that you have mentioned, I think when we were first looking at the position, that there is this hanging idea of g4 where you cannot capture back with the bishop.
yeah.
And perhaps that explains why knight c6 was played here. That's a very smart choice, I think.
Chess is
By the way,
mystical sometimes.
yeah, we do have some updates on the Magnus versus Gukesh board. Still, I feel this is still preparation. I'm actually very, very out of prep here. Takes knight c3, takes on d5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop to b5.
Funnily enough, after e6 castles, bishop e7, d4 castles, bishop c4, queen d6, we could end up with the same panel. More to the point, here I think it's an interesting question whether Black wants to get his bishop out of the pawn chain or keep it inside. But instead of knight c6, I used to think that you played knight takes c3 here. And if B takes C3, G6, I don't know the theory there nowadays. Maybe H4 and all are good lines, but it seemed to me that instead of knight C6, precisely because of this kind of bishop B5 move, I thought that the idea was to avoid knight C6 too early, but take on C3. And there, assuming D takes C3, it doesn't work. If you take with the B pawn, then I can play some move like Queen C7, telling you I'm not going to let you play D4 easily. Though then white can make the point and play D4 and ask you to accept the pawn and do you believe in that line and so on. So
yes, looks very, very poisonous, this pawn.
yeah, so the old line used to be knight takes C3, B takes C3, G6. It's, basically, I'm remembering a game of Karpov. And I
Actually,
think
there is a game of Karpov. There is a game from 1994. Okay, that's actually crazy. I was actually gonna say that. Maybe that's the game.
yeah. Was there also a game with Sokolov in what was it, 86? Sokolov
It's
and Karpov.
well, you are the year wise, it's 87.
87,
Very
right.
close, 87. But the player is I think you'll know it for sure. It's is my internet gone or?
It's not me,
Yeah,
is
no,
it?
we can hear you,
Oh, okay, I
Sahaj
can
bhai.
continue. Oh, sorry, I was not sure because sometimes my internet goes away. But it's against Mikhail Tal. The game was in 87.
Okay.
Oh.
Wow, crazy that you would that you have such memory in
Well, you
a
remember everything
position
from your
randomly.
childhood, right? It's just later on you start.
No, not really. Not really.
Oh my
I
God,
don't think.
Firusha has gone Queen F3. That's nuts.
Oh, really?
At least it used to be
Oh.
considered nuts. Now
Oh,
everything
wow.
is.
Actually.
What?
So let's go from here. Bishop C5, Knight C3, C6. So we know one of them is playing for a win for sure.
Okay,
But
so
he
let's
did think for
see.
20
I
minutes.
guess
So
Black's plan should be some B5, A5, and force White to make some pawn move and then take advantage somehow. Um, so B5 is one obvious move. The other is to castle and then ask White what exactly White is doing. If White plays Queen G3, I could play D5 maybe. Yeah.
Queen G3 and D5. Can I go something like because my idea was Queen F3. I was thinking is to maybe try and have G4 at some point. So maybe Knight E2, H3, G4, something like this is maybe a bit
Okay, so
slow.
castle's knight E2. Now let me play B5.
Okay,
You go
Bishop
bishop B3, I go
B3,
A5.
yes. A5,
But
okay. A4 maybe?
A4, so I play B4. Knight D1.
Hmm. Yep.
Yes, Knight D1.
Let me play, I don't know, D6 or D5.
You're stopping me from this.
Yeah, also knight A6 maybe, so that I play bishop E7 and knight C5 and threaten
Oof.
that bishop a little bit.
That looks very interesting, actually, this Knight A6, Knight C5 idea. Also, D5 is very strong in this position, and I think you're more or less good. But I just think Knight E3, Knight F5, maybe, I don't know, some G4 looks kind of similar to Spanish ideas, maybe. Maybe that could be. But also, I'm not understanding why did Firouzja think for 20 minutes collectively? With Knight C3, he spent 10 minutes, and then Queen F3, he spent 10 minutes again. So I'm not sure if this is prep or if because or what's going on.
It feels like uh, he's just winging it. My Not totally. It sounds like something he has played in some fast time controls, and he was thinking, "Shall I try that idea?" And then he's
Hmm.
playing it. I'm not suggesting he has blundered into it, but he's. It seems like he was casting around for a good idea to throw in, and this player appealed to him.
And I think so you're correct because there's a game by Hikaru from 2023 from this position. And also I think Duda has played this. So I think some games that maybe Firuza has seen and maybe that inspired him to play this. And now
Yeah.
Wesley thinking on his own.
Let's see. Bishop C5. I'm actually trying to see if this is actually he has played it before. Knight f3 always, actually. Maybe it's from different accounts, but usually he has gone. I think it's the first time Firuza is playing Queen f3. I don't see a game of his playing this, but it's a very interesting try regardless, and would throw his opponent off for sure. And shall we go back to Prague because he has played h3, and now it's Vincent's turn. So I'm guessing to stop bishop g4. So sir, your move a3 not on the board. So is knight b4 and c5? I'm guessing this is what you were trying to stop earlier. Is this a legit idea here?
It would be very strange, right? Because instead of playing c5 and knight c6, I'm playing knight c6, then moving the knight to play c5, and then going right back to c6. You could claim that you forced me to play a3. But it sounds, I mean, let's do a direct comparison. c5, if I take, you take with the bishop, I go a3, you go knight c6, okay?
Yeah.
Here, you go knight c6, I go h3, you go knight b4, bishop b1, c5. Assuming you take.
1 second. Knight c6, h3, knight b4, bishop b1, c5. Takes, and a3, right?
Yeah, knight c6. And maybe
So if we can compare the positions, this is the position with the bishop on b1, oh sorry, bishop on d3, and here is the bishop on b1. And for some reason, bishop on b1 is stronger.
yes, because I think you want to have castle. So maybe castles are stronger than bishop d3 first.
Okay. In this position, yeah, castle. So maybe you're keeping a close eye on the d4 break, and
I could also not play a3 for a while and castle and ask you where you're putting your pieces and something like that.
Right, because there is no.
Because I could play knight e2 and then play b3, bishop b2, and it's not clear I need the bishop back on d3. So maybe there white gets his the favorite Isolani setup there, which is to play knight e2. Normally they do it with the bishop on d3 and then go b3, bishop b2, and something like that.
Maybe the bishop on b1, also some queen c2, and maybe some tactical ideas in the cards as well. So smart move, h3 overall. And now, so your move, bishop d6, is showing up on my screen as one of the main ones. And another one I see is rook e8. All ideas suggesting that the knight should move, and maybe you should try to maybe play bishop f5 or knight f5 from the e7 square.
Yes.
Would you say, sir, that how the opening has gone is, let's say, it's good news for Prague so far? Would you think he's going to be happy with the outcome?
I think he's happy because he got the play he wanted. He wanted a position where there'd be some action, and he got it. I think he can be satisfied because you're playing an unusual setup to get some sort of battle. I think mission accomplished.
By the way, in the Divya game, I think Anna has put her knight on g5, and if nothing is being done, then I think an attack could be brewing up. We can look at the moves, the updates.
Yes, so we are from here, takes. I think we were on rook e1, and then she does take on c3. Pawn takes c3, and she played b6, and this is where knight g5 is the last move, and bishop takes g5, something like this. So is this a good idea ever in these positions, or is this something that she should never consider? Because I see that you're removing an attacker from the position, but also you're giving double bishops as a permanent, let's say, initiative.
Yes, knight g5. I think especially here, bishop takes g5, bishop takes g5, bishop d7, queen g4 is getting quite unpleasant. Because first of all, I can poke you on the dark squares with things like bishop f4 and queen. But also there's a potential for a rook lift, rook e3 and things. So if you can't take on g5 and you can't play bishop b7 here because does knight e6 win?
Oh, wow.
Yes.
No.
Oh, wow,
Knight
you're
e6
right.
doesn't win because I go knight a5.
Oh, but it's actually still winning. There is a tactic in the end which I actually saw, which is knight f5 takes.
Oh, you
knight
take
c4,
knight with 7 or queen d3, yeah?
queen d3, and that's a checkmate.
Wow.
Nice. Okay.
So beautiful.
Wow.
Well, this is nice for white.
Absolutely. And so also just picking your brain on Divya's last two rounds as well. She played against Bibisara, was in a let's say there was one moment where she had winning chances against Zujiner. Also, she had, let's say, a clearly better position. Both losses with the white pieces. What do you think went wrong in those games? And what was the and how would she be feeling about this?
I think with Bibisara, it's just the sudden turnaround when you have a slightly drafty king, and you often feel you don't know that your position's bad, but you often feel slightly uncomfortable in those positions, and then you make some mistakes because you have the feeling that you might be attacked. Something like that is what I think happened with Bibisara.
Sir, that game of Bibisara really reminded me of Kasparov Shirov. In fact, we actually did that as a membership question because that very famous where he goes rook b4 and rook takes b7, and I felt the
Yeah,
position was kind of similar, and there was a
and the
moment
lock
when
up with
Divya.
B4. Yeah.
Exactly, the pawn on b4, and we did a membership question on that as well, and some of the people in the chat also got it correctly. Um, do you think that it came down to the middle game, or do you think what exactly went wrong in those, or was it just a time scramble that wasn't handled in the best way possible?
She had quite a serious advantage before, so or at least a very pleasant position to play. But like I said, somewhere when you need to be a little bit careful with your king, and you blunder into some tactic. That's all.
Yeah. And chat, we have three potential leaders right now. Wesley on 15.5, then it is PRAGG on 15 and Firuza right behind. And we have two of them playing. And so you were spot on. I think Wesley has just played b5 and a5. So he's gunning after Firuza's bishop now. And Firuza is thinking what to do. Maybe he's taken on a tough challenge here. And we could see a result in the classical itself.
Well, if Wesley wins, it's over, right? So
Yeah.
I think a4 has to be played rather than a3. Nope, of course, immediately he goes a3. But then I think my plan doesn't change. I go knight a6, and if you go bishop g5, I want to play bishop e7 and bring a knight to c5. I could also
And
play d6 here.
Chat, this is another example of the drawback principle, I think, that Vishu sir is saying, because the moment you play a3, the b3 bishop becomes a target. Whether it's a4 or b3, knight a6, knight c5 becomes a very, very nice idea there. Yeah.
Okay, Vincent actually went bishop d6. So
Oh, wow.
just to randomly jump here and there. I
Now,
think
I really don't want a
black has
castle short. I like a3, queen c2, g4. Let's go. I feel like that's in. Oh, he goes shortcut, of course.
It's
Now,
just that day.
Sahil, you must say something that's not gonna happen, and then we can just
happens
complete.
immediately,
Yeah,
instantly.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
So.
Vincent just plays like bishop h2 and just to seek out the white king a little bit.
Yeah,
No,
I
you
don't
have to
think
try harder
Vincent
than
is in
that,
the
Sahil.
mood to play anything right now.
Maybe just b3, bishop b2. So plan.
Yep. Typical, I think, Pragg. In the beginning, it always feels like there's going to be with these crazy ideas with Pragg, it feels like, there's going to be proper fire on the board, and then he goes suddenly switches to a completely principled approach, and you realize you have this slight disadvantage in the position that Pragg is going to, just keep pressing on for the next few hours.
Yes. So how is he going to press? I mean, is he going to play e4 at some point, or is he going to go for the slow build-up, b3, bishop b2?
I like b3, bishop b2, queen e2, knight e5, f4, like this. I mean, I also
Wait,
then
but
you
if I
mentioned
go
that the
b3,
knight
knight
and
e7, you can't, you shouldn't allow bishop f5 probably. So you'll go queen c2
yeah,
there. Yeah,
queen c2
that's
straight.
actually b3 just looks pleasant. How is Vincent going to solve this?
C6 and B3. Just bishop B2 and something like even bishop D2 is kind of interesting. It's very strange to see this position without the bishop on F4 and somehow it's still working.
Can we play G6 and bishop F5? Like, I've seen this in other structures somehow, just to exchange that bishop off.
Great point.
Yeah, but they really want to double your pawns.
With the knight, I think he wants
With
to
the knight,
take
we'll
with
capture back.
after knight E7. I think there's always E4 after G6, which I don't like. And another is, I'm not sure if I would do it, but there is G4 as well, like in the card somewhere.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, Wesley went D6. And Federer goes knight G2.
Yeah. And now for some reason, A4 is not popping up as a move. Is it much better to not commit here and just to have the option of B4? Or maybe you also want to play knight C5 and to hit the bishop with the knight instead of playing A4 in the position.
Yes, that was my plan originally, that if whenever I could play knight C5, kick your bishop,
Mhm.
that I thought like that kick might be worth something. Okay, so Gukesh has gone rook C8. I
Oh, wow.
don't know exactly what to make of this.
Bishop D7, bishop D3, and rook to C8. Typical IQP position. But sir, if you could compare it to let's say a completely typical IQP position, is white having a more favorable position in comparison to the typical position, or is black having more favorable position, or is it the same?
I think this bishop on D7 doesn't make sense to me. It needs to find its place. So before you might have done something like bishop F6, knight C7, and bishop C6. I'm not sure how he's going to go about it here. That bishop on D7 looks kind of lost. Other than that, it's nothing special. Yes, it is a typical Isolani, but how exactly are you planning to get that one out?
It's a very great point. And in general terms, the bishop, which is, let's say in a typical position, would be sitting on C8, and it's best to kind of develop via A6, B5, bishop B7, or just B6. Is that the idea here?
I mean, B6 is a plan, A6, B5 is a plan.
Okay.
There are a lot of plans. But even when they go bishop F6, knight C7, I think mostly they do it directly and then decide what to do that light square bishop later. So, and rook C8 played fairly confidently. Did it take a long? Yeah, did it take a long time to play it?
2 minutes. So
2 minutes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Seems like he has some specific idea in mind. Or he's seen this before, I don't know.
In fact, Magnus took 7 minutes to play bishop d3, so he's also kind of feeling his way through a little bit, I think, right now.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's the point of white setup, that after rook e1, black cannot play b6 because his knight is under threat. So it draws the bishop to d7 and then drops back to d3. And then I have no idea what's the point of rook c8. Is he threatening knight c b4 now?
maybe.
But I could
Maybe
play
that's
bishop
why.
d2, then
Right now.
throw the move back to you. Yeah.
And so you mentioned that a move like rook c8 doesn't make sense in a position like this. If we are
I
playing
didn't say
from the
that. I
black
said
side.
I didn't understand what it was.
Yeah.
What's the
Sorry.
plan? But
So
it's not.
in a
It's
yeah.
not against the trend to do it, but I'm not sure exactly why and why now on something like that. More my point.
Right. And
Rather
instead of
that I
that,
didn't
bishop
understand what his
f6.
point was. Sorry?
And this bishop f6, knight e7, bishop c6 is how generally the position is sort of it continues from the black side. Is that
But that's also a
how?
different setup. That's the one where you go bishop d3 right away. And then
Mhm.
black doesn't play everything. He goes bishop f6, bishop e4, knight c7, and so on. Here, rook e1 is been added and the bishop's on d7. My head is spinning trying to compare transpositions or whatever. But
And so chat is asking, can we see you play this year in any event? So if you have any secrets you can reveal, any event that you're playing, because chat is really excited to see you play in some event.
well, thank you. Well, I'm playing in Hong Kong.
Oh, that is so cool, sir. That is so nice.
Amazing.
Last time I
Yeah,
remember
playing in
you,
Hong Kong, so that's something.
yeah,
What's that?
chat there, you know. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes. Amazing.
it's also nice to be able to give a straightforward answer, like yes, in what, 10, 12 days, 10 days, yeah. So
And so after that, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. In
yeah.
By the way, I think we do have an update on the Vincent board as well against
Hmm.
Prague. He has played the move Rook E8.
Hmm.
I think we were discussing the move 97. I think he's still keeping 97 in the cards. Looks very complicated so far.
Let me play A3. What's going on after A3? Maybe
I'm
Vincent's
wondering
idea is
if
now to play B6, bishop B7, and then try to play and put a knight on E4 or something.
Hmm.
It looks funny, but better than most of the other stuff I can come up with.
But somehow every variation this knight on C6 is a bit weird, yeah? It just feels like
Yeah.
very
Well, once
uncomfortable.
upon a time, they thought you shouldn't play knight C6 in these positions with the pawn on C7.
Hmm.
That used to be the point of queen A4 check in the Ragosin, that even at the loss of some time with that queen, they've actually put the knight on C6.
I never thought about it like that. But yes, that is true. So after A3, is black ever wanting to play the move C5, or is it always going to be C6 and to keep it more solid in the, let's say, in the spirit of Carlsbad?
I don't know. I can't see why C5 would work now because, and these are positions that Prague plays a lot, right? These setups where you go B3, bishop B2, and black has played C5 and knight C6. Here it seems to me that black will be at least one tempo down when getting there. So I think B6 and bishop B7 might make some sense.
6 and then bishop B7, and then maybe some knight E4 afterwards.
Yeah. At least a very clear plan of where every piece goes. And Prague is right now thinking A3, I think, would be one of the best moves. Also, I think Wesley has chosen bishop to E6. So
Yes,
he's
that
still
is
not committed to castling.
a bit of a surprise for me because bishop takes C6, Fe6, queen H3. What do you play? Queen E7. And if F4.
So in this position, after A3, you mentioned.
But in the Firouzja game, said by
in the Firouzja game. Okay, sorry, my bad. So I was a bit.
Yeah,
Here we
no, we're
go.
also bouncing around the games.
So takes and queen H3 you were mentioning, right?
Seemed like a reasonable idea from the knight off, right? And if you go queen E7, F4 might work.
Okay, never in a million years would I think that E takes F4 is a worse move than allowing F takes E5 here. Like I would play something like E takes F4 and okay, but apparently short castle is the best and pawn takes and D takes E5 and this setup is completely fine for black.
Yeah. No, the trick I think is EF4, knight F4, and threatening knight G6. Otherwise, so you might have to play king F7.
Oh,
so it's just a cheap
knight G6. Not this as well, but this is the bigger threat here because it hangs the rook on H8. Wow, nice find.
Yeah. And it's crazy because after king F7, the best move is G4. So if this happens over the board, I mean, this is going to be insane. So let's see. And so we have a super chat from Mr. Chandrakant who said, which is a big fan. I hope to meet you someday. My question is, who do you think is keeping your legacy alive in purely in resemblance of your playing style? If you could name one person who kind of resembles your playing style, from earlier days.
I think all the young Indians have an element of my style. I mean, my style was quite dynamic. Maybe these days it's the nature of chess itself, but both Arjun and Gukesh play games that are very, very dynamic. They're also very creative in openings. I mean, I tried to do what I could within my opening repertoire. These These two experiment a lot. But all of them, I mean, if you look at PRAGG, he's always willing to get dirty, you know, in the complications. Nihal is usually always up for a sharp game. So maybe that's the broader trend as well.
Yeah, I think we've all seen your games in those blitz games, sharp games. It's always insane. I think these were the OG videos on YouTube, sir, that we all saw, I think. So yeah, it's very hard to match your style, so honestly, because there was this hype, and even without these broadcasting technologies, it was so crazy, right, Sahaj? I mean, it's insane.
I'm not even lying. The one of the first videos I saw is of Vishy sir against Gary when he plays that move and Gary has that expression. That's one of the first videos I ever saw on
Yeah,
YouTube actually.
yeah.
I enjoyed that one a lot as well.
And so in the Magnus game, Sahaj, if you can switch, I think we have a couple of moves. Knight takes d5 was taken. So, okay, the structure has been fixed. And now he goes knight to e5, which Plug is also dreaming about, but not able to get. And yeah. So what do you make of this position? So I think maybe some improvement for Magnus.
Yes, if you take on e5, d5, I guess, and then some small edge. I'm not sure why. Can I try to play queen b6 and bishop b5 or something? Or will you play a4?
So queen b6.
I mean, if I take on e5, you are forced to play f4 and f5 to get some. I guess you could go queen h5, g6 as well, but I don't see your follow-up, to be honest.
Interesting. Also, the queen on b6 kind of defends all the way to the king side. So right now, Gukesh is thinking Magnus not at the board.
No, somehow I just was thinking that maybe it's a very high possibility that we could see like a very quick draw here, because I remember in one of the GCT events, Gukesh and Magnus had that Berlin draw, which was, I think, Sahil, you will remember this because we had that.
Yeah.
It was shocking for both of us. So I think I was kind of preparing for that because I thought, okay, the tournament hasn't gone well for either of them in this sense, and of course, generally you just want to get over with it as quickly as possible. But it doesn't feel like that anymore. So it feels like the game is pretty much on. Or do you think still there is any likelihood of that?
If he wanted a draw, there were probably other ways of getting one. So I don't see why he necessarily would want to finish the tournament like that. Certainly, neither of them is happy at this stage, and probably would be happy to have the tournament over with. But it's so much easier on a win, to close it on a win. So much more pleasant, right?
100%.
But anyway, Gukesh went bishop f6.
Putting pressure on the knight. And now...
And now I think bishop takes c5 is maybe the idea, because you can use the knight. Maybe if you want to go d4 at some point. Looks kind of interesting.
But what I really want to do is to play queen d7, bishop f5 somewhere.
So it takes on bishop f5,
yeah?
Nice.
So maybe bishop f... Can we play bishop f4? Like, how do we... Not sure about how do you progress.
Bishop f4 here.
But if I go bishop takes e5 even, I thought, because your plan was f4, right? So now you're forced to take with the bishop.
Yes. Then I think the only problem is knight takes e5. You have rook e5 might be a half option.
Yeah. Still more or less, I think.
Yeah.
Safe, yeah. Yep. And so in terms of Magnus, 4 classical losses, of course, 2 against PRAGG as well. And I think one very surprising for me at least, the loss against Wesley in classical. What do you think has changed in terms of Magnus? Because it felt like he, and against Wesley specifically, it felt he was positionally outplayed, and which doesn't happen often. So yeah, your thoughts on that, sir?
It was a complex position, right? This knight on h4 and black trying to think, but black was slowly unscrambling. And then he ran into this f5 suddenly. So it looked like not so much a question of being outplayed as simply overlooking a key resource or something to that effect. Because after that, I think Wesley was even neglecting a pawn on the other side while he got f5 because it was so fast. And yeah, it's easy to come up with theories once somebody has had a bad tournament, but would I have necessarily predicted it? I don't know. He had a slight wobble in Sweden, but he still managed to rack up a lot of wins. I kind of expected him to recover here, or at least didn't rule it out. But anyway, he's gone bishop f6, bishop f4 indeed. So.
And so we have somebody in the chat who mentioned he's playing his first ever chess tournament tomorrow and wants to hear one advice from a 5-time world champion. So what would you advise to somebody playing his first tournament ever?
Oof. Well, I hope you have a lot of fun. I mean, playing a tournament for the first time must be an amazing experience.
Yeah, I think if you're having fun, you'll probably improve. And yeah, great advice, sir.
Yes, ideally. There are some mysterious moves I can't figure out in PRAGG and KEYMER. Like
at 6.
rook e1 is looking unusual to me.
Now I think an idea of e4 could be in the cards, yeah, because some problems along the diagonal maybe not immediately, but at some point.
Well, let's see. e4 I take. What do you do? Knight takes e4.
Yes. And bishop b6. Knight e4, I think just bishop e4 should be decent.
No, knight f6 check is a problem, right?
After bishop e6.
Bishop e6, sure. Yeah,
I
bishop
think
e6
this is
was quite reasonable, I thought.
But still, h6 is very confusing to me because generally you play h6 to stop bishop g5, which is not possible, and or maybe black wants to play g5, g4, which also doesn't seem realistic in this position. And is it just a waiting move of sorts? Because otherwise, 97 could have been a much better move. And on top of that, I think generally when you play h6, you also remove the possibility of maybe developing the knight at some point on g6 in this position. It looks a bit strange to me.
I think Vincent is not going for knight e7, knight g6 anymore. H6 is just a useful move, right? You play it, you get some air for your king, no back rank. You stop some knight g5 stuff. It's true that normally h6 you play when white has the possibility of bishop g5, yeah, whereas here white is closed. So I don't, but it's just a natural move. I could play it. I have no idea why I would play it. It just feels like a useful move which doesn't spoil anything.
Right. And I think with the same, I think now a3, bishop d2, same ideas could work. And you said he's not going to play 97 anymore. Does it mean he's planning to go bishop e6, queen d7? And could we possibly see bishop takes h3? Because I feel like it is brewing in the air here.
Bishop e6, queen d7, maybe.
But this bishop have fun, no? Like to hold off
Yeah,
any...
but maybe like in the right moment. Yeah, maybe if when you play queen c2, then the knight on f3 would be. I mean, okay, of course you have to help me a bit.
Interesting.
And I think if you want to get away from that, you might have to play e4 to avoid it, because there could be a moment where you can still play bishop f1 and I can still go bishop h3. Because otherwise, let's say a3, black goes bishop e6, you played bishop d2, I think, right? We were playing this, and now queen d7, and I think at some point white has to play queen c2, or to try and maybe play e4 or e4 directly. And the moment you do that, I have bishop takes h3, and that could be dangerous.
Yeah, why I would still like to play b3 and bishop b2. At least I know what I'm doing there.
In this position, yeah, after h6,
maybe
b3.
he went a3 because maybe he wanted to shut down bishop b4. Because if he played b3, maybe bishop b4 would interfere with what he wanted.
Just play a3. So this is the live board, and now bishop e6 and queen d7. Yeah, just simple. And you're saying now maybe b4 and bishop b2 could also be possible, just to have that knight e5 plan in the future.
I don't know if I play a3 so that I can play b4. I'm going to play b4 because damn, I already played a3. I'm a bit confused as to. I mean, b4 is fine, but it also doesn't really. b4 a6 is could go either way in terms of.
And so we have a
I don't know, what are the
move,
plans for black? I mean, this is a very unusual setup with rook e8. Do I want to go knight e7 still, or maybe bishop e6, queen d7, or even more cunningly, bishop d7, queen c8?
Nice.
Really, nice is the word that came up.
I love see. I mean, you said that that sacrifice for Gukesh came a bit too early against PRAGG, but I was loving it. I was loving
That's
the whole,
true.
because it's not every day you see a full rook being sacked, and for 5 moves there is not even a check, not even a pawn, and it's not every day you see
Yeah,
that, and I was just loving
it's
it.
true.
So
It's a beautiful. It's beautiful. I mean, you get this pawn mass, you play g takes f5, and everything hanging in there. Just seemed to
very
fall short.
refreshing to see that at this level. I think very rarely we see stuff like that. So I'm rooting for this bishop h3, and I hope it becomes a complete mess.
Yeah.
the chat is wondering, what do you think of the Olympiad team this year, especially with Nihal's rise? I think he's kind of matched Gukesh rating as of now. So what do you feel like, who could be the favorites for the Olympiad team this year, Olympiad overall this year?
I haven't thought about that yet, to be honest. It'll be very strong. I mean, it's the core of the previous winning team, and you add Nihal. Can't really go wrong with that.
True, true. And we also have a move g6, Saj. I think in the game of Magnus, Gukesh played pawn to g6, even without the queen coming out. Leaves a few weak dark squares, though.
Does he want to go bishop g7, or because I don't see him taking on e5 anymore with the bishop, and I thought that was the point of bishop f6.
Yeah.
Now supposedly queen b3 is very strong, and okay, still more or less fine, but
Queen b3, what's the line? Knight takes d4 or something? No, but then
knight
queen
d4,
b7,
queen
right?
b7, yeah. Apparently queen b3, the follow-up is actually kind of strange. Firstly, one of the strongest moves here is a5, which I'm guessing I'm not even sure what the plan is. Maybe takes and knight b4, and you somehow trap the queen. But I thought knight a5 is maybe more realistic. Queen b4 and just something like bishop e6. And
I did
this
not
this feels
consider
like a
a5.
this feels like a very Magnus type position. Yeah, it's like you wait for 50 moves and then he plays h3, and then you just wait for another 50 moves and he just keeps going. And the
This
pressure is
does look
always there.
nice for white.
Yeah.
Because okay, it's a knight on e5 versus a knight on a5. Must be a small edge at least.
Actually, sir, this
But black
reminded
can
me.
play
This is one
b6
of
and maybe go queen e7 or something. Or black can go queen b6. I don't know. Normally, that sort of thing can end up worse, but maybe it's an option.
So with this whole Magnus thing, it reminded me of your clip. Actually, I was watching it live and I was laughing so much. it was that game of Magnus playing against Nepo in game 6, and there was a moment when you guys were commentating for a very long time, and it was possible that Magnus could play e4 and completely reset the counter. And
Ah,
it
yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
it just reminded me of that moment. It was so funny because because Shiv, I think you guys were commentating for at least 5.5 hours, and it felt like a 50 move rule, and was going to be employed, and then Magnus touches a pawn, and then it continues again. It was very, very
I'll tell you, because at 6:30, at about 7:38 in Dubai time, we were expecting to have a draw, and we were thinking where we should have dinner.
Mhm.
4.5 hours later, we were still sitting in the venue and thinking, what the hell went wrong with this plan? But by that point, it was Nepo was hanging by a thread, maybe, and then at some point he fell. Then there was no coming back, and boom, this king and this rook, knight, and king supported each other and covered each other beautifully. And the white king was just going to cross through h6, and that was it.
Mm.
But it
Did you
was a
manage to go
gripping
for
game.
dinner afterwards, sir?
Well, by that point we didn't care about dinner. I mean, we had some small snacks here and there, and we.
See, the game was the dinner, I guess, in that sense, because it
In a
was never
sense, but
ending.
it was like a dinner where the chef was taking a long time for every dish. Like you're telling the waiter when is it coming, and they're going. In 2 minutes, the chef is just finishing.
And I remember you guys were discussing that there has to be some analysis. And actually, so I was also writing these annotations. I wrote the annotations for that game for Chessable. So I was in a similar boat. That's why I was watching like everything there. And I remember so you guys were discussing who's gonna commentate or who's gonna annotate the game. And that was maybe one of the funniest conversations I've seen. Do check it out, chat. It was hilarious in that moment, especially when E4 was played. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go to the live board, G6, and Magnus still thinking here.
Talking about small snacks, can't I play queen b3, knight a5, and queen takes d5? That pawn on d5, is it edible?
Bishop e6.
Maybe queen f3. D4 is hanging, but maybe queen e4 then.
Yeah, then. Or maybe bishop c6, I don't know. After queen takes d5, maybe bishop c6. And there is some sort of composition.
I'm forced to take on d8, I think. Yeah.
So queen d8, rook f d8, and then you lose the pawn on d5. Maybe you get the double bishops, but maybe it's not anything crazy. By the way, he does play queen b3 on the board.
Wow.
And I think while Gukesh is thinking, we should also switch to the tournament leader, Wesley versus Firouzja, because Alireza has made his intentions clear. He doesn't go g4, but he goes for this knight e2, knight g3, and I'm guessing he wants to put the knight on f5. And so 2 questions. First of all, this knight on f5, can it be stopped by g6? And secondly, is Firouzja not afraid of bishop b3, cb3, and it looks a bit bad? To me at least, because I'm always taught to capture towards the center, and
I like bishop b3, cb3, g6. The only question is bishop g5, because I have h6, so you can maybe play bishop h6 there. And then I go something like queen e7 and maybe even long castle or something.
Wow.
Wow.
The queen side doesn't open up as easily as you might think. Okay, so PRAGG and Vincent are also doing something fun.
Mm-hmm.
We have b4
b4 has happened.
Wait. So Tiku, I'm 2-on-2 now. Now you have to, predict something.
Yes.
Wow.
And so your idea now, queen c8 is also possible in the position, and we could see, a repetition with those, after you take, you give a couple of checks on g4 and h3. Could happen actually. I don't see how can you
Well, if the
unless
queen
you're
is on
playing bishop
d1, it's
f1.
hard to say, because you take twice, I'll go bishop f1 and bishop g2, and I'm a piece up. But if I play, at least it stops queen c2, because you can go bishop h3 takes, and then because the bishop doesn't have time to come back, I get some checks or something.
Right. And so basically you go, let's say a6 in this position. This is what you were talking about earlier. Bishop b2, I'm guessing. Black goes queen c7 or, oh, sorry, c8 or d7. I like queen c8 more since you mentioned the move because I don't like the fact that knight e5 is hanging in the air with a tempo. White plays
Mhm.
something like rook c1. I'm guessing this is the only like logical move because you can't move the queen really. There's bishop h3 hanging. And I'm not sure how you make progress here from Prague's perspective, because if you cannot move the queen, I mean, the other option is to play e4, right? Or maybe just to go play on the queen side. Is that possible or?
I think Black still wants to play queen c8 or queen d7 and bishop f5, swap those bishops. That's very tight. Black can also do this with the knight on e7, not only with the queen, because by now a3, b4 has happened. So knight e7, bishop f5 somehow might be a.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And that is because that once the knight is sitting on f5, it could have a potential of going to d6, and maybe you can control one of the outposts that were given after a move like b4
Yeah.
in this position. Well, he does play a6 on the board.
Could white play knight a4, knight c5, for example, just to kind of attack b7, keep that bishop under check?
Excuse me?
So, for example, knight a4, knight c5 for white, like just to kind of bring the knight to c5, attack
Knight
b7.
a4, wow. Maybe I want to just play b6.
Ooh.
Hmm.
This is kind of like that Queen's Indian position, no? With the bishop on b7 and now it's on e6, I think. Where black gets this knight e4 and f5 type of an attack. I think it's Queen's Indian e3 I'm talking about. But usually the bishop is on on b7 there. And the knight is on d7, I guess.
Because still now I can get back to my plan of knight e7 and bishop f5 or something.
Right. Right, that makes sense.
Interesting.
Because I
So
have
maybe we
this
can have
vivid memory. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
maybe we can have the bird's eye view just to understand what's happening in all the games and maybe potentially number of Armageddons we can take a call on. Because it seems like we have some sharp positions, some calm positions, and I can already see the queen on g4 for Anna against Divya. So Vishy sir, maybe you can take us through and on your predictions of the number of Armageddons today.
I think Divya is having serious problems.
Hmm.
I mentioned rook e3 and so on. It's just very easy to play white's position. Conero is going to have a long day because it's solid, but white has got the knight on d4 and can annoy black for quite a bit. That looks like a free roll. I think Ju Wenjun is better as well against Bibisara, but though this is a dead rubber, right? Doesn't really matter. And both the men. Wesley played knight f8, which is interesting because you have to ask what happens after bishop g5. Maybe he just plays knight e6, swaps everything, and claims that he's fine. It's possible.
He did take on b3, I think, so that's nice. So he's damaged the structure.
Yeah.
And I think both players playing very quickly, relatively, I think, knowing that's the kind of a novel position. So, Sahishbhai, your guess on the number of Armageddons today?
I'll say two.
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 Sorry, I thought you were asking me.
So, of
No,
course,
I think he was, and I misunderstood, sir. I'm sorry. Because usually I was also thinking like how many it could be, but I'm gonna go with your choice there as well. Two. And then on only game that looks a bit dicey to me is Divya. I think she doesn't look very promising. And also, I think Magnus versus Gukesh is not ideal either right now for Gukesh.
Well, it's not catastrophic, right?
Yeah. Both of them having like such a good game. Yes, I mean, okay, I know in terms of the bar, the game wasn't like amazing for Gukesh, but I just loved the rucksack and and I don't know, it felt very fresh to me.
Rucksacks are always pretty.
Especially when there is nothing. Yeah, you just
Yes.
keep pushing pawns. It's so cool.
I mean, Levy's made a career out of it, so clearly. But by the way, Samir, we can dive into Prague again. I think he's the best bet to potentially win this for us. And both the players playing very, very quickly. So, how do you see this game? I think we've discussed this, but uh, do you expect Armageddon here, or do you think this could be like a classical result?
I'd be surprised if the classical game was where it happened. But again, why black is not why black is playing a6 and all, why black doesn't just play queen d7 or queen c8, I don't know. That seemed to me fairly straightforward.
So just a like a question about understanding the the psychology of the players. Prague, it's right now in the standings. Of course, it's between three players. There is Prague, there is Wesley, and there is Firuza. And Prague is playing against Vincent with the white pieces, and Vincent doesn't necessarily get in the top. Let's say he doesn't become a champion even if he wins the tournament. Whereas Firuza, on the other hand, has to win in that sense. Does that give any kind of advantage to a player knowing that your opponent also has to play for a win, or does it work the other way around in terms of this
It's
event
useful information
specifically?
to know, but it can go either way. You can find that your opponent is putting you under a lot of pressure, or maybe you think your opponent will overreach. But I think it's something you have in your mind. You just know that, or you're sitting constantly and wondering whether your opponent's going to do something very risky.
Because I feel
So
like in Vincent's case, he can just go bishop h3 like at some point, and there could be a repetition like instantly. But I feel like if Firuza was playing with black here, maybe he would not take bishop h3, because he also needs to play for a win in that sense. That's
Yeah.
why my questions kind of popped up in the sense. Yeah, Tukubai, please continue.
Yeah, I think just his thoughts on the Chess Cup coming up very soon. I think we have Nudibek playing, Arjun playing, we have Vidit playing actually after a while. So any favorite for you in that lineup? I think Sindarov kind of withdrew from that event. I think I saw his name earlier. So any favorite for
Oh,
you
he's
for
withdrawn.
that?
Okay.
Yeah. So any favorite for you for that one?
I mean, you're supposed to say Notterbeck, but there are other good players there, so it should be quite interesting. I thought Sindara was playing. That's a bit of a pity.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see him in action, but yeah. He's actually there in Norway, but not playing though. Very interesting.
Yep. By the way, looks like the game has progressed a bit more for Firuza versus Wesley, and now the knight is on f5 and knight e6 was played as well. And it looks like Wesley is, at least according to the bar, looks like he's taking over.
Yeah.
Not really sure why that is.
Also, if I go knight takes g7 here, knight takes g7, bishop g5, you have quite an ugly move, but it's a piece up. You go knight g7 to h5. It's the only way to defend that knight.
That's very nice. And if g4, then there is knight f4, I guess, but there's a rook g8 as well.
Yeah,
That's
knight
even
f4.
strong. And knight f4 is
I
also
mean,
very
maybe
good.
h6 so works, but knight f4 is certainly going to be fine.
This is like a very, very, very important move in this position to find.
Oh.
Absolutely right. But yeah, so it looks like
I
Wesley
think
could
Vincent is
actually win it
completely
in
fine.
classical.
Oh, Wesley, yeah, it's a possibility.
Oh.
Wow, that's gonna end the event, yeah. So Wesley could win Norway Chess outright. Hoping Prague gets a chance though. I am really hoping he gets a chance to at least maybe win in the classical and win the event. And although his game right now is quite solid, but it'll be interesting to see how this game transpires.
Yep, absolutely. Any other game you would like to go to? I see Gukesh is still thinking after the move Queen B3, so not many updates there. And Prague versus Vincent also is looking at the same position. By the way, another thing which is kind of interesting to me in this tournament is Hampiji's time. I'm just going to go to that game very quickly because also I felt that in Armageddon's as well, specifically her match against Ju and Jun yesterday, after 10 moves or so, that the 3-minute timer was just complete, like finished, as in she didn't have an advantage anymore. And now I'm looking at the classical time control, and there is almost an hour difference between Hampiji and Zujin. So is time also a very big factor here, considering that there is no increment?
Yes, I remember last year, um, the death zone was after move 40, when you know you're never going to get enough time to think. Um, and so it's easy to use up your buffers now, but keeping 5-10 minutes makes a huge difference if you can. So I don't know if players can do that consciously, because nobody's thinking because they're planning some clock thing, right? They're thinking because there's a problem on the board that needs to be solved. But still, now this Magnus game is quite intriguing. I'm curious what Gukesh will play.
Hmm.
It looks the pawn on b7 under attack. So there's knight a5 as a possibility, and I really wanted to go bishop e5, bishop e6, and I really like that. But this pawn on g6 has ruined my plans. So now knight a5 looks like the played actually only move.
Yeah, he has played it, right? Yeah.
Wow.
Sahil bhai, that's 3-on-3 now.
Aguireza's thing is plummeting.
Wow. Oh, wow. Wait, what? Did he just wait? That can't be right, no?
What's that?
No, I mean, it's a mistake, but I don't know why it's a mistake. It's showing up as the best move for me, and then I'm not really sure if it's correct.
But
But it looks
it
a bit
seems
bad though.
that Black will be able to play G6, potentially H5, F5 later, and prepare it. So, but I don't know if immediately. If you go knight D7, I have bishop E3 maybe.
And can I go G6? Just because you cannot go knight. And if you go knight G3, it just looks bad. I don't know.
Yeah, but if I go knight at 6 here?
Queen F6, I was thinking. Yeah.
Sorry, you're talking in that position, knight E2, knight
Yeah, knight E2, knight D7.
D7, bishop E3, G6, yeah.
You meant when the knight is on F6. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So not technically a mistake, but still very, very. And by the way, I'm not sure why the blue arrow is showing knight d7 in this position, but because the best move is not that if for me, and the best move is really, really crazy. It's knight g8 actually, back, which
Yeah. Actually, it does H5. Is H5 just a mistake? Because now I can do my trick, right? Knight G7 and bishop G5.
Oh, wow.
actually,
Yeah,
yes, yes, you can, you can,
Because I
you
wanted to play
can.
H5 and G6 afterwards, but I think you have to move the knight and play G6.
But sir, isn't knight g7 anyways working? Because after knight h5, I would have g4. No, that's why I played knight e2 maybe to not give him knight f4.
No, there's a problem because if after knight H5, G4, I can play
Yeah, I'm just gonna make a random
H6.
move so people
I can
can.
play H6.
So this is working. Wow, it's equal. Knight h5, g4, and you're saying h6, right?
Yeah.
Bishop h4, yeah. Are you
Knight
saying bishop
F4.
d4? Yeah.
Yeah,
Take.
if take Queen F4, I saw bishop D4, but maybe E5 works or something.
Actually, I'm not gonna lie. This is something I completely missed as well, but it's beautiful to actually not mention is d4 here. It's completely winning for white.
Yeah.
What a move. Wow. Maybe that's his plan behind knight e2 then, to try and take on g7. And this is maybe why the
I think
computer is.
92 is to plug the gap on D4, but
Hmm.
what happens next is interesting.
I think
Amazing.
this game is so interesting. I think we've not seen anything like this before, sir. And sir, I know you have to leave in a few minutes. So before you go, just one, take on the Divya game, because right now I think she's the one in trouble, has lost 2 games in a row, and seems like it's actually close to winning for Anna after Bishop to F6. So do you think this is even holdable? Because the king side kind of seems the black is completely on the king side, basically.
Hmm. Okay, the problem with bishop F6 now is she has actually prepared Queen F8, right?
Hmm.
Um,
Maybe like a rook
should
lift
I
now.
play bishop D3?
Hmm.
Then I go knight E7. Rook F8, bishop F6, Queen F8. It's not the end of the world. But
So can I ask a follow-up question? Would it
sure.
be okay? Would it be losing for Divya if she had to play the move G6 at some point?
Yes, I think that's a huge concession.
Okay.
Hmm.
I think that's basically where because I see it at some point it's gonna. I think it's more. I think that's why maybe you're playing Bishop D3 to go Queen E4 and provoke G6, and
Yeah.
I think that's just yeah, maybe that's why the computer assesses this as completely lost.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
Thank you, sir, for joining. Really appreciate your
Thank you so
insights and
much,
we'd
sir.
love to have you again. And
Always a
thanks a lot for
pleasure
joining for
and
so
in a
long,
very
sir.
interesting tournament situation.
Yeah,
Thanks,
hopefully
guys.
Prag wins, sir. Fingers crossed.
Let's go, Pragopi. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Bye.
And Chad, that was Vishy sir, 5-time world champion joining us. And Sehaj bhai, I think we were going through the analysis there, but कहीं ना कहीं पे लग रहा था कि games काफी novel है आज. Like it's not traditional, Queen's Gambit, D4, D5 खेला, E4, E5 खेला, and we have like 25 moves of theory. Firuzja game देखो, Carlsen Gukesh game देखो, like Prag game देखो. I mean, it's like we're trying something new in every game. And look at Divya's position, like it's almost lost. And before we look at this in depth, I want to jump back to the game of, I think which game? Magnus. Because after knight to a5, he did play your move, said by 4 on 4, queen to b4 on the board.
I am not so like confident about Gukesh's chances here. I'm gonna be like very, very frank about this. I feel like it's typical Magnus type ka edge where position is, completely symmetrical. And as Vishy sir pointed out, that the one key difference is white ka knight strong hai, black ka knight weak hai. That screams like Magnus type of advantage. जहाँ पे कुछ counter play नहीं है आपके पास, एक छोटी सी चीज है मेरे पास, which is amazing.
क्या है सर भाई? अच्छा, okay.
Oh, yeah. So as I was saying, it feels like a typical Magnus type of edge to me, and I don't know, like I'm not feeling very confident about Gukesh's chances here. Why?
Bhai, bishop e6 on the board. I have to agree with you. Bishop on e6 looks like दो pawn के बीच में होता है ना ऐसे, वो देखा आपने clips देखी हैं, दो ऐसे जानवर होते हैं एक टाइप के, बीच में एक दूसरा जानवर घुस जाता है, and as if pretend
अरे
as if
भाई,
वही फीलिंग आ रही है मुझे भाई, ऐसे कुछ लग रहा है मुझे.
भाई भाई भाई, दिल खुश कर दिया भाई. ये वाली डायरी तो मैं लिखूंगा भी नहीं भाई. ठीक है, आपको माफ किया भाई, माफ किया आपको भाई.
अरे
चैट टिक्कू ओपी भाई, कितने भाई बोल
तू
बोल के थक गया था भाई. कोई मैंने पता है चैट से पूछा, चैट अगर टिक्कू होता यहाँ पे तो कौन सी एनालॉजी देता वो, और चैट लिख रही थी भाई. मतलब डिफरेंट
अच्छा,
डिफरेंट तरीके की एनालॉजीज भाई आ रही थी चैट में. भाई इतना मिस किया आपके
चैट
एनालॉजीज को भाई. टिक्कू ओपी भाई, लेट्स गो.
मेरी एनालॉजी मत गेस करना भाई, क्योंकि तुम तो एक्सट्रीम पे जाओगे. एंड रियली अप्रिशिएट दैट सहज भाई. एंड कुमार भाई, सॉरी आई कुडंट रीड योर सुपर चैट, बिकॉज़ आपने कुछ लिखा था जो उस टाइम पे सेंस नहीं बन रहा था, बिकॉज़ विशी सर वाज देयर. बट व्हाट
हाँ
वाज योर मैसेज? आप डायरेक्ट लिख के भेज दो. आई एम गोना रीड इट आउट. एंड वो $2 जब मिलेंगे ना कभी आना वर्ल्ड कप पे, आई विल ट्रीट यू टू अ पिज्जा भाई, सो दैट विल कवर अप द कॉस्ट. एंड या सहज भाई, आई थिंक मुझे लग रहा है भाई आज फाड़ू देने वाला है, मजा आने वाला है भाई आज. आज क्योंकि भाई एक तो गुकेश और मैग्नस लास्ट प्लेस के लिए खेल रहे हैं, मतलब दोनों के दोनों खिलाड़ी सोच रहे हैं भाई मेरे को ये जीतना था. मतलब बोलते ना, इट्स ऑलमोस्ट एज इफ like I don't know, like you feel like you are this bodybuilder ऐसे, या मतलब ऐसे big muscles, and then you enter international competition and you feel like the timid guy. You're like, bro, wait, what? It's like me at the age of 12 going for the under 13 nationals. I felt like I was a state champion. वहां गया, देखा भाई अधिवान बैठा हुआ है भाई 2200 रेटिंग लेके. I was unrated. Then I realized कि भाई actual competition होता क्या है. Like I feel like these two guys expected a lot more and have nothing in their hands right now and are basically playing to avoid calling this tournament a nightmare. सहज भाई उठ के ही चले गए हैं या तो उनको नोटबुक ला रहे हैं या फिर गाली की किताब. आई डोंट नो चैट व्हिच वन इट इज, बट hopefully it's the notebook. And Wesley might win, yes. And if Wesley wins, the tournament is over. Chat by stream, like karo, let's get more people in. आखिरी दिन भाई अंतिम दिन है नॉर्वे चेस का। बाय द वे कल रेस्ट डे है, परसों से उस चेस चालू हो रहा है, तो उस करके हम भी आएंगे वहां पे एवरी सिंगल डे। बट मीनवाइल नॉर्वे चेस फाइनल डे, कौन जीतेगा? 3 खिलाड़ी इन द रनिंग। इट इज ऑफ कोर्स वेस्ली सो, अलीजा फिरूजा एंड प्रग। प्रग वहां बैटल कर रहे हैं, होपफुली ही विंस। एंड मिया गुकेश वर्सेस मैग्नस। इमेजिन गुकेश वर्सेस मैग्नस इज द साइड शो फॉर टुडे भाई। इतना क्रेजी इवेंट रहा है ये।
भाई एग्जैक्टली क्रेजी मतलब I don't think I would have had to say these words ever कि भाई Gukesh
हम्म
versus Magnus are gonna be fighting for the last spot literally shows goes to
हम्म
show like how competitive it has become, yeah, for everyone. And
हम्म
yeah, looks also Magnus get 4 losses. Why that's crazy. And Gukesh dropping, but like we also know this stat side where Gukesh dropped below Nihal, for example, I think for the first time since he hit the
वाह
2700 mark. So that's also like a very big, I think, point for Indian fans there.
Agreed. And you know what? The crazy part is Prag is finally entering the world top 10. Very close. So he's world number 12 now. If he finishes off in style today, he could be world number 11. So धीरे धीरे करके शायद we had a moment of depressing moment, to be honest, Sahej bhai, for every Indian chess fan. जहाँ पे we went from having 4 players in the top 10, 5 players in the top 11, to literally having 0 Indian players in the top 10. Then Arjun, with his fantastic play, crawled up, slightly during that taper segment tournament, and now Prague is slowly crawling back. So धीरे धीरे करके Indian players form में आ रहे हैं. सहज भाई, important question चैट आपसे भी. Arjun coming back in form, Prague coming back in form, गुकेश कब आएंगे फॉर्म में सहज भाई? दैट इज द बिग क्वेश्चन, बिकॉज द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप इज लेस देन 6 months away.
Yeah, bhai, and also I mean, I really cannot even blame because I think Gukesh has been doing, I think in terms of openings and in terms of energy, like I think in terms of his style, I think he's doing things way better than he was, I think, three,
Hmm.
4 months ago. Like, I think there is not even a question, not even 3, 4 months ago, but compare it to
Hmm.
Menorca Masters. There's a huge difference in how he's playing. It's way more aggressive, refreshing chess. But as Vishy sir pointed out, कि भाई वो काम मतलब it's like you have to back it up with some kind of concrete calculation. You have to be super aware. And Gukesh का style ही ऐसा है, कि either it works like all the way या फिर बिल्कुल भी काम नहीं करता, So
Hmm.
he has to find that balance somehow, I believe. And
Yeah.
hopefully, Olympiad is going to be that event, Tiku bhai, jahan par, he can find that momentum again.
And maybe some event before that. Who knows? हमें क्या पता? And meanwhile, I'm going to read Kumar भाई super chat. Super chat थी कि प्रखर भाई ने गुरु दक्षिणा दी क्या? भाई, I don't know. Maybe at least कुछ, I don't know भाई. As of now, that's not the reason why I did COB. But to be honest, I think it's always like an epic event. I think third time I've been involved in training Prakhar. First time I think Gary Kasparov ji आ गए थे. And then
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा.
Prakhar lost. Second time, I think we did win as a team event. I think Susha squad जीती थी, and this is the third time. So it record अच्छा है भाई, 2-on-3. That's not bad actually. 3 times I coached him, 2 times we won. That's amazing actually.
That's actually very impressive. Or bhai, like let's just appreciate something for what it is. I don't think Tiku just worked on openings. Like I could tell in that sense, and I really appreciate that because I think you're teaching in the way that he's becoming a better player. Because in that final moment, bhai, chat, go back and look at that moment where he found that kuch to rook h3 or bishop h3 it was, where there was a repetition and it was on completely on the other side of the board. And finding that, I think in this level is very impressive. वो भी एकदम क्रंच मोमेंट्स आर्मागेडन में आप ऐसी चाल निकाल रहे हो जो एकदम अदर साइड ऑफ द बॉर्डर. सो आई थिंक यू आर डूइंग अ लॉट ऑफ नाइस थिंग्स देयर.
Agreed. And I think thanks for Sajbai for the kind words. I feel like Prakhar in general has had that childhood training that really helps him a lot. And of course, I think I would say there are a lot of ways we have worked, but I think at the end, it's more about understanding structures than the opening moves. I think that was the difference between Prakhar and others. I think वो होता है ना, like we used to play practice games, which I think maybe other people maybe did not take as much time out for it. And I think Prakhar was basically preparing the entire day. So that's all full kudos
हाँ
to him,
रियली.
because इसका मतलब you could say okay 2 घंटे प्रिपरेशन कर ली काफी है. वैसे भी जोएल ने क्वीन तो ब्लेंडर करनी है, so might as well prepare for 2 hours. But you will spend the entire day with me there, and prepare with structure. So I think that's all on him. And by the way, Ankush bhai कह रहे super chat के साथ, hands down the best commentary analysis I've seen among major channels. You guys are अरे thanks a lot for the kind words भाई. The crazy part is सिंदारो भाई ये बोले भाई,
यस
सहज भाई
सर.
I'm sorry, I couldn't talk about this earlier, but सिंधारव हमें देखता है भाई. What is this chat? Do you know सिंधारव watches? वही chat में सिंधारव अभी भाई. It's crazy.
I was, when I found out from the message that you sent me, Tikku, bhai, Priyanka was here and I was completely losing my mind. I was like, what? This is like, bhai, it, they literally can't cut, like, it's such a big, I think, it's so nice of him to actually say it over there. बोला भी उसने भाई कि it's one of the best things for him in crunch moments, भाई. So he loves
Yeah.
the wait what, वो सारे जो moments रहते हैं
भाई
टिक्कू भाई के, भाई उसको पेटेंट कराओ आप.
it's हाँ एग्जैक्टली टाइगर वन टाइगर टू की स्टोरी सुनी है उसने मतलब सहज भाई सो ही
हाँ
नोज मे बी ही अप्रिशिएट्स द स्टोरी टेलिंग वी डिड अबाउट टाइगर वन.
तो I'll just tell you something भाई. I actually did research कि भाई कहाँ पे उसने स्टार्ट किया होगा. एंड टिकू भाई
हाँ
आपको मैं स्ट्रीम के बाद आराम से बताता हूँ कि कहाँ से शुरू हुआ है ये, ठीक है. I
हाँ
believe me, I have the pieces. I have all
ओ
the
वाओ
pieces and I have all the timestamps because I was up until like, because भाई ऐसी न्यूज़ सुनने के बाद नींद तो नहीं आने वाली थी मुझे 100%.
हाँ.
तो मैं जागा हुआ था 4-5 बजे तक एंड आई वाज जस्ट लुकिंग कि भाई कहाँ से शुरू हुआ और कहाँ तक जाएगा ये. इट वाज एंड इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. आई शो यू एट सम पॉइंट.
वुड लव टू हियर चैट. यू कैन मेक योर ओन गेसेस कि भाई ऐसा कैसे हुआ कहाँ से सिंदारोव देख रहे हैं. एज अ रैंडम गेस आई वुड से मे बी इट वाज आफ्टर द समवेयर अराउंड द वर्ल्ड कप जहाँ पे हम लोग थे सब साथ में थे. वी दैट्स वेरी डिस्कवर्ड अस एंड ही काइंड ऑफ मूव फॉरवर्ड. सहज भाई हंस रहे हैं. आई एम गेसिंग दैट्स नॉट द
यस.
केस बट
नो नो
वही है. ओ
इट इज पार्टली ट्रू बट
हाँ
पार्टली नॉट ट्रू. आपको बताऊंगा कि कहाँ से शुरू हुआ है, बट विल हैव
भाई
अ कॉन्वर्सेशन आफ्टरवर्ड्स.
बट ओके एक बंदा कह रहा है
चैट
कि
आपको भी
एंजॉयज योर
बताएंगे, आप
स्ट्रीम्स.
चिंता
भाई
मत
ये
करो
क्या है भाई.
नेक्स्ट टाइम.
मेरे को चलाते हुए देखने में सुंदरों को क्या मजे है भाई. बट एनीवेज विल कम बैक टू इट. मीनवाइल सहज भाई आई थिंक मुझे लग रहा है कि मैग्नस जी अपना टिपिकल मैग्नस स्टफ करने में लगे हैं. प्रग के अगेंस्ट केमर जी ने क्वीन D7 खेल दिया है भाई. सो उनकी नजर है प्रग के किंग के ऊपर. भाई डू आई नीड टू protect my king here in some way, bishop F1 or something, or can I just go full in?
You know what?
Oh,
You keep telling me कि ये इवन विशी सर के सामने आई डिडंट वांट टू से दिस, बट भाई ये गेम 10 मिनट में ड्रॉ होगा. आई थिंक 10 साल में ड्रॉ होगा. वो
oh.
बिशप H3 मारेगा और ये अनलेस प्रग प्लेज बिशप
Hmm.
F1, which I
Hmm.
think is a concession in this position, right? Because you have bishop F5. I'm not sure if knight A4 is working now because knight C5 is a tempo. या फिर
Hmm.
उसके बाद भी he's planning to play B6. I'm not really sure. Haven't calculated all of it. But by the sole threat of bishop H3, भाई अगर हम प्रग पे अगर हम देखते भी हैं, उसकी नजर राइट साइड से हटेगी नहीं यहाँ पे बिकॉज बिशप H3 इज हैपनिंग एट ईच मूव.
या एंड केमर ना पूरा दूर बैठा है. नहीं नहीं मैं कुछ नहीं कर रहा. अरे मेरे को कुछ करना ही नहीं है. अरे मैं तो शॉपिंग करने. अरे सब्जी लेनी है भाई. भिंडी विंडी खत्म. अरे मैं कुछ कर ही नहीं रहा. मैं जा रहा हूँ भाई. ही इज लाइक अपियरिंग टू बी एज नॉन थ्रेटनिंग एज पॉसिबल. सो
देखो
चैट
उसका ना बॉडी पोस्चर भी इस साइड है लेकिन, और बिशप H3 स्टैक वहां हो रहा है, दूसरी
हाँ
साइड हो रहा है
हाँ
देखो ऐसे करके बैठा है, कुछ
कौन
देख ही
सा
नहीं रहा
बिशप
मुझे,
सैक भाई.
कुछ हो ही नहीं रहा है,
कौन सा
क्या हो
बिशप सैक.
रहा है.
Oh,
क्रेजी
we
एक्चुअली.
exposed it, so he got up, yeah.
क्रेजी या.
बट चैट दो गेम है. प्रग फाइटिंग फॉर फर्स्ट प्लेस एट नॉर्वे चेस जो आज तक कोई इंडियन नहीं कर पाया. मैग्नस के आगे टूर्नामेंट जीतना इज अ फीट टू बी चेरिश्ड. एंड देन वी हैव गुकेश फाइटिंग फॉर हिज फॉर्म अगेंस्ट द गोट ऑफ चेस मैग्नस हिमसेल्फ. हमारे पास मैग्नस और प्रग दोनों का हमारे पास कन्फेशन है. दोनों प्ले करते हैं समय भाई. एंड लेट्स सी क्या उनके दिमाग में चल रहा है एज प्रग प्लेस B5.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Old Man's Chess. I played this, unless I'm completely mistaken, which, yeah, I might always be. I played this against Jan Smeets in what was known as Kurus back in 2009. This is like right before I started working with Gary, and like I was kind of preparing on my own, and my prep was kind of to be honest. But I remember like looking at this specifically, and there were so many ways to equalize for black. But I ended up like winning a nice game. So we're going for the whole this. I mean, I guess he was technically 2.5 years old when this game was played, so he was born, but I doubt he saw it back then, at the very least. But, I mean, the problems that I'm setting are pretty like marginal, I would say.
Yeah, I think the opening, I just wanted to play something normal and try to get a long game. I think what we got is sort of a weird Carlsbad structure with usually the bishop will be on like g5 or f4, but now it's on c1 and also black's knight is on c6, so it's sort of a weird version. But we have all pieces on the board, so it should lead to a lot of fight in the middle game, and I think it's an interesting position. So yeah, there's a lot to play.
भाई
Wow.
ये जो एडिट था मैग्नस का भाई, व्हाट वाज दैट? ये किसने किया भाई? अरे क्यों किया? क्यों तोड़ा मैग्नस को ऐसे भाई?
भाई मैग्नस ने बीप वर्ड बोला भाई. What was that word? I don't know. But clearly it was
भिंडी
beep.
बोल
So
रहा भिंडी बोल रहा था.
I forgot. He's
Yeah.
a big fan of paneer and bhindi bhai. I think
Yes.
you know अमृतसरी कुलचे और भिंडी खाने का बड़ा शौक था मैग्नस जी को. And meanwhile,
इसीलिए आपको
chat
दिल्ली से निकाल दिया लोगों ने ऐसी बातें करने के.
भाई धक्के मार मार के निकाला है भाई. लिटरल स्टेशन तक छोड़ने आए थे मुझे. फ्लाइट पकड़नी ही थी. स्टेशन से ट्रेन से जाएगा तू. गाली खाते खाते रास्ते में. बट मेरा पॉइंट है सहज भाई, ये b5 खेल दिया भाई प्रग ने. So he's opened up the queen side now, and maybe that makes it a bit more difficult. Like bishop s3 now, like at least white has some counterplay on the queen side. He might do something active. Now the question is, do I take on b5? Because अगर आपने bishop वापस ले लिया f8 पे, then maybe bishop s3 doesn't work anymore. So it might just be a plan to kind of remove that threat completely from Prague here.
Actually, could be, but the question is, do I have to move the bishop? Because I'm really liking the. I know it kind of feels weird, but I really like the prospects of you capturing here and me capturing back with the pawn. Like somehow it really looks interesting. Like I don't feel that I'm worse there in any way possible. I would only be worse अगर आपका bishop ऐसे f4 पे बैठा होता and you could have captured or put some pressure on the d6 pawn. But if my pawn is doubled here, then I feel I'm defending e5, I'm defending c5. That kind of looks promising. So do I have to go bishop f8? So for example, can I play something like knight e4? Yeah, I think it works.
Very
Yeah, it
interesting
works.
actually. Very interesting actually. कि CD6 के बाद you can control E5, control C5. You basically take away all the squares that the white knight could hop to. And of course, the bishop on E6 is not happy, but वो तो sad है ही life में regardless of what we do. So I think काफी interesting structure है, but right now don't really see ways Prag can put a lot of pressure, Sahej bhai. Like as a classical win right now looking very unlikely for Prag.
Yeah, classical win I
takes it-
think is nearly impossible here in a position like bishop b. Wait, what?
He takes with the bishop, yeah?
Why that was a slight mistake from Prag actually. I think his plan is clear. He wants to go knight e5, but at least the engine really like knight b5 because I can see the bar is dropping down a little bit to do just a couple of zeros. I think his idea is knight e5, but is it good? Because takes knight e4 is looking very logical. And ये bishop क्या कर रहा है? पहले आप b5 पे आए थे, फिर आप d3 पे गए, फिर आप वापस b5 पे जा रहे हो.
Yeah, Sahej bhai, this looks too confusing for me. So Sindaro bhai, अगर chat में अगर बता दोगे कि यहाँ पे क्या आइडिया प्रग का, तो थोड़ा काम आसान हो जाएगा भाई. क्या
No,
chat में?
thoda, I mean, Sendarov has to wait for, Prag's time to be a bit lower, yeah, or Vincent's time to be a bit low. That's when he tunes in. That's when he can let us know about his thoughts.
Ah, damn.
And
Shit.
by the way, this is the second elite player I know. Ek aur hai, who I know has actually watched before and has actually commented on the stream before.
Ooh, very
Ek aur hai.
interesting. Ooh, is it Vidit?
I don't know. I can't say.
You
If
can't
I
say,
speak, I'm
okay.
in trouble. I'm just kidding.
भाई आराम से भाई, ये स्टेटमेंट लास्ट टाइम रहा था तो लग गए थे सबके. And meanwhile, chat.
Oh, अच्छा. अरे भाई. Not that.
Do like the stream. Let's get more people in because this is the day we've been waiting for. It is Prague by Norway chess में he is basically leading the entire event, just half a point behind Wesley So, जो अपना battle fight कर रहे हैं Firuza के साथ. And it does seem like, you know, that's a tipsy-turvy game as well. Sahaj bhai, all I want is कि Prag को मौका मिले. Like Wesley was outright classical में ना जीते. बाद में अगर if he doesn't win, he doesn't win, yeah?
बट भाई उसको करने के लिए आई थिंक प्रग को जीतना सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. आई थिंक दैट्स द ओनली थिंग आई वांट. आई मीन अली रेजा होल्डिंग फिरोज अली रेजा होल्डिंग वेस्ली is not in Prag's control, but Prag, what's in his control is to try and win the game. But realistically, I don't see that position turning out in Prag's favor, at least not right now. And also looking at Wesley, Wesley looks a lot more promising, I think, because okay, it's a kind of an imbalance. He pawn structure through two tower. White is putting pressure on the king side. White has some space on the, black has some space on the queen side. You can maybe put some pressure on d4, play d5 on. तो यहाँ पे फाइटिंग गेम हो सकता है. एंड ये भाई पॉइंट तो वही है ना, अगर क्योंकि फिरोजा को भी जीतने के लिए खेलना है तो ही विल टेक दोज रिस्क्स ना. माय क्वेश्चन इज, इफ वेस्टली वाज प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट विंसेंट हियर, would he have played queen f3 knowing that he doesn't have to win this game?
Very
Right?
unlikely. Very unlikely.
Exactly my point. So Firuza ने queen f3 खेला क्योंकि फिरोजा को जीतने के लिए खेलना था. And okay, you can also argue that Prag got that as well from Gukesh, because Gukesh chose a very dynamic line yesterday. But he didn't have to, right? अब white से जब भी खेलते हो आपको जरूरी नहीं होता कि आप कुछ aggressive ही खेलो. Only when the situation demands in that sense. So I think that's what is working for Wesley currently. And yeah, Vincent is just keeping it very, very solid.
By the way, chat, apparently Gukesh has made an inaccuracy. Bishop to e7. वो bishop गया ही f6 पे था 3-4 चाल पहले. He brings it back and now Magnus has this weird, बोलते ना ऐसे हटके move, queen to a4 with the idea of, I think, b4 at the right moment. And Sahaj bhai, take us through on why Gukesh might be under pressure soon if Magnus finds the best move.
Like, okay, so firstly, like in terms of positional chess, this makes no sense to me. Because after knight e5, you played bishop f6, right? उसके बाद you played the move g6. g6 क्यों खेला था आपने? क्योंकि बिशप आपको g7 पे रखना था, right? Otherwise, this is just a bad structure for you. And dark squares are super weak. And afterwards, it looks like he changed his mind and is going back bishop e7, where the dark squares are going to be a bit of a problem. And this is the one part that doesn't make sense to me, to why you should go bishop e7 here in this position. After playing, तो g6 क्यों खेला था फिर? In that sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. And you know, Magnus said it in his confession.
He must
chat
be
that,
rattled there. I feel like Gukesh must be he must be rattled from the last two games that he has lost back to back against Prague and then Firuza as well. उससे पहले Vincent से as well. I mean, it's just been a very, very depressing second half for the world champion, and I don't think he's playing like himself here.
I just want to point out, chat, if Gukesh were to lose today, even to Magnus, he's right now world number 23. He will go to world number 27 or 26 actually, and he will just be 2 points ahead of a Dogmas. So if like that is not where you want to be as a world champion, said by I think just 5 months before the world championship. Like we've drawn this comparison, like even Magnus did it during the last Norway chess event. Gukesh, how is he faring compared to these youngsters? I mean, as of now, not so well.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed, bhai. I think this is very, very concerning for sure. And he would be like I think he will drop below 272, right? He will be 271. That's also another like एक घंटी तो बजेगी आपके दिमाग में कहीं ना कहीं, क्योंकि something is because in your mind you're gonna get thoughts like, am I gonna drop below 27, or is that a realistic possibility? And okay, like of course that's the most ridiculous question to even discuss, because हमें पता है उसकी क्या strength है. I mean जो भी play 2794 को हो सकता है, we know okay, that player is of course way beyond 2700 level strength, but that thought that it exists in your head is just a very, very bad thing.
And we asked him this question, right? I think somebody asked this during the starting of Norway Chess, the media day. Ki, your fans feel that you've not been playing the best chess. What are your thoughts? He says, I agree with my fans. I think that makes a lot of sense. I've not been at my peak and I've kind of made mistakes. And Sehaj Bhai, that thought of falling below 2700 will literally haunt Gukesh in his dreams, because imagine this scenario. He plays, loses this game, goes to 2715. I mean, he is playing a couple of events this year, classical events this year. And just in case he falls below 2700, even temporarily, Sahaj, I mean, I don't know how you recover psychologically from that. It's so hard when your opponent could be almost 100 points above that stage. By Sindarov, by the way, is already world number 4 and
Yeah.
has gained 25 ranks in the last 12 months. His 2777 and is equal in rating to Notherbek right now.
Exactly. That's so there is a massive difference, I think, right now between the two players. 50 points is a lot. Like at that level, it's really a lot. And of course, like
Wow.
in terms of rating, it feels like he is the clear favorite right now. या अगर अभी मैच होता तो, but of course उससे पहले ओलंपियाड होने वाला है जहाँ पे I think Gukesh is gonna find his form again. Last time he I think got plus 30 or something in the Olympiad. That would kind of put him, within striking distance of Sendarov. So we're hoping for like a miracle in an event like that. But let's see, bhai.
Agreed, man. This is not looking great for Gukesh. And right now, will Magnus find Queen to A4, which is a very risky move. The Queen does not have many squares. So that kind of helps Magnus Sahaj, I feel. He only has two options, chat. First of all is Queen D2, next is Queen F4. If Queen B5, there is A6. So that's not really, helping Magnus at all. And the Queen is likely going to be trapped. So Queen D2, the safe choice, where I think maybe Gukesh is okay. But Queen A4, what makes this move so strong, Sahaj Bhai? Like, why is Gukesh really under pressure now?
A great question. Bhai, I think B4 is the plan, and you can just take the pawn on A7, and there is not enough time for you to settle the position down. So, for example, you play the move A6 to try and defend this. Taki B4 I to, the pawn is defended. But you have B4, knight C6, knight takes C6, rook C6, and now just unfortunately there is B5 in this position, and you
Oh,
can't take because bishop B5, drops one of the rooks, and if you move the rook away, then I can take on A6, and at least I'm a pawn up in this position. Maybe that's the reason, Tiku bhai, that it's a tactical
yeah.
thing,
It's looking very
which
bad. Koi
is
keh raha hai? Sahaj Bhai, somebody said Magnus is in worst form and still is the world number 1. Bro, Magnus, Gukesh, by the way, in this event has lost 11 points. A nightmare, of course. But Magnus has lost 21 points. So I can absolutely assure you, like, he's not thinking, okay, Gukesh se to aagi hu. He is not thinking that way. He is absolutely dejected at his performance. Of course, Magnus now has moved on, doesn't play as much Sahaj Bhai, but it will not be easy for even for him, because for Gukesh, he's had the odd off event, right? Before as well. For Magnus, it's a guarantee always that he'll play good chess. So this might even deliver more shock value for somebody like Carlsen, that he's not playing well.
Yeah, but I don't know. Somehow today he feels a lot more motivated to me. Kal ka game, bhai, it was very, very strange. Yeah, because it didn't feel like Magnus at all. Even and I noticed both times why it happened against Wesley. Jahan pe first time I feel okay. I genuinely feel like when he was playing against Wesley, I know Bishi sir said that he missed F5, but F5 was happening in that position anyway, and he was already much worse before F5 was played in that game against Wesley. And secondly, in the actual classical game of Magnus versus Wesley जो कल हुआ था, भाई, it felt like Magnus, it was rook knight and just a bunch of pawns, and the typical type of a position where Magnus usually presses, yeah. And suddenly it felt like who was I wasn't sure who's pressing, क्योंकि ऐसा लग रहा था कि जो 10 साल पहले Magnus की अच्छी position है, but अब it felt like Magnus is playing for a draw, which is very, very rare. And it
Yeah.
happened both times with Wesley. And uske baad he lost in the Armageddon as well against Wesley, despite having, let's say, a favorable color. So he wasn't looking like himself, bhai.
Agreed. We saw signs of it in Tepe segment, jahan pe against Zuzina, Magnus was worse. But then, of course, he fought back and won that game. Barely survived, to be honest. I think at one point it was very tricky. But to be honest, I think Magnus would still be happy if he can somehow convert this game. And but right now, Sahaj bhai, maybe we can switch to the Prague game and see what's happening there, because Magnus ji सोच रहे हैं. And after in talking about weird moves, Sahaj bhai, कि नहीं नहीं वो
नहीं
एरर
गलत है वो,
है, एरर
error है
है.
भाई वो।
सो
हाँ गलत।
क्वीन D7 खेला विंसेंट काइमर ने. क्वीन ने कहा कि मैं D7
ओहो।
पे लाता हूं. एंड नाउ B5 के बाद उसने कहा नाम बनाना पसंद नहीं आ रहा, क्वीन E7 नाउ. सो ही
हाँ
pushes the queen to E7. And by that, Vincent has just gone to the confession booth. So उनके थॉट्स अभी देखने को मिलेंगे सहज भाई.
And the first time, I believe, right? He has not. I don't think he
Wow.
has done a confessional before this, so it would be refreshing to see what Vincent has to say against Pirag. Of course, एक बारी तो भाई सबका करना बनता है, just to understand how what the
एक
players
बार
are
क्या?
thinking.
Okay, सही से पूछेंगे बाद में. Meanwhile, chat, we're gonna have a Vincent confession, but we also have a नहीं chat, वो हम्पी का ब्लेंडर नहीं, एक बार दिखा दो भाई. Chat will go
हाँ.
crazy. It's just a transmission error, chat. वो basically rook takes d4 के बाद on move 21. Rook takes d4 was played, and the game is right now still even. It's just a transmission error. So Humpy is roughly even, maybe slightly worse, but not in big trouble at all. So it's time for another confession by the GOAT Magnus Carlsen. Let's see what he has to say.
I feel like just have this weird feeling that Smates played the same way, and maybe I went rook c1 instead of rook d1. It seems very familiar. I think you could take on d4 after queen b3, and then queen b7, bishop b6. Like, I have some vague recollection of that. Like, apart from that, I distinctly seem to remember that knight a5 was worse. So I think I'm a little bit better now. We'll see.
Saj bhai, if we can go back to the Magnus game for a second, I feel like we are living in this era where we get to hear the thoughts of the greatest human to ever play chess in real time. Sahaj bhai, I mean, you are a grandmaster. You've played this game for your entire life. Even I've kind of played this game for so long. This is invaluable advice कि भाई मैग्नस के thought process real time में सुनने को मिल रहे हैं हमें.
Absolutely, bhai. That is, I think, one of the best things. But bhai, I'm a bit surprised because firstly, Magnus looked a bit sleepy. Like it felt like he didn't, he was, he was not fully there. And also he mentioned something like Queen Knight D4 and Queen B7. And I just want to go to that moment because Magnus was trying to remember something here, but Knight D4 is a big blunder here, I feel. Queen B7, Bishop E6, Queen A7. And no, maybe Knight C2, Bishop C2, Rook C2, and Queen D4, and White is just maybe slightly better, yeah?
So basically, 1 GM plus 1 NM plus 1 engine is less than Magnus की memory from 20 years back.
But I don't know if this is preparation or not, because I mean, he's been thinking for quite some time, right?
Yep.
So
12 minutes now.
Also, he was mentioning something about the rook being on C1 instead of D1, but at least overall, he does think that he is a bit better. I mean, not a bit. I think he's a lot better now.
And Sejbhai, I love this thought process chat. Look at this. Magnus looked at this when Gukesh was 2.5 years old. That's what he said now. Gukesh is
Yeah.
now 20. So that means he looked at this position around 18 years back. कई बार लोग सोचते हैं not about chess, life in general, they think, okay, I wasted that time in my life. उसमें मैं क्या time pass कर रहा था. I was trying, whatever I was doing, like wasting my time in some shape or the other. Sometimes it helps you years later, and उस time realize होता है कि हाँ भाई, that time that I put into this thing is now finally giving me results. So by keep working hard, chat, जो भी आपका goal है life में, and maybe 18 years later, it will show results.
Yeah, absolutely.
भाई हमारे मॉड जी कहाँ हैं भाई? मॉड जी
That's a
प्लीज
good
चेस
question.
गुड क्वेश्चन. चेसकॉम इंडिया की चैट थोड़ी अगर आप हैंडल कर लें तो भाई अच्छा रहेगा,
Yes,
वरना मैग्नस जी उठ के
24.
कॉन्फिडेंस
Yeah,
देंगे.
एग्जैक्टली भाई, एग्जैक्टली। तो वहाँ पे बहुत स्पैम्स चल रहे हैं ओवरऑल, एंड इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू रीड द मैसेजेस, you know, and keep track of everything there.
And by the way, chat, Gukesh अपना कॉलर just करते हुए, I'm sure he's seen Queen A4 by now, so pressure build up होता हुआ. So as Magnus plays, I think he's about to play. But meanwhile, Sahej bhai, look at this. Prag has put his knight on E5. जिसका इंतजार 11 मुल्कों के घोड़े कर रहे थे. Knight to E5 played. And I feel you just have to take this. Is this a pawn sack? But what if I just pick up the pawn and sack my exchange? Can I do that?
Oh, actually you can. Bhai, that is one of the best moves in the position. What? So takes, bishop takes, bishop e8 and rook takes e8 and just take है, सूखा pawn. Oh, sorry, सूखा exchange, but I have exchange, I have some compensation, yeah? I don't know how
Nice.
easy it is to play this, but it looks very refreshing, bhai.
So he has to play bishop d7 otherwise, right? I don't see any other move. So bishop d7 या खेल सकते हैं वो. He can say नहीं मुन्ना, मेरे को नहीं करना exchange sacrifice, or he can just take on e5. So two options. A critical decision, Sahaj bhai, for Vincent Keimer here. Is he gonna give up material? Oh, उसके खेलने से पहले we have his confession. Let's hear his thoughts. जल्दी से.
I do feel like it's time I come here at least once, share the experience. Yeah, the game today is, I guess, kind of what we expected. PRAGG was interested in a big fight. He got that. I do think we have a very complicated position. As of now, I do believe I'm still fine, although I missed a few things along the way. But if my calculation right now is correct, things are still, quite interesting, but should be fine for me. Concerning the other games, Alireza is doing some fancy business, basically playing some sort of reversed Italian, which I guess also means that he is in a very fighting mood. So, of course, I'm mostly focused on my own game, but it's also interesting to see how the fight for first place evolves here.
Wow. So have you ever done some fancy business, Sahaj bhai?
Fancy, भाई थोड़ा डेंजरस हो रहा है भाई.
नहीं मतलब
But
बोला
भाई
ना
fancy
fancy
तो
business.
भाई I think Vincent हो रहा है. समय भाई, are you speaking to me or या फिर समय भाई?
No, that's me. Camera. So if it's a camera issue, Sahaj bhai, it's me. If it's an internet issue, it's you. हमारा default setting है भाई.
डिफॉल्ट नहीं भाई, कल से मेरा इंटरनेट विल बी परफेक्ट. क्योंकि कल
ओ
आ रहा
चेंज
है
हो रहा है
मेरा
क्या?
नया रूटर भाई. उन्होंने बोला ही था मुझे, जैसे ही नॉर्वे चेस खत्म होता है तब आपका इंटरनेट पक्का ठीक होगा भाई.
Oh crazy.
ऐसा क्या टाइमिंग है भाई आपकी, क्रेजी.
Wow. And by the way, विंसेंट जी कैमरा की तरफ देख के सोच रहे हैं कि भाई करना क्या है मैंने आखिर. एम आई गोना सैक माय रुक? देख लेवी को तो थंबनेल मिलेगा बट भाई मुझे कमीशन तो देने नहीं वाला. सो लेट मी जस्ट प्ले बिशप d7 स्टेज बाय. आई फील लाइक दैट्स व्हाट ही इज गोना प्ले.
Bishop, knight takes e5, d takes e5, bishop takes e5 is where we are. And of course, there is no other option, I think, besides this. Maybe you can go bishop takes e5, but इसमें like disadvantage ये रहेगा कि knight d5 अभी मर रहा है next move में. So I think by just pure process of elimination, you have to sacrifice on e5. Like or कुछ,
Wow.
if you do anything else, then you lose a pawn, right, on c6.
Oh man, I don't know. I mean, bishop d7, I still want to stick to because I feel like Prag को advantage मिलेगा. The problem is after bishop d7, I feel like we're playing for two results. After knight takes e5, however, Sahaj bhai, how many results are we playing for? I feel like five. Like white can win, black can win, draw, you cry or I cry. Because यहाँ पे attack बन सकता है भाई after knight takes, bishop takes and queen e5 आके उस diagonal पे.
I think knight takes e5 is a right move, but we'll see. Knight a5 कैसा लग रहा है?
Knight a5.
Actually नहीं, थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया है.
नहीं सेंटर वाला पॉइंट चाहिए भाई. मुझे किंग तक पहुंचना है और किंग तक पहुंचने के लिए मैं कुछ भी कर सकता हूं. इन कोर्ट्स विंसेंट काइमर. लेट्स सी क्या होता है सहज भाई. सो मीनवाइल 95.
कौन सी मूवी का डायलॉग था ये?
ये अभी आई नहीं है सहज भाई. न्यू मूवी अपकमिंग वेरी सून.
धुरंधर 3 टिको एडिशन.
धुरंधर भाई. आई थिंक दैट्स फ्रेंचाइजी एंडिंग. आई थिंक वो सिर्फ मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन रूमर है वो. बट
okay.
आने वाली है, रिसेंट मूवी, जिसमें इट इज आई थिंक टॉम क्रूज एंड आलिया भट्ट एक्टर्स
हाँ
है उसमें।
okay, okay. And Sahil Tikku supporting character.
नहीं नहीं, मैं रोल वोल नहीं है, बस स्क्रिप्ट लिखी है मैंने, ज्यादा कुछ क्रेजी नहीं
Okay, okay. Great, great, great. Amazing. So knight takes e5 is where we are, and I feel the I think that move is I think about to happen very very soon. He looks like he's about to just make a move. And bhai, like you cannot convince me that takes this position. If this happens on the board, I feel like this is way more comfortable for black. In contrast, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel you've got everything going for you. Double bishop, some attack on the king side, central control, space, सब कुछ आपके साथ में ही है.
आई फील लाइक अगर मैं वो बिशप d6 एक्सचेंज कर लूं, लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल नाइट टू a4, और अगर आप वो बिशप ट्रेड कर लो, देन आई एम अ हैप्पी प्रग, बिकॉज बिशप आफ्टर
Knight to
एक्सचेंज
a4 where?
95, हाँ
कहाँ पे?
95 d5 बिशप e5 बिशप e8 रूक e8 करके सारा ड्रामा, नाउ नाइट a4, एंड अगर आप बिशप b2 मार दोगे तो मतलब मैं थोड़ी पार्टी थ्रो कर सकता हूँ ऑलरेडी, बिकॉज आई फील लाइक आपका बिशप पैर गया।
भाई वो जो रूल था ना कि जब आपके पास दो बिशप होते हैं तो एक बिशप ट्रेड करना चाहिए, वो उनके लिए होता है जिनके पास दो बिशप नहीं है. सो लाइक आपके अपोनेंट के पास दो बिशप हैं तो
हम्म
आपको उनसे दो बिशप छीनने हैं.
हम्म
अगर आपके पास दो बिशप है तो वो रखने हैं भाई, तो बिशप d6. एंड नाउ प्रग के बेस्ट ऑप्शन इज नाइट c3 टिक्कू भाई. नाइट c3 उसने खेला भाई, तो भाई
ओह
भाई
हिट,
भाई.
व्हाट,
व्हाट?
नो वे, व्हाट, ये कहां
गलती
से आया?
भाई, ये व्हाट को कितने लोगों ने मिस किया था भाई. जेन्युइनली बताना. आई
भाई
नो, मैं
पर
मैं ट्राई कर रहा था चैट, बट ये टिक्कू का जो व्हाट है ना, आई लाइक इट्स इररिप्लेसेबल आई फील.
this is not even like I didn't see that pawn was hanging. That was just complete shock. मैं उस pawn को देखा भी नहीं कि वो pawn hanging
भाई
है,
मर रहा था क्या?
देखा भी नहीं भाई, genuinely. And
जेन्युइन रिएक्शन. द
I
मोस्ट जेन्युइन रिएक्शन आई थिंक.
भाई take us through कि विंसन ने ये बिशप जिसकी हम इतनी तारीफें कर रहे थे, इस पे गजलें लिखे जा रही थी कि इरशाद उस बिशप का जो d6 पे बैठ जाए, वो कैसे दे दिया विंसेंट काइमर ने?
भाई बिशप a3, rook a3, and takes I'm guessing. Although मारना rook a3 forced नहीं है आपको for some reason. You have to go bishop c6 first. हाँ, क्योंकि pawn से मारने के बाद knight takes c6 is there and that would attack the queen. So you want to go rook takes a1, queen takes a1, pawn takes c6, knight takes c6, queen d6. अब सब फोर्स है ना, मैं बहुत थोड़ा फटाफट खेल रहा हूँ. नाइट गोज टू e5 एंड भाई ये पोजीशन अब c5 के बाद कैसे भाई व्हाट आर यू जोकिंग मी? नो नो वेस. क्या कहते हैं, दो वीकनेसेस चाहिए, दो वीकनेस के लिए दो पीस भी होने चाहिए. यहाँ पे तो पीस ही नहीं बचे हैं. वीकनेस होगी भी तो कहाँ से खड़ी होगी भाई? दे दिया आपको d5 का पॉन, फिर क्या? वो भी फिर भी रुक एंडिंग ही होगी 4 वर्सेस 3 एंड दैट्स अ डेड ड्रॉ. I feel this match is ending in a draw, bhai. And then Vincent, with his last move, made it very clear that he doesn't want, to have that three result wala game. He's happy to play solid because he knows Prag is the one who has to play, more aggressively.
सहज भाई, आई हैव सम थोड़ा ड्रामा. व्हाट इफ हम हम थोड़ा ट्विस्ट कर दें, मतलब कहानी, आफ्टर बिशप e3 हम रुक से मारते हैं उसको अगर, एंड देन टेक ऑन c6. आई डोंट नो हाउ, क्या कुछ हो रहा है, कुछ मसाला पक रहा है वहां पे, क्या मैगी बन रही है
भाई
क्या?
मसाला तो है. मसाला देखो देखो, एक साइड लिया तो मैंने कहा भाई वो ओके, समथिंग इज देयर. बट
हम्म
टेक्स क्वीन d6 के बाद आपको बिशप a3 मारना पड़ेगा ना भाई. आपको सैक नहीं कर रहे हो कि बिशप है बहुत घटिया यहाँ पे, f4 पे होना चाहिए था. पर
तू
वो
है
तो
तू घटिया.
प्रिपरेशन थी खैर. बट बिशप a3 के बाद देयर इज क्वीन टेक्स a3 और क्वीन टेक्स, अपेरेंटली क्वीन टेक्स c6 इज आल्सो इक्वल. आई मीन या प्रग विल ट्राई टू पुश एंड, but there is no visible, yeah, there is a pawn on c7 which is a weakness, but okay, it's not really a weakness.
हम्म
I don't think there is any kind of venom left here in this
सो
position.
अगर प्रग ड्रॉ करता है और आर्गुमेंट जीतता है, मान लेते हैं भाई, मतलब थोड़ा हम थोड़े से बायस्ड है, सो प्रग गोज टू 15 प्लस 1.5, 16.5. सो वेस्ले को या तो क्लासिकल में हारना है, बट देन फिरूजा गेट्स 3 पॉइंट्स एंड क्रॉसेस प्रग. सो द आइडियल इज दे ड्रॉ द क्लासिकल एंड वेस्ली लूजेस the Armageddon Sahej bhai, and then Prague catches up, right? That's the only scenario now if Prague is not winning. Sahej bhai, calculation करते हुए
कैलकुलेशन नहीं भाई, क्वेश्चन पूछते हुए, बिकॉज आई फील लाइक वो पूछना बहुत जरूरी है यहाँ पे, बिकॉज बट
पता क्या हुआ?
Yeah.
नीरी भाई ने ट्वीट किया, विंसेंट इज सैक्रिफाइसिंग एक्सचेंज, और इंस्टेंटली उसने बिशप टेक से 3 मार दिया. सो नीरी भाई ट्वीट की, गया भाई ट्वीट. बट मीनवाइल, सहज भाई, लुक एट दिस, लुक एट दिस, लुक एट दिस सहज भाई. मतलब फिरूजा गेम देखो भाई.
दिखाइए
अपेरेंटली
सर.
वेस्ली ने हिम्मत करके किंग साइड कैसल कर लिया है भाई. एंड द नाइट इज ऑन F5. डू आई इवन वांट टू मूव इट? मे बी नॉट.
What do you do then? Do you allow GF5 or what?
I'm thinking like H4 or Queen G4. Yeah, like I'm going in that territory कि भाई Queen G4, H4, H5, Bishop H6. Let's just Black King को मतलब संन्यास लेने के लिए मजबूर कर देते हैं.
मैं भी H5 खेल सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन और नाइट F6 में भी इवन. बट आई डोंट नो, नाइट F6 से D7 पे गया था मैं, तो आई एम नॉट रियली श्योर. बट आई थिंक इट्स एनीथिंग. आई थिंक थोड़ा मुश्किल लग रहा है भाई, for this to turn out in Prague's favor. Like, I don't see Wesley losing this, and I think the reality is, if even if Wesley draws this and वो आर्मा में हार जाता है, then also I think he will win the championship, right? Because
Yes.
Firouzja is only gonna be getting 1.5 points, and Wesley is gonna get 1 point, and then it would still mean that he is half a point ahead of Firouzja. And I think against Prague as well, like if he just draws, and he would just be half a point ahead of him as well. So looks very tough, bhai. Maybe
Looks very
Prague could
tough.
draw against Vincent and then beat him in the Arma.
Yes.
That could give him a chance.
That's the only way
एंड
now.
वेस्ली को भी, लेकिन आर्मा हारना, वेस्ली एक भी आर्मा हारा है अभी तक? आई डोंट थिंक हारा है भाई. अच्छा, प्रग के साथ ही हारा था वो इन द
ओह,
फर्स्ट
तो
राउंड.
भाई लेट्स गो भाई. उम्मीद है, उम्मीद है. एंड विंसेंट बाय द वे आर्मा में हारने के लिए जाने जाते हैं. लाइक ही डजंट प्ले आर्मा वेल. सो वहां पर अगर ड्रॉ करते हैं, सो उनके आर्मा जीतने के चांसेस काफी हाई. एंड टुडे ऑल 3 गेम्स आर काइंड एंड इंपॉर्टेंट. एग्जैक्टली चैट, जस्ट सेटिंग अप द स्टेक्स. 3 प्लेयर है ट्राइंग टू ग्रैब द फर्स्ट रैंक. वेस्ली 15.5 पॉइंट पे, पराग 15 पॉइंट पे, और फिरोजा 14.5 पे. तो 3 घोड़े इस रेस में लड़ रहे हैं, एंड कोई भी फर्स्ट आ सकता है. But surprisingly, no Magnus in the running, no Gukesh in the running.
Yeah, bhai, that is indeed very, very surprising. It looks like it's gonna be Wesley's tournament overall.
And by the way, no moves by Magnus Carlsen. Sahaj bhai, if we go back to the game versus Gukesh, the world champion, Queen A4 अब तक नहीं खेला है. If Queen D2 was the move, he would have played it in 10 seconds. I feel like he's really having a deep look at Queen A4, Sahaj bhai. That is the only
Yeah.
possibility.
अरे भाई, एक सवाल पहले चैट से, एंड चैट का पहला आंसर आते ही टिक्कू भाई आपसे, ठीक है? अगर गुकेश मैग्नस को क्लासिकल में हरा देता है, तो क्या टूर्नामेंट सफल है? यस और नो? We need to address this because it could be possible, yeah, in some distant, in some reality it's possible. So क्या टूर्नामेंट सफल है उसके बाद? Yes or no? टिक्कू भाई, प्लीज यू कैन
आपने
टेल मी
तो
व्हाट यू थिंक.
ये बात बोल दी कि मतलब आपकी एक ही दिन में नौकरी चली गई, छोकरी चली गई, लाइक हेल्थ इश्यूज हो गए, लास्ट में आके आपने कार्लसन को ब्लिट्ज में हरा दिया. इज दैट अ गुड डे? लेट मी थिंक.
पर ब्लिट्स नहीं है ना भाई.
यस,
ब्लिट्स में देखो, नो
ग्रेट
नो
डे.
नो नो,
ग्रेट डे.
ब्लिट्स में नॉट नॉट भाई ने क्या ऐसी पलटी मारी है भाई, क्रेजी. कॉमेडियंस ऑन बोर्ड
ग्रेट
का
डे, ग्रेट डे.
इन्फ्लुएंस दिख रहा है मुझे भाई पे. लेट्स गो.
ग्रेट डे भाई. आई थिंक
क्रेजी.
चेस प्लेयर्स ना सहज भाई, आई थिंक यू विल हैव एक्सपीरियंस दिस. जब एक नाइट मेरिश टूर्नामेंट जा रहा होता है ना, अगर फाइनल राउंड जीत जाए, यू लुक एट इट, ठीक है भाई, चलो कर लेंगे मैनेज. एक वो यू काइंड ऑफ कन्विंस योरसेल्फ कि ठीक है भाई, एटलीस्ट देयर वर सम गुड साइंस, and I can learn from the lessons that I had during my bad games. But if he loses this, I feel like this is going to be a hard tournament to recover from. I mean, losing 3 classical games in a row, not even making to the Armageddon, it's not something, Sahaj bhai, that Gukesh would have, even predicted at the start of the event. So, we bottom of the standings, hona, that's going to hurt, hard enough. But losing 3 games is just terrible.
I mean, looking at Gukesh and looking at how focused he is and how he's not walking around, he's definitely in a lot of pressure right now. Like as a chess player, it looks very clear that he's under a lot of pressure. Also because when the tournament is over, then it's written in history forever. Yeah, that it was a really, really bad event for you. So I'm guessing he would really try to win this one. And I think for me, there is some concession for sure. If you beat Magnus in Classical, there is definitely some concession as well if you beat him in Armageddon as well. But of course, a little bit more for Classical because, it's Magnus. And last time we had that crazy table banging moment. And if Gukesh does beat Magnus, then Magnus would be last. Let's not forget that. Classical, I mean, when the tournament is finished, तो वो table bang 2.0 हो सकता है भाई. It's possible because he would be very upset
Agreed.
with the loss. And भाई
यहाँ
also
से
22 चालें
हाँ
खेलनी है 38 मिनट में and no increment chat because बहुत टाइम से सोच रहा है मैग्नस. आधे is Magnus thinking for a half an hour? I'm sorry.
yes 30 minutes. I think
मतलब
it's
ऋषि सर
also
के जाते हो तब से सोच ही रहा है मैग्नस बेसिकली,
नहीं वो
राइट? ऋषि
एक
सर
चाल
जब से
खेली
गए हैं चैट तब से मैग्नस सोच ही रहा है. लाइक गो बैक एंड चेक. लाइक आई डोंट थिंक मैग्नस हैज प्लेड अ मूव सिंस देन.
एक चाल x3 खेला था भाई वो. He plays queen f4. He finds the best move and Gukesh is now under huge pressure सहज भाई. And Magnus को जो भी 30 मिनट उन्होंने लगाए देर आए मगर दुरुस्त आए. And the world champion under pressure now. Hopefully कार्लसन के टाइम में वो सोच रहे थे, रियलाइज कर लिए थे कि ये एक तगड़ी चाल है.
भाई सोच तो वो रहे थे बट आई रियली होप ही हैज यूटिलाइज दैट टाइम बिकॉज गुकेश डिड नॉट गेट अप इवन वंस. ठीक है. एंड ऑब्वियसली क्वीन ए4 के अलावा और क्या चाल है यहाँ पे व्हाइट के पास. लाइक क्वीन d2 डज नॉट मेक. वहीं से तो आए थे आप. क्वीन b5 एज यू मेंशन में a6 आ रहा है. जस्ट बाय प्रोसेस ऑफ एलिमिनेशन क्वीन ए4 इज अ वन मूव यू वुड एक्सपेक्ट हियर. एंड आधे घंटे से अगर आपका अपोनेंट सोच रहा है यू नो कि यू कैन टेक देम डाउन इन टाइम प्रेशर सिचुएशंस मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स एटलीस्ट इन दिस इवेंट दैट्स व्हाट हैपेंड. 3 out of 4 गेम्स दैट मैग्नस लॉस्ट वाज बिकॉज ऑफ टाइम प्रेशर. सो जस्ट प्ले फास्ट. क्या हुआ भाई?
Sahaj bhai, I think Gukesh might not survive this even the next 5 moves without a losing position. I'll tell you why. The move
क्या
we
हुआ भाई?
looked at was a6, right? The best move in the position. And we discussed ki b4 ke baad knight c6 takes, rook takes and b5, right? जहां पे वो अगर मारोगे तो bishop b5 आ रहा है. This is already looks way bad. Like you don't want to enter this position. You know what the second best move for black is, chat? Take a guess what is the second best move for Gukesh apart from a6. You will realize how difficult this position is. Anyway, do you see it?
I haven't seen it. मेरे उसमें एक ही
हाँ
लाइन आती है हमेशा, तो I haven't seen
हाँ
it. But I'm gonna guess that it's Ruke.
I wish
अरे
it was
यार,
Rookade,
I was
Sahaj
so
bhai.
close. तो
I
क्या थी?
wish it was Rookade. Chat ने guess आपने क्या बोला सहज भाई?
Rookade बोला था मैंने. Rook A8.
नहीं.
Like this could...
Chat has guessed it. It is Bishop f6 back.
भाई कितनी बार खेलोगे एक ही चाल?
Bhai, are you
अभी तो
kidding
वापस
me?
गए थे. It's exactly what I was thinking. Why would you play G6 and put the bishop back to E7? Like this makes no sense. Like strategically speaking. Like, why
So
play G? मेरा question है कि out of all of this, how is G6 relevant
yeah.
in this position? Why G6? Like pawn G7 पे होता king ज़्यादा safe है, dark square is under control. In fact, you have to keep an eye out for bishop G6, knight G6 type के ideas because rook E6 भी मर रहा है. So I'm just not sure why G6.
I feel like Gukesh is switching plans constantly. एक plan देखा,
Yeah.
then second plan देखा, then third plan, then back to first plan. Look at him. Can we go full screen for a moment? I mean, you can see how tensed Gukesh is right now. Magnus on the left, chilling, rubbing his eyes, likely coming back from another confession. He has a slight, not a smile, but like a pleasant, expression on his face. Gukesh on the right, completely tense, Sahaj bhai. I mean, he must be thinking, bhai, chal kya raha hai? इतनी सिंपल पोजीशन थी, इतनी कॉम्प्लिकेट हो गई है, एंड सडनली आई एम अबाउट टू लूज अ पॉन unless I find an incredible resource. This is very, very tough for anybody. Forget like a Gukesh who's not in form.
Yeah, I think agreed. Very much agreed. This could
Sahaj bhai.
this could turn out really badly, I think, for Gukesh. But also, by a6 is not a difficult move. And again, if he's thinking for almost half an hour, right? एक move फटाफट like just play because you know Magnus का जो only weakness अभी दिख रहा है. ये मतलब that is time pressure. Just target
Yeah.
that. That's it. That's the only thing you have to target. But नहीं तो आप when Gukesh was sitting there for half an hour, but what else was he looking at besides Queen F4? There can't be anything else. And if you've invested half an hour into a position, then I think that's more than enough time, right, Tiku bhai? We have done this
Agreed.
many times कि भाई 20 minutes से ज़्यादा जब भी आप सोचते हो तो you're mostly recycling your own thoughts.
Yeah, I think 2 points. First of all, when you know the position is bad, I think the single resource you can focus on is clock sometimes. And knowing Magnus has genuinely blundered. He blundered mate in 6 versus Prag Sahej Bhai. So he's made mistakes when he's at less time on the clock. We saw it in earlier rounds as well. So at least I think he must have used that time, but I would hope Gukesh plays in the next couple of minutes. He's prepared with his move and forces the clock pressure at least on Magnus. Even the great crumble when they have no time on the clock, Sahej Bhai at Norway chess. So at least Gukesh practically, and remember that game against Prag that he won, he was way ahead on the clock.
Exactly. Actually, that's a great point. I think in the end, I think जिसके पास ज़्यादा time रहता है ना towards the end, that's the player. Because Vishish sir, who has played Norway chess before as well many times, he also said कि move 40 के बाद एक वो death zone सा आ जाता है. So it's important to do he does not play it. He plays Queen B6 and that's a mistake.
Wow.
That's actually a very significant mistake. Bishop B5, now you can see from the blue arrow, poses some really big problems. And the problem is, I'm guessing कि कहीं ना कहीं पे knight D7 या bishop D7 type की चालें will be super
Wow.
dangerous.
भाई क्वीन
And we have a
ट्रैप ही ना
super
हो जाए
chat.
B6 पे यार.
Why we have a super chat from G May for
JE
aspirant.
main tips for aspirants, yeah.
अच्छा
I think that's-
मैंने G मैं सुना. My Delhi guy was just like kind of speaking there, but thank you so much for the super chat, bhai. You said Guki is world number 25, and it's not only one event: FIDE World Cup, Swiss, Grand Swiss, Prague Masters, Vike. He's struggling. Deserves. Do you think he deserves the board one spot? Sahaj, big fan from Maharashtra. Thank you so much, bhai, for the super chat. And I think it's a fair question as a fan. It's a fair question as a player. It's a fair question as a coach as well. But I think एक वो कहावत है, form is temporary, class is permanent. And I think the fact that Gukesh has not played well in the last 10 months or 1 year, you can say is bad form. But we still have to believe in the fact that he is a much better player simply because of his achievements from 2023, 2024, 2022. Because what he did was completely unthinkable. And we have to trust that last 2 years, last two Olympiads, that he has sort of represented, not just represented, he led the Indian team on board one and got that a very important match against Wei Yi, जहाँ पे हमने China को हराया था 2.5, 1.5. He was the catalyst for that. So I think he's a very important, piece when it comes to the entire Olympiad team. And I also think that if you change the board order now,
Oh
him
my
being a
God.
world champion, it's just gonna make the situation way worse for Gukesh.
Oh
And the team.
my God, Sahaj bhai, I am really sorry to cut you off. Chat, अपनी seat belt बांध रहे हो क्या? Seat belt बांध लो, because the advantage for Magnus is hidden behind such a crazy variation. Chat, trust me, we'll go to Prague's game, but look at this variation. It's gonna blow your freaking mind. Sahaj bhai, Bishop B5 board पे आ जाए एक बार. Now, rook e8, rook bachana hai, rook f8, this bishop h6 also, so rook e8 only move. And now Magnus can play this very sneaky move, bishop to d2, attacking the knight on a5. And only move for Gukesh to continue the game is knight to c6. You take with the bishop, pawn takes, and bishop a5. Bhai, rook. So the only move for Gukesh to play on the game is queen to a6. You pin that bishop, and chat, question to you. अपनी chat के धुरंधर, अपनी chat के Carlsen. White to play, find the best move for Max Edgeby. And the variation just goes on. It's not over. Chat, white to play, find the best move.
I saw. Chat, Gotham chess को याद करो ×2, basically. That's
and
what
now it
is.
Says why maybe that's what Magnus was thinking for 30 minutes. Maybe he has seen all of this.
भाई देखा होता तो अब तक खेल देता ना. अभी फिर 4 मिनट से क्यों सोच रहा है फिर से?
Verify कर रहा है भाई. Yes, chat, you are correct. It is knight f7. If bishop
Magnus
takes
won't
the...
find this. No, I think it's very hard to play this. उसके बाद भी rookie 1, king f7, rook e7, king. You can't take because there's bishop b4 check, so you have to go king g8 and then queen b4. And okay, it's a very
Wow.
nice line, but ridiculously difficult, bhai. And actually, he doesn't play it. He goes knight d7 straight away. And
Wow.
now it's why was stables are double bishop versus knight wala edge.
Wow.
And yeah, looking equalish.
But that finish was crazy. Wow. So chat, thank God Magnus didn't find it very tough, as Sajbhai pointed out, but would have been a crazy variation. We can now switch to the Prague game, Sahajbhai. And before we look at the updates on the moves, we have his confession, his thoughts. Let's check them out.
Yeah, so when I played b5, I forgot that he can. I just assumed for some reason that bishop a3 is not really possible, and yeah, I realized once I played bishop into b5 that you can just take bishop a3. I was really hoping for this knight e5, and these positions, they are like double-edged, but yeah, bishop a3 is quite solid, but still I think I can push, so we'll see.
Wow. So Prague, I think, sticking to the chess, let's put it that way. And we have Magnus in front of us. We switch to Prague in just about 30 seconds. Just want to, oh, we have switched. Amazing. So now chat, just updating you. I think board Magnus guy will have, let's have Magnus then. I think we'll go to Prague in just about a minute once we have Sahaj Bhai back. And Sahaj, chat, knight d7 played. Gukesh, of course, has to pick up that knight. That's the only move in the position. He has captured it already. And queen d7 has been played. And now, of course, you want to kick the queen back with one of the rooks to d8. And the game just rook c d6 is, by the way, the only move, rook c d8. But they're still difficult, chat. I think बहुत difficult है. Bishop pair है. And वो g6 move, that move that Gukesh played on the king side, is not helping actually. I feel like it's created a weakness. Bishop h6 is always an idea. Bishop e5, queen d2, queen h6 is an idea. And it feels like Magnus Carlsen practically has great chances. Yes, Chad, we'll have the moves on the board very soon.
But bishop d7, queen d7.
Yeah, queen d7 played.
And now you were saying?
Slightly bit of a Magnus, yeah, typical.
हाँ, सिर्फ अब slightly better इसलिए क्योंकि center में pawn है. अगर ये pawn हटा दो तो bishops will become way more powerful because bishops को open center and open position, and of course they want the pawns to be as separated as possible. So that would be the thing. And I think, okay, 33 minutes for Magnus तो थोड़ा dangerous territory, but अगर queen straight हो जाते हैं तो I think maybe you know, I think Gukesh can hold probably.
Yeah, he can. And he's closed his eyes, by the way. I think constantly meditating, constantly trying to calm himself down. Agar aapko yaad hoga chat, when he actually won the candidates, we asked him, how does he maintain his nerves so well? I think that was the straight secret for him to win the candidates and the world championship. He mentioned he has a fire inside him, but he somehow does not show it on his face. So let's hope so he can hold his nerves. Such a perfect moment to switch to Prague now and check what's happened there. Does Prague have any winning chances, or is it going to be a draw?
Yep. Let's take a look there. Prague actually, oh, wow, bhai, hindsight OP, let's go. This is exactly the position that we were discussing. Actually, I have it in my notes. जो analysis हम करते हैं ना, by the way, this position is exactly there. And now c5 is the move that we were talking about, which is actually quite strong for black, because this is perhaps the only weakness in the position. And कभी यहाँ पे knight बैठ गया, black का फिर भी एक खराब bishop है, then it could be a bit of a problem. So c5 I think would completely seal the deal. But इसमें एक twist है टिक्कू भाई. After c5, Prague has this interesting queen a3, जिससे at least ये pawn जो है वो pin हो रहा है.
I mean, it's like the last ditch effort, yeah? That at least I'm not going to neutralize instantly.
And इसकी नहीं प्रॉब्लम है, knight d3 आ रहा है तो थोड़ा annoying लगता है, but bishop f5 ढूंढना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि if you take on c5 then I'll take on e5, and if you bring the knight back to f3 then I'll play rook c8, and okay, I'm more or less fine here. But yeah, basically आपको 2 results के लिए आपको defensively बचाना पड़ेगा, which is never a nice thing to do, I think ever, because आपके जीतने का chance बहुत कम है. But okay, I think Vincent could have chosen to sacrifice the exchange, and then it would be a 3 result position. But I think the fact that he went into this I think Pragg can like at the very least ये game draw होगा.
So the good news is chat draw तो आ रहा है प्रग के पास. So with that draw he will gain 1 point and he will cross Wesley. So इसका मतलब अब all depends on the other game. Of course Prag can hope for more, getting that extra half a point as well. But देखते क्या होगा. He's gonna keep pushing 95 के बाद, and if not C5 Sahej, let's say black says C5 is a bit risky. What else could he consider in the live position?
I think C5 is like a default in this position. Like it's something you have to play. अगर अभी नहीं तो next move में like at some point you have to play C5 because if the pawn is let's say C5 नहीं खेलोगे तो C6 तो कभी ना कभी आएगा ही, right? Then this structure is basically very similar to let's say a Carlsbad position जो actually हम हर elite event में कम से कम 5 बार जरूर देखते हैं. एंड दिस वुड बी लाइक अ ड्रीम पोजिशन फॉर वाइट क्योंकि वाइट जो ए बी पॉन्स थे वो एकदम एलिमिनेट हो चुके हैं. ब्लैक के पास कोई काउंटर प्ले नहीं है. वाइट का नाइट हमेशा C5 पे बैठ सकता है एंड ब्लैक के पास कोई काउंटर प्ले नहीं है किंग साइड पे. So C5 I think has to be played in order to remove that possibility of a counter play. Now of course you don't have to play it right now. You can play bishop f5 पहले and then C5 as well. It's kind of the same thing. But bishop f5 is also important ताकि आप knight d3 ना allow करो. क्योंकि if that knight goes to C5, this knight is going to be and this position is going to be a big problem for Vincent to defend.
Rook c8 played. He plays rook c8. So he says, okay, I'm going to play it slowly and gradually. Maybe I can try to stop it forever, Sahej. Maybe that's the hope. Maybe knight d3 is a move or something else.
Knight d3 looks tempting. मेरी एक नजर आई थी knight d3 में कुछ some bishop h3 queen g6 then I
अरे बाप रे.
remembered the knight is on f6 so I
अरे
kind of
बाप
oh by the way but it does work bhai. Knight d3 knight d7 knight a4 and bishop h3 does work. Gh3 queen g6 check.
Wow, have to be
So that
careful.
vision is important. And I'm sure Vincent has at least somewhere he has looked at this idea before. But yeah, I know it says 0.3, 0.4, but it's not a very big 0.3 for me because it's too simple. It's too simplified because we are almost, I don't know if we can call this I think it's an endgame. No, it's technically almost an endgame.
Yeah, I think it would be
it's
an
an
endgame.
endgame, more or less, yeah.
Agreed. And I think Vincent Keimer knows he's like one breakthrough away. अगर वो C pawn D pawn का exchange हो जाए, of course there's a slight weakness on D5 for Vincent, but it's very well defended. Pawns एक ही side पे हैं board के, so pass pawn निकालने के chances are close to none. So Vincent Keimer very close to holding that draw. And Sej bhai, I think could we have both the games like Pragg and Gukesh on the left and right side? That would be very nice. Meanwhile, आपको क्या लग रहा है सहज भाई? Will Gukesh crumble? Because I think if you go back for a second, after queen d7, knight c6, he found the best move. Magnus takes the pawn on d5 and now rook e to d8. And now surprisingly, only move for Magnus is queen to b5.
Bhai, I think like in this position, the one point we mentioned is that if we remove these two pawns, then it helps Magnus, not Gukesh. And Gukesh had the opportunity to play rook cd8 here. But maybe it wasn't as comfortable because after queen c7, you would take on b6 and black would capture back and आपके pawns double हो रहे हैं. Maybe that's a bit inconvenient. But now after knight c6 takes on d5, it feels like, by the way, queen b5 also played. This is exactly that position. Without the central pawns, and now Magnus's advantage maybe slightly increases.
And you know what one of the best moves is here? Bishop f6. So that bishop somehow in every variation belongs on f6, right? It's insane. Like the bishop on e7 is just kind of loose there somehow. Hanging could be a tactical nightmare because the rook on e1 attacks it. So Rukesh really regretting that one move.
But I think technically it's three moves basically because you played bishop f6, then you played g6, then you went bishop e7 back. This is what, and also like this is a very, very Magnus type of a position. Yeah, double bishop versus bishop and knight, dono side pe pawns. And if we can remember the game of Magnus versus Yaz Khan chat, जो 7 घंटे चला था, and Magnus ended up winning towards the end. I mean, at least the nature of the game, how it progressed and how it looked, the fact that Yaz was holding from, for a very, very long time. It was also bishop versus knight, and it was also an end game where pawns were on both sides of the board, and Magnus kept pressing, until the moment, because I think this is Magnus's best skill. Yeah, ये करने के लिए उसको calculation, maybe calculation या time management. These are the things where you have to play a lot of matches to keep yourself match fit. But ये जो strategic understanding वाली बातें होती हैं, I feel those are something that a player always carries with them. And I feel this is the type of position where Magnus is just going to be super comfortable. Because यहाँ पे कुछ आपको calculate थोड़ी करना. I think Magnus can just play off of intuition here more or less, no? Or do you think this is like
Agreed.
complete draw? What is your take here, Sahil bhai? Do you
Agreed.
think
I
it's
think
this or no?
maybe this is the last moment where he possibly has to be a bit more calculative, like just to make sure he has the best way to put pressure, because there are multiple ways, right? I see bishop h6, I see other ideas as well. With the last one, but I do agree with you. I think ऐसी position Magnus by default चाले खेलता है. He could play bullet chess from here and still win this. So जो time disadvantage है, that might not get Gukesh the same relief. It would get him, in some much more complicated position. So meanwhile, Sehaj bhai, as he thinks, you will not believe, chat. You will absolutely not believe what's happening in the two of the leaders' games. That is Firouzja Wesley, which is very important if Prague has to win the tournament. Queen G3 के बाद Wesley has only one move. Rakesh bhai just told us on WhatsApp, King to H8. Otherwise, Firouzja could be completely taking over this game.
And chat, want to take a guess why King H8 is the only move in this position? Think of Garry Kasparov. Garry Kasparov ने बहुत एक famous quote कहा था इस मूव के बारे में कि अगर आप मुझे वहां पर ये मूव दे देते हो तो पोजीशन इज कंप्लीटली आई एम गोना विन ईच टाइम. व्हाट दैट इज द मूव, चैट. Oh, crazy.
Yeah.
And yes, exactly. Knight f5 check is the point. That's why you played queen g3 and that's why king h8 is the only move, ताकि pawn जो है g6 का ये pinned ना रहे. And Wesley still
Wow.
survives. But by the way, bhai, like you might say that Wesley is worse, but look at Firouzja's time, bhai. 32 minutes to play 21 chale. I am not so sure if that is simple.
And Wesley in epic form, by the way, finds king to h8. So वो कह रहे हैं भाई मैं तो फॉर्म में हूँ, मुझे हराना बड़ा मुश्किल है इस टूर्नामेंट में. Defeated Magnus, by the way, man, with the black pieces in classical. Very hard. I think Firouzja ready for his move. Plays king to h1. Freeze his f pawn, Sahaj bhai. I think अगली चाल हमें पता है वो pre-move करने वाले हैं, pawn to f4.
Bhai, even if you go pawn takes b4, still f4 is the best move. That is
Oh,
how
wow.
crazy it is. But okay, some
Wow.
attacking prospects from Firouzja. But भाई यहाँ पर result किसी का भी आ गया और प्रग का draw हुआ, that means that player
Yeah.
wins.
Yeah.
Prag has to win अगर यहाँ पे result आता है तो. He takes
Agreed.
on so fast. Wesley is playing. Yeah. Now let's see if he goes pawn takes b4 or if he goes f4. Because if he goes f4, the match is on. The game is on.
Yeah, the game is on indeed. Regardless, जो भी हो यहाँ पे एक fiery game देखने को मिलेगी. Sahaj bhai, let's jump back to the Prague game because we have a confession from Vincent KEYMER. So clearly he's enjoying the confessional booth now. Last day पे आए, देर आए दुरुस्त आए. Let's see what he has to say. Okay, so what was that?
I felt like that was a draft video or something. Not so sure what that was, but Vincent को miss किया भाई. Vincent था नहीं उधर. But still, it was refreshing to see that.
Wow. So clearly, I mean,
आज
Vincent loves
1 अप्रैल
cycling.
है क्या चैट? आज 1 अप्रैल था क्या? लगता है किसी ने अप्रैल फूल्स प्रैंक किया भाई.
So, chat, that was Vincent KEYMER revealing his true skills cycling at very fast speeds. That too vertically, उल्टा मतलब ceiling पे लोग chess खेलते थे Queen's Gambit में वो cycle करते हैं. I think very very logical indeed. And so, Gaurav, we'll try to model chat better. I think we can improve there on multiple regards. We'll try to take that feedback into account. Thanks a lot for that, bhai. Appreciate it. And meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, we can jump to the Magnus Carlsen game, जहां गुकेश का bishop आ चुका है f6 पे फिर से. ही इज रियली एंजॉयिंग हिज जर्नी, आई फील.
भाई तो मेरे को एक बात बताओ, अगर उसको क्वीन टेक्स b6 ही अलाउ करना था तो d5 का पॉन क्यों दिया उसने? Like that's another positional like strategic thing that I think that is kind of lacking here, which shouldn't happen from someone like Gukesh, because let's try to go back here, right? So after queen d7, you could play the move rook cd8. जिसके बाद white had queen c7, you could play bishop f6, white could take on b6, black could take I think rook e1 or ab6, whatever it is, and इसके बाद you have these two pawns remaining, right?
Hmm.
हम इसको ऐसे एक्सप्लेन कर रहे थे कि बिकॉज गुकेश didn't want to double his pawns, perhaps that's why he gave up the deep, because it's I think it's like a strategic thing once again कि जब दो बिशप्स होते हैं तो पॉन जितना सेपरेट होंगे, पोजीशन जितनी खुलेगी, उतना बिशप्स को फायदा होगा. बट गुकेश इज वंस अगेन शोइंग दैट इनकंसिस्टेंसी है कि एक थॉट प्रोसेस है बट उसको फॉलो नहीं कर रहा है वो. बिकॉज व्हाई नॉट टेक ऑन d4 हियर and why allow queen b6 without the pawns? If he kept the pawns, then the knight is a lot more superior, right?
Yeah, and I feel like Magnus Carlsen has a couple of options here. I think the engine is screaming ki maar do b6. I think that's very logical. Double up those pawns. The bishop on f4 can target at some point. You can also apparently play d5 here. Also an option to attack that knight, push that pass pawn, and it's getting a bit nervy. Gukesh has to consider multiple options. Sahaj bhai, I think समय ही हमें बचा सकता है अब यहाँ पे 27 मिनट है मैग्नस के पास to play 17 moves.
Exactly, right. Also, let's also go through the best follow-up that could happen potentially here, which is queen takes b6, pawn takes b6, and now we have bishop to e4. I think this move makes a lot of sense क्योंकि knight d4 में bishop b7 पे एक नजर रहे हमारी, because of course black would want to capture back with the knight. Knights are slow range pieces, so you want to keep them as advanced as possible. Black has to capture with the rook or the bishop. Let's say rook, just for the sake of it. Rook takes d4, bishop takes d4, and ये pawn पे है threat. And I'm guessing bishop c1 is showing up as the best move. I wouldn't play this over the board. I think I would consider something like b3. Let's say I have b3 on the board. Now my question is this position holdable against Magnus Carlsen, Tikku bhai? That's my question. Because remember, chat, go back and look at the game of him versus Yaz Khan. Very, very similar type of end game it was. And Tikku bhai, yeah, what do you think?
I'll get back to in 2 business days, Sahaj bhai. अभी थोड़ा weekend आने लगा ना. I think Magnus जी हमें show करेंगे भाई real time में कि क्या होने वाला है. And he's taken on b6 by the way. So pawns double हो चुके हैं. Right now chat, look at the board in front of you. White has 6 pawns, black has 5. And it's black who has the double pawn as well. So, but d4 वापस मिल रहा है. Next move is bishop takes or knight takes d4. So what can Magnus do, say? Because ये चाल important है, right? So एक चाल दे देंगे, he will take on d4 with the bishop, attack b2, at least equalize the pawns, and he can at least hope that pawn on b6 is now very well defended. So pressuring f2 as well, some counterplay. So what can Magnus do in this crucial move that can put Gukesh under pressure?
I mean, after bishop e4, I think it's bishop e4 is the move, I think, because it stops black from playing knight d4, and उसके बाद सब capture करने के बाद bishop c1 आना है essentially, and I think pressure already built हो रहा है because you have double bishops and pawns are on both sides of the board. I mean, I'm sure both of these players have studied such positions very, very deeply, and I'm sure they know what are the nuances, like कैसे आपको बचाना है, कैसे आपको press press करना है इस position में, but I'm not sure whether the time helps Gukesh in this scenario or not. That's the important thing.
Agreed. And Sahil Tikku is one of the players of all time. Indeed, brother. Absolutely agree, Pratik Bhai. I say Pratik Bhai is one of the chatters of all time. I think we are in the same boat, Bhai. And meanwhile, Gukesh looking fierce. यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा ऐसे heavy breathing कर रहे थे. Magnus relaxes in his chair. And Sahaj Bhai, I think I don't know if you saw the moments of COB chat and stuff, जहाँ पे, like Joel was very ऐसे visibly ऐसे excited after that comeback. Prakhar also threw the bottle. Like it's like वो emotions वहाँ COB में बहुत देखने को मिले जो यहाँ पे missing है. But इनके दिमाग में pressure वही है, if not 1,000 times larger, right? I think imagine the pressure when the world is watching you. You're the world champion and you're struggling. Like that pressure is insurmountable. So many people, all eyes on you. I don't know how a 20-year-old handles it so well. So hoping यहाँ पे comeback होगा.
Yeah, bhai. Agreed. Hopefully. but we'll see. I think time is the main thing which I think is working for him because 24 moves हो चुके हैं, 24 minutes बचे हैं Magnus के पास. So that's the main thing. By the way, chat is letting us know that Pragg has played Rook B1. Okay. Anything that can happen here, Tikku bhai? Because after Rook C8, Rook B1 directly खेला था वो. C5 and now Knight B5. Maybe some chances. Okay, maybe you have queen and rook still present on the board. Not, I mean, if you are talking about an absolute like good knight versus bad bishop, कुछ और नहीं है board पे. आपका knight है d4 पे, मेरा bishop है e6 पे. You have of course something to play for, but okay, it's a dead draw क्योंकि the principle of two weaknesses does not apply. You only have one weakness in the position.
I think दिख रहा है कि he wants to put his knight on d4. He feels like that is the perfect square. And you can't really play queen b8 here, chat, because of knight a7, जहाँ पे queen attacked, rook attacked, and Pragg wins. So queen e7 खेलना ही पड़ेगा Vincent Keymer को. And then you could take on c5, put the knight on d4, and the question is कि chances winning के है कि नहीं? सहज भाई, I kind of feel this is too simple. Like I would be genuinely shocked if Vincent loses this. एक pawn d5 पे है, but it stops c4, and I just don't see it happening. I think ये game draw होगी.
Yeah, I think it's also difficult for perhaps Pragg to win. It's difficult for Vincent to win as well. I think draw is the most likely result. And by this is sad for Pragg. टिको भाई, एक वो अगर आरसीबी वाले अगर कुछ कैलकुलेशन की जाए यहाँ पे, तो अगर लेट्स अस्यूम Pragg का ड्रॉ होता है क्लासिकल में एंड ही विंस इन आर्मागेडन, what is the ideal scenario for us where he
Sir,
can potentially have a chance?
एक तो ना पहले वो चेंज हो गया आजकल, अब वो आरसीबी
I know
कैलकुलेशन
भाई, आरसीबी
know,
2
it
बार
is-
जीत चुकी है भाई. I know
अब
but
तो
भाई
अब तो सीएसके और एमआई कैलकुलेशन हो चुकी है वो.
really
Actually,
सीएसके हो गया भाई, क्या बात कर रहे हो?
भाई थर्ड लास्ट है भाई सीएसके,
Really,
सेकंड लास्ट इज
CSK was a
एमआई.
favorite, no? So, sorry,
Yeah.
chat, मैं उतना देखता नहीं हूँ, but you know, I'm
हाँ
just remembering the old days.
हाँ,
But
and
yeah,
MI was second last, so it's like I think अब उन पे आ गया प्रेशर. But agree with you in principle. I think calculation तो करनी पड़ेगी. And I think yeah, the only way Prague can kind of win this कि उनका draw हो, which is totally possible, Sahej bhai. I think they could draw that game. Prague could draw that game, and then hopefully Firuza wins Armageddon and Prague wins Armageddon, and he will go through. There's a genuine possibility. होता है ना, there are 10 branches that both these games could take. But the most likely branch right now is the one we want. Like, अगर थैनोस के आने पे 3 मिलियन पॉसिबिलिटी, एक पॉसिबिलिटी हो सकती है सहज भाई, तो इन 10 में से एक क्यों नहीं हो सकती?
थैनोस नहीं था, वो डॉक्टर स्ट्रेंज की थी वो पॉसिबिलिटीज, बट
हाँ मतलब
मैं भावनाओं को समझ गया.
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
बट मिस किया था भाई, मिस्ड यू भाई.
By the way, अपूर भाई कह रहे हैं why Hindi only? Why assume all Indians know Hindi? अपूर भाई एक्चुअली जिनको खाली इंग्लिश चाहिए उनके पास ग्लोबल ब्रॉडकास्ट है, so they have a place where they can consume chess content. तो हम लोग इंग्लिश रखते हैं, we keep it chill, ताकि people who want to listen in Hindi, English or both combined can also listen. Meanwhile, Queen F8 खेल दिया, Queen अपने किंग से दूर नहीं रहती सहज भाई, I can totally relate. And बट कब तक रहेगी वहां पे पास में? पॉन मारेगा तो क्वीन से ही मारना पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज बैक रैंक इश्यूज हो सकते हैं.
और भाई अगर नहीं मारा C5 पे तो ब्लैक C4 खेल देगा एंड देन ओके, यू वुड मच रादर टेक इट एंड यू नो गो फॉर द आइसोलेटेड पॉन एसेंशियली. मुश्किल तो है भाई ये.
अग्रीड. एंड थोड़ा पैसिव है, टेढ़ा है पर मेरा है, विंस्टन ये सोच रहे हैं, एंड ही इज लाइकली गोना इक्वलाइज. मीनवाइल मैग्नस कार्लसन has played bishop to e4. So as you mentioned Sahaj bhai, ऐसी गेम्स में वो इंट्यूटिवली फील से ही बेस्ट चाल निकाल देते हैं. सो ही इज जस्ट प्लेइंग सम अमेजिंग चेस हियर विदाउट इवन टेकिंग टू मच टाइम. एंड गुकेश को अब d4 पॉन मारना है तो कैसे मारे भाई? रुक, बिशप, नाइट, 3 ऑप्शन है सहज भाई.
Knight तो नहीं, but I think rook and bishop are the two options because the pawn on b7 is hanging. I'm not sure actually if knight d4, bishop b7, knight e2 check is something. Actually, is it something?
It is something भाई.
It is something, no? Yeah. Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
knight d4 works then. So basically bishop e3, you're still gonna lose the b7 pawn. Oh, actually it's not bad. Wow, I thought this was really bad. But apparently you can just sack the b7 pawn. You can just play b5 and bishop b7 is not good. Why is that? Rook c2 just, yeah, rook c2.
Hmm.
ये थोड़ा मुश्किल है, but I think maybe
Tough है.
because Gukesh has basically double the time in comparison to Magnus, this is the moment where you try to play the top moves and like you don't give Magnus that chance to try to squeeze out the end game like he usually does.
साहिल डिजर्व टू प्ले नॉर्वे चेस भाई साहिल तो फंसा हुआ है भाई साहिल है राइट इन द मिडल ऑफ सीओबी एंड नॉर्वे चेस साहिल ना एक खेल सकता है ना दो साहिल सिर्फ एक की कोचिंग कर सकता है एंड प्रिटेंड कर सकता है कि दूसरे की कमेंट्री भाई
अरे 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 भाई
दैट्स व्हाट साहिल कैन डू बट
अरे
बट
अरे
मजा आ
अरे
रहा है भाई जहां पे भी है हम लोग कर सकते हैं एंड मीनवाइल गुड क्वेश्चन for commentators who would have won if this event had a 3 hours classical. I don't know if you mean both opponents combined 3 hours or 3 hours each.
अगर दोनों के पास 3 घंटे होते इस पोजीशन में, then I think Magnus would have pressed for like 6 hours. Like for sure. We have seen this before. But again, chat, if you don't believe me, go look at the game. Abhi hua tha Tepe Segemen mein last round against Yaz Khan, Bishop versus Knight, very similar in game. And he played for like some 6 hours before, Yaz Khan made a blunder in literally 5 minutes before the game finished.
Agreed. And like A5 खेलना था उनको and he would have drawn and he literally cried said भाई याद है chat Yagiz Khan literally cried on the board in front of Magnus like that's how much it meant to him and he's by the way 2713 so already 14 साल की उम्र में he's in the top 25 top 28 in the world. Sahil laughs like when someone tries to start a car. By the way, I don't even know driving, so this is my attempt at trying to attempt, how my car would drive, Sahaj bhai. Meanwhile, रुकेश सोच रहे हैं भाई.
Yeah, 45 minutes. Long time. भाई एक नज़र दिव्या के गेम पे मार के आए क्या? Because I see actually it's not going very well for her, but it feels like a really good game by Anna Muzichuk, to be honest. Like
भाई
in
दिव्या
this
की
was the
शक्ल
position.
kind of sums it up. Yeah, look at her face. She's like, bhai, okay, I don't want to look at my position right now. She's looking in every direction. You can draw arrows from her eyes in every direction. None of those arrows even hit the chessboard. Like that's how depressing the position is right now. Look at the bishop on f6.
Yeah. By the way, this is completely lost with the move h4. And basically, even if you say pass in a position like this, I don't think Divya has any useful moves. Like the rook cannot really move. Knight cannot really move because you'll always have rook e7. Bishop has no squares. Rook is defending the bishop. Queen is kind of trapped. अगर मैंने पास बोला, आप क्या कर रहे हो भाई? A4 for example. Oh, she plays
played.
wow, she plays
Wow.
h4.
Wow.
ये गेम तो नहीं जा रहा भाई Armageddon में. I feel like Divya's I think Anna's gonna take this one. By the way, going to Prague because he has taken the pawn on c5 and Vincent responds with bishop f5, asking some questions to the rook, and of course he wants to take on c5 in the next move.
Very interesting. Not sure what that changes. Instead of just directly, taking on c5. Like maybe he wants a rook trade, like he's tempting Prag to play rook c1, taki rook c5 maar paye, and he can just trade the rooks as well. Maybe that's the plan here.
Yeah, I think so. But I'm not sure if queen or दो knight रखने हैं मुझे, क्योंकि queen would be the most trickier piece, right? He doesn't want to trade anything. And now queen takes c5. He wants to play rook c3 probably. Yeah. And then queen f8 वाप. Oh, नहीं, sorry, ये तो बचा हुआ है. Sorry, queen b5 मर रहा है उधर.
By very interesting chat. Look at this. Rook b3 was the best move in the position by far. ये जो subtle differences होते हैं ना between rook c1, rook b2, rook b3, rook d1, rook e1, rook f1. इतने squares है rook के पास. Of course, some of the squares don't make sense. Like rook e1, rook f1 doesn't make any sense. But you could make a case for rook d1 to attack d5. You could make a case for rook c1 to defend c5. Rook b2, like not out of the world. So ये ऐसे जो subtle moves में जो top players निकालते हैं ना सहज भाई, ये जो best चाल, this is what makes a great player. And rook b3, why is it so strong for white?
Genuinely मेरा कंप्यूटर rook c1 बोल रहा था.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? इतना स्पीच दे दिया मैं, अब तो एक्टिंग करने का भाई. नहीं, सही बात है भाई साहिल भाई. I think rook b3 crazy.
No, but I think the Positionally, he just doesn't want to make any trades, essentially. So if black goes queen takes c5, white has, you just get to keep one extra pair of pieces. And I'm guessing that's his point. And look at that. Vincent plays very quickly, takes on c5, and now it's Pragg's turn. How does he play? And remember, rook c3 is not possible because b5 is hanging. Knight d4 is another move. Jiske baad, I mean, I can play queen c1 check, which should be equal at the very least. And there is another very juicy move here, which is knight d7. ये होगी नहीं 100 साल में नहीं होगी ये मूव because it looks so ridiculous because firstly knight d7 bishop d7 looks nothing short of depressing for black but knight f5 के बाद एक queen c1 check देनी है and okay you're playing like 4 versus 3 kind of a position जहाँ पे rooks रहेंगे and okay black should be able to hold this but yeah आपको थोड़ा suffer करना पड़ेगा English वाला
Yeah, I think Vincent is going to make it much simpler. By the way, knight d4 played. Idea black ka hai queen to c1, and he can do it right now. That is the question. Will Vincent KEYMER trade queens? That was his, idea all along of playing that move bishop f5 ki rook ko b file se main hataun aur fir rook rook queen c1 exchange हो जाए queens और मैं घर जा सकूं भाई. So ड्रॉ के चांसेस बढ़ते हुए सहज भाई यहाँ पे. एंड मीनवाइल गुकेश ने डिसाइड कर लिया है मुझे d4 किससे मारना है. बिशप को उसने कहा बिशप भाई तू बहुत चल रही है ऑलरेडी, तू और मत चल, तू रेस्ट कर, तेरा वैसे ही बेस्ट स्क्वायर f6 ही है लग रहा है मुझे. नाइट खोलते तो भाई b7 नहीं होता, तो उन्होंने रुक से मार दिया भाई. लॉजिकल
and now rook takes d4 bishop takes d4 would be the critical moment for Maggie because bishop c1 निकालना है वहां पे. And we can argue Tikku Bhai ke moves like b3 are like super simpler in comparison because you're pushing your pieces forward instead of going back. And let's not forget 15 chale for the goat in just 18 minutes. भाई लास्ट टाइम भी टाइम प्रेशर की वजह से ही हारा था वो गुकेश के अगेंस्ट इफ यू रिमेंबर.
या ट्रू एंड उस टाइम पे किंग वॉक करी थी मैग्नस कार्लसन ने, बट आई थिंक
एंड गेम है ना यहाँ पे भी किंग वॉक होगी. किंग वॉक तो होगी ना भाई,
बट मे बी यहाँ पे लाइक कार्लसन चेकमेट तो उसका किंग इज मच सेफर. आई थिंक द वाइट किंग कुड बी ऑन b5 एंड मे बी इट्स स्टिल ओके. बट आई गेट योर पॉइंट. आई थिंक 17 मिनट है, 15 मूव खेलने हैं, and it's sometimes you can miss something. It does happen even for the best. So Carlsen thinking right now. Chat, question to you. The first prediction for today. Do you think इस गेम का रिजल्ट ड्रॉ होगा, मैग्नस जीतेगा या गुकेश जीतेगा? सैज भाई गुकेश जीतने ऑलमोस्ट 0 लग रहे हैं, बट yeah, it is worth asking. And now bishop d4 only. What? हेलो. हाँ प्रखर भाई, वो यार एक और दिन सीओ भी कर देना भाई. जीत गए तो क्या हो गया भाई, एक और दिन कर देना भाई, एक और दिन कर देना. उसको जोएल को दोबारा बुलाते हैं. फाइनल 2 इस बार बॉटल फेंकी, इस बार बॉटल पी लेना. हाँ नॉर्वे में थोड़ा मजा नहीं आ रहा. मतलब ब्लंडर या सीओ वाले हो रहे हैं, तो सीओ भी लाइव ही देख लेते हैं भाई, मजा आएगा. हाँ ठीक है डन करते.
समय भाई बहुत गंदे जोक्स मार रहा है साहिल, कुछ हेल्प कर सकते हो क्या? थैंक यू.
भाई वेट, हेल्प मी अंडरस्टैंड. ठीक है, हेल्प मी अंडरस्टैंड व्हाई नाइट d4.
भाई नहीं, I cannot help you here भाई.
नहीं देखो, आपने
guy
बोला
is
गंदा जोक
completely
था.
collapsed. Guy is completely collapsed भाई. Guy is completely collapsed. I think he's completely collapsed. I mean, if you are telling me that Gukesh didn't see bishop b7, rook c2 and bishop h6, then I really don't know what to say. Like that. This is what he missed, I think. It's impossible that he missed this. If he missed that, then I mean, bhai, that shows that he's in a very, very bad shape.
He missed knight e6 and rook c1, I think. I think that's what he missed.
Bhai, but how? How do you miss this? Like b4 even should be good here. b4 rook a2 bishop d5 should be good here, or b4 rook a2 rook c1 then should be good here. Even b4 b5 के बाद bishop e3, still you have some pressure there. बहुत सारे options हैं भाई white के पास. I think it's a lapse of judgment. You could have played knight takes d4 here. एक रुक रखने के बाद, because तब knight d4 bishop b7 के बाद आप रुक c2 खेल सकते हो, because your rook on the back rank is defending everything. But he took rook d4, knight d4, and by the way, भाई यही हुआ when he missed it. Yeah, I mean he's just collapsed, I think, bhai. That's the only way I can explain it.
Okay, let's go full screen, I think. Magnus Carlsen has 14 minutes to play 13 moves. So, and I'm pretty sure this had some shock value because Magnus has socha hoga, bhai, ye possible hi nahi hai, and this is happening. So he's going to take a couple of minutes to figure out whether this move actually works. And same with bishop h6 is so natural, right? I mean, this is you want to play rook e8, like check, but black has the g7 square. So you cover the g7 square and threaten checkmate in one. Like, I think this is the most obvious move in this position.
Bhai, I don't know. I feel like bishop h6 is very, very logical. Yeah. भाई प्रग के गेम पे चलें क्या?
No, I think
थोड़ा sad.
we will go to it. I think वो draw ही है सहज भाई. I think very likely and queen भी trade हो चुके हैं. But chat का एक
Okay.
सवाल मुझे अच्छा लगा. Game is not lasting 13 moves. सहज भाई, do you think the game will reach the 40th move? Bishop h6 on the board.
Yeah, it's possible, bhai. It's possible Gukesh could resign. Yeah, it's possible he missed rook c1, bhai.
Wow.
उसके बाद भी like knight e6, rook c1, rook b2, rook c8 check, knight d8 and bishop. I mean, just the fact कि वो rook 8th rank पे बैठ सकता था, सब कुछ बचा हुआ था वहाँ पे, and now it's not. By the way, he plays knight e6. The same position आ रही है भाई board पे, and rook c1 is, wow, a blue arrow. Is no other move is
Yes.
better here besides rook c1?
Yes, and the idea is if you don't do anything, let's say you play rook to b1 or you play something else.
I'll play
There's
bishop
a
d5 for example, bhai. That looks the most logical.
Bishop d5 to attack the knight. Apparently, just rook takes b2 is okay somehow. It is okay for Gukesh. The game he's worse, but there's some plans apparently. And also, to
ये
me,
8th
the
rank
interesting.
कितना dangerous लग रहा है लेकिन नहीं?
That is true. That is true. And also, apparently, after rook b1, there is g5. Apparently as well, to try and trap the bishop. So it does feel like Gukesh has play. So Magnus has to find rook c1 here. That is the only
rook c1
move
is,
that...
like, come on, it's so obvious, no? Rook c8 check is
It
so
is.
obvious. It looks like a checkmate, literally. Bishop h6 क्यों खेला उसने? Like,
and chat, of course, कई लोग सोच रहे हैं rook exchange क्यों नहीं करते? Rook c1, rook takes c1. But the problem is Gukesh is a pawn down.
exactly.
And you are going into an endgame with an outside pass pawn for Magnus. Like, I mean, he's going to convert it 10 out of 10 games.
But 12 मिनट हैं, 12 चालें खेलनी है. I'm not so sure. By the way, he hasn't played rook c1. That's just me on this side. But by the way, he has played
Wow!
rook c1, and that means it is now objectively losing, I think.
Yes, and very important. If Gukesh takes on c1, bishop takes c1 is +3. And Sehaj bhai, the point is, I know you talked about how that time come hai, but always Magnus को पता है खेलना यार. Magnus king f1, king e2, king d3, king c1 pre-move कर देगा king का walk till b5. So I feel like the only hope Gukesh has is rook takes b2.
My only hope that Gukesh has joined our broadcast right now. वो I know कि वो कैसे आएंगे, I'm not so sure. But राकेश भाई, welcome to the stream. Final day चल रहा है भाई. थोड़े आप कठिन माहौल में आए हैं. थोड़ा कुछ बताइए, मतलब थोड़े कुछ words of encouragement for Gukesh, because I feel something is really, really wrong here, भाई.
Yo, bhai, sahi mein yaar. It feels that he had 45 minutes. And
हाँ.
I agree, Tiku bhai ka joke बहुत गंदा था, but the reaction you guys gave was so epic. But bhai, sahi mein, like that night bhai, literally I counted like 18 seconds का silence था on the stream.
Wow.
18 seconds of silence
भाई थोड़ा
after
ज़्यादा
knight into
जब
d.
18 seconds of Carlsen ने move निकालने में नहीं लिए भाई. That's the problem. So I feel like this is going south for Gukesh. And look at him right now. He's like half with his eyes closed. He knows ki bhai, he has to play rook takes b2, allow Carlsen's rook on the back rank Sej bhai when the king is on g8. I mean,
So, I mean, are we suggesting that Gukesh missed a tactic like this while having 45 minutes on the clock? Or maybe Gukesh was trying to play a bit faster on purpose क्योंकि Magnus का time कम हो रहा था. Maybe that's why he missed it. Yeah, that's one way to explain it. Why
what?
take what? Did he just take on C1 with like 2 minutes on the clock? भाई,
अरे भाई घर लेके जाओगे क्या ये 45 मिनट्स?
yeah,
Says
bhai,
भाई
this
there
is
is
very. I'm sorry, bhai. This is
no
very
chance.
very surprising. I'm sorry, chat. This is also very shocking for us as well. Like especially the last couple of moves from the world champion has been really inconsistent and really strange actually in that sense. I think it suggests that he's not in the right headspace. That's the only way I can explain. But this is not Gukesh. I feel Gukesh is like 1,000 times stronger player than this. I think he's just in a very bad headspace. Wait. Bhai, knight c5, knight d3 I think. That's maybe what he thought. Is that some concession? Oh no, you have bishop e3 at the end and the pawn on b6 will fall. No, this is lost. Completely lost.
He plays knight c5. Simon Sindarov said yesterday that it's a lot of time for the championship. So not focusing too much on his team and so on. You know what? He mentioned the same thing a month before the candidate stage. वह याद है जहां पे he was playing the freestyle world championship. कहता है prep? कौन सी prep? हमने तो नहीं करी कोई prep. याद है कुछ बोल रहा था? मैं तो ध्यान ही नहीं दे रहा हूँ अपनी चेस पे भाई. कोई स्ट्रेस ही नहीं है. अभी करूंगा, ध्यान दूंगा, अभी जाऊंगा. लाइक वो मुझे वो टॉपर वाली फीलिंग आ रही होता है ना जो रट के बैठा होता है सब कुछ करके बोलता है कि नहीं 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 प्रेप व्हाट प्रेप मैं तो चिलिंग भाई मैं तो स्क्वाश खेल रहा हूँ.
Yeah. And welcome to the stream, Sindarov.
Yeah,
You have
सिंदारो
given
ने
it
कल
away
बोला था.
now. Now we know it's a time, like it's a tough situation and, like a time crunch moments and towards the end. We know you're watching now.
And
The problem is,
exactly, he joins during time pressure. So
Yeah.
and of course he will join for the Gukesh game. Yeah. The point is, even if he's there and somebody in the chat named Sundarov types something, we can never be sure.
So
We
I
can
know
never be sure.
another top
Yeah.
player who did this in the past, and the only thing they wrote was like one of the spam messages. That's all they wrote. So even if he does write it, I think it's impossible for us to know that unless he of course reveals himself.
I have a story here. So the first time I was, Biswa actually came in my chat once and he was typing, ki bhai crazy analysis, whatever. I was like, me and my chat were like, हट झूठा बिस्वा हट हम उसको गाली दे रहे भाई क्या उल्लू बना रहा है हम लोगों को. He was the real बिस्वा भाई. Like he sent me a message on Instagram कि भाई मैं ही हूँ. So it's not easy to prove that you are the real Siddharth. If you're watching, send me, Rakesh or Sahaj a message on Instagram. And join the stream.
Don't send Sahil, just send one of us.
क्यों भाई हम में क्या कमी है हैं हम में क्या है जो जीवन में नहीं है.
Bhai took it there, crazy.
By the way, thanks to Vidit Guke अरे नहीं भाई thanks to Vidit क्या वो तो अपना गेम खेल रहा था.
No, I think you should send a message to someone you have beaten at Mafia. That's why it was me and Rakesh, That's why. Tikku bhai kabhi Mafia खेलते ही नहीं है.
नहीं नहीं भाई
yes, exactly, भाई.
Exactly.
भाई
Tikku never played Mafia. That's why.
नहीं आई थिंक सिंदारो भाई को पता है वो मुझे करेंगे मैसेज भाई. कम ऑन सिंदारो भाई रील बनाएंगे फिर. एंड मीनवाइल रील से याद आया ये नाइट भी D3 पे
Real
आने
हो
वाला
गया
है
भाई.
लीड बनाने के लिए. भाई कोई लास्ट डिफेंस कुछ बचा हो जो कि ट्राई कर सकता है यहाँ पे.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus.
I think problem is bishop d5 भी चल रहा है, bishop f3 भी चल रहा है. It's not an only move for Maggie, Sahaj bhai.
मैग्नस की घड़ी पकड़ मतलब हाथ पकड़ लो, डोंट प्रेस, लेट हिम प्रेस द क्लॉक फॉर द नेक्स्ट 7 minutes and 44 seconds and you have it, that's the way भाई, क्योंकि चेस में तो नहीं जीत रहे हैं अब, दिस इज नॉट विनिंग बाय चेस.
Wow.
7.5, yes chat, we know 7, but the position is too simple, like it's just an extra pawn in the end game, and it's not a double pawn, it's a connected pawn, outside pawn. White has double bishops, like anything is fine here.
गौरव भाई कहते हैं
Sahaj bhai,
skip my
Magnus
two,
तो बोलो टिकू.
skip my 2 super chats to see who's coming last. अरे यार भाई, we didn't skip any super chats भाई.
बट सहज भाई, अगर एक ब्लैक का पॉन होता A7 पे, फिर भी मैग्नस पुश करता ये पोजीशन
हाँ,
में,
for
शायद जीत
sure.
जाता. अभी तो पॉन भी
Pawn,
नहीं है.
I'm sure I've had a similar position like this where black had a d pawn here somewhere, and I was playing with something similar to this, and I remember I won that game. So it's like even with the deep, I think the d pawn was here, and it's still like very very pleasant for white in this end game.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is just winning, bhai. But why is Magnus thinking so much? But that's chale kill. He knows he has to play 10 moves, right?
I think he's just kind of planning it out. कि okay, my next moves are, do I move the king and so on, and वो जल्दी खेलेंगे. अगली 5 moves basically बहुत rapid में आएंगी, ऐसे 10 second per move. So he's just trying to make sure what is Gukesh's last try, because कुछ voluntarily इसमें गए, right? He's thinking voluntarily गया है, have I missed something here which he has seen? Gukesh right now is not giving away anything. उसको देख के लगा कि भाई कुछ है यहाँ पे last trap उसके पास. So maybe that's why he's kind of just recalculate everything कि भाई ठीक है, I'm winning, I'm not giving the pawn away, and then he'll play very quickly.
Yeah, agreed. Chat में कोई लिख रहा है ये हाथ मुझे दे दे ठाकुर. That's funny. That's very funny actually. But chat वो तो नहीं होगा यार. Yeah,
बट विद
I feel it's a
सहज
bit
भाई,
too late.
5.5 minutes फॉर मैगी. अभी तो डबल डाउन करो, 5.5 minutes फॉर मैगी. पूरा ही फास्ट खेलो इफ यू आर गुकेश.
हाँ, of course. मतलब because you've already gone down that path where you're lost, and the more you think, the more Magnus can think as well. So just try to play fast. वो जो एक दो चाल की जो tricks होती हैं, maybe those can work in this scenario. He's under 5 minutes. Isn't it a bit strange that Magnus is also thinking for this long for you? Like Magnus had 10 minutes and now he has 6 minutes basically. That's a bit strange, no?
It is, but I think Mukesh Bhai, I think he's just trying to make sure everything is okay, and he's
But no
basically
increment,
now.
Tikku bhai. He has 4.5 minutes. There is no increment.
That's a worry for sure. And जिस तरह से मुकेश बैठा है, लग रहा है मतलब उसको एक नहीं दोनों पॉन मिलने वाले हैं अगली 4 चालों में. Still no moves. Come on.
Yeah, let's see. 4 minutes now for the GOAT.
Hi, Maggie struggling.
Maybe Maggie is also trying to think, मतलब he doesn't believe it, yeah. कि जो भी हुआ है पिछले, मैग्नस भी अभी डाइजेस्ट कर रहा है कि क्या हुआ है भाई, मैं विनिंग कैसे हूँ अभी भी. हम
सच में ऐसा हो सकता है, ही इज थिंकिंग कि गुकेश इतना चिल में कैसा है, एंड दैट इज व्हाई ही इज थिंकिंग एक्स्ट्रा.
Yeah, but whether he's chilled or not, he has to defend the bishop somewhere, right? He has to play bishop d5 or bishop f3 somewhere.
Correct.
So let's just go do that, because
Exactly.
3.5 minutes he has. Okay, Gukesh now has a chance, I feel, to save this, because 3.5 minutes, 10 moves. Okay, that's some hope, no?
Yep.
I for
And
sure.
by the way, Vincent also has like only a couple of moves now. It could get tricky. By the bishop d5 played by Maggie, the best move.
Oh wait,
Now
bishop
what?
f3 was stronger, bhai. Now there is knight a4 actually. Knight a4 is kind of winning. Oh no, you have b4 maybe. Because I was thinking b3 there is knight c3. Because bishop
Like
f3 पे रहता, then knight a4, b3, knight c3 was not a threat.
wait, b4 with the knight
That's
c3
why
है?
b4
Bishop.
हाँ,
Oh,
exactly.
bishop c 92 check. Wait, what? So knight a4, isn't this hanging? Or are you just banking on the fact that this knight on b2 is going to get trapped somehow with bishop b3 and you put the king on e2 somehow?
Bhai,
I think that is.
he has to now play king f1. That's the only move after knight a4. He has to give the pawn basically. Wait, is that even
Sahaj bhai,
possible
you
to
were
just give the
right.
pawn?
You were right. Gukesh has a chance now. Chat, come on, chat. Guki, will he find knight a4 though? That's the question.
Oof. 3 minutes for Magnus. 40 minutes for Gukesh by 40 minutes. उसमें से 30 लेके एक pawn मुझे दे दो. Finds knight f4 by the way. Great move.
Let's go.
Now king
Let's
f1 only
go.
move. हाँ भाई
अरे
played.
बाप
ए
रे.
यार.
Magnus.
मैग्नस ने फॉल्स होप देता है लाइक इतना सोच के एक छोटा सा फॉल्स होप दिया एंड देन इमीडिएटली तोड़ दिया उसको.
Wow.
एंड प्रॉब्लम ये है ना भाई, मैग्नस गोट तो है ही, बट ही इज आल्सो द गोट ऑफ एंड गेम्स. सो
Yeah.
दिस इज लाइक ब्रेड एंड बटर फॉर मैगी.
Yeah.
And if you go bishop takes b2, bishop takes, knight takes, and king e2, and basically bishop b3 traps the knight. So you have to go knight a4. एंड उसके बाद मेरे किंग को रास्ता मिल जाता है टू गो टू b6 एंड आपका किंग इज लाइक अ बिट फार अवे. अगर आएगा भी पास तो f7 विल continuously be hanging. Typical example of chat of why the bishop is superior to the knight.
And
And
chat.
why? If your king is active, you are almost a piece up, Sahaj bhai.
Yeah, exactly. So knight takes b2 pe king e2, and if you go bishop b2 then bishop takes and then king e2. So I think Magnus's next couple of moves are pretty straightforward, but he still has to make 8 moves without increments and he only has 3 minutes left on the clock.
And we should change the board, but Firouzja Wesley right now is dead equal. And we want a draw there ताकि Pragg के chances बने रहे. And Pragg is still trying to push just a little bit. And Vincent has to find a couple of only moves there. So still some chances for Pragg. So it's not over chat just yet. So yeah, Gukesh of course struggling. But Pragg के लिए things still looking a bit bright.
भाई
Yeah,
प्रग
he
तो जीत रहा
only
है.
he can prove. You think he's gonna win this, yeah?
Yeah, you heard it first here, chat. प्रग जीत रहा है.
Tough bye, tough. But Pragg has more time on the
But I
clock
think
though, so that's a very good thing.
yeah, but perfect timing है. So we'll see this game finish and then we can jump to Prag's game, chat.
Yeah,
Yep.
perfect. But abhi lekin Gukesh abhi he has 38 minutes though. So he can now take his time. And I think you kind of should, yeah, and play a move which maybe requires your opponent to be super precise or find like a weird only move maybe that Magnus doesn't have enough time to find. I mean, that's the approach here, right? You know you have messed up. I mean, that the end game is losing at this point. So that's the only approach, right? You think and you find a move that is like that is an absolute surprise for your opponent.
I think knight b2 is forced. Like, I mean, if you don't take the pawn, then my king walks up and I'm basically a pawn up. So he takes it, which is logical. And now is where your logic comes in, Saj. Like, what does he do now? What is the highest priority for black? Is it to move the knight back? Is it to bring the king in? Because white king already moving towards the b6 pawn.
Highest priority is to not let Magnus, press the clock. That's the only because wo nahi hua to bhai. Okay, like guys, if Magnus didn't, if Magnus had like 10 minutes or 15 minutes in on this position, like we would call this game to be over, I think. So the only hope is that he has 3 minutes on the clock, right?
7 moves now to go.
7 moves, yes, exactly.
Oh, we have both the games. I
अरे
love this. By the way, Rook
बढ़िया.
F1, slight error by Vincent KEYMER. Now F3 just kind of stops the knight on F6 from moving forward. So कहीं ना कहीं पे हल्का फुल्का प्रेशर प्रग का विंसेंट काइमर के ऊपर. कैमरा भी उनका लगा दे तो बढ़िया रहेगा. वो अभी तक फ्यूचर का दिख रहा है. Oh, they drew.
अरे draw.
They drew.
Wow.
Wow.
Huge. Can we go full screen on Wesley? भाई big update, Sahaj bhai.
Bhai, that means Firouzja has to beat Wesley for Pragg to have chances, correct? And Prague has
Yes, correct.
if Prague doesn't win in Classic, but if Prague wins, then he's outright champion, bhai. Let's go.
Wow. भाई अपनी जेब में भाई,
Mhm.
मतलब जीतना है ना अपनी. If Prague wins, it's over. He is the champion for Norway chess.
And
Chance
chat,
to
you know,
है.
मैं और सहज भाई ये बोल रहे थे, you know, Divya had a chance, but now Prague realistic has a chance to become the first Indian ever to win Norway chess. टिको भाई विशी सर भी नहीं जीते हैं नॉर्वे चेस, सोचो.
भाई मैग्नस को शेर के घर में जाके उसको हराना इज नॉट इजी चैट, वो भी डबल राउंड रॉबिन में, व्हेन यू प्ले हिम ट्वाइस. एंड Prague defeated Magnus 2 in 2 games. Edge bhai, I mean, to win the tournament would be just the perfect ending.
Yeah, nothing short of that for sure. And also, bhai, I think the armor would be very, very interesting here to catch. By the way, guys, is there any way that Firuza can win this event? Like, there is no calculation there, right? Because I believe Wesley is 1 point ahead of Firuza. So
Yeah.
even if he wins the armor, it's
Correct.
still going to be half a point. So Firuza का
Yeah.
chance गया, अभी सिर्फ Wesley और Prag का chance बचा है essentially. And Prag has to either, win in classical or go into Arma and win that. And if he wins in Arma, then it's going to be a tie break.
Yes, yes.
Correct.
And it's good.
Correct.
So tie break क्या है, by the way? If they do tie on the same number of points, I think that becomes very crucial, no? कि tie break है क्या?
So we have a
Vinay bhai,
two game blitz match है, 3+2.
Ooh,
And if
wow.
that is also tied, then there is an Armageddon to decide the winner of the tournament. सीधा.
बाप रे, 3+2 से decide होगा Norway chess भाई. So regardless, the time control keeps getting shorter and shorter. By the Gukesh has played king to f8 on the board.
under 3 minutes, 7 moves to play. Let's go. Not an easy move for Maggie, I would say here. Bishop b3 feels the most logical to trap the knight on b2. And I'm thinking let's just bring the king in. But apparently bishop d2 is very important here. Not really. Bishop
क्यों
b3 also
सहज
works.
भाई?
Bishop b3 also works. मैं सोच रहा था bishop b4 check though, and then keep the king don't allow the king to become active. But then I realized that even if the king goes to d6, you can still take on f7. But okay, he goes bishop e3. Very logical move.
Bhai, this is so tough. Best move is bishop e5, apparently, for Gukesh. I'm not really sure what that means. This is almost
हैं? pawn
impossible
दे
to
दो.
defend. हाँ, ये क्या है भाई? What is bishop e5?
The other move is king e7. How do you not play b5 in this position is my question. Because I know there's bishop c5 check and bishop c6 check, but still b5 or maybe knight a4 also looks logical. Like, because knight c3 check का idea. Maybe that's more plausible.
Yeah, idea is भाई bishop time pass move करो सहज भाई, करो कुछ भी, h5 h6 भी खेलो, h5 sorry. Pass करो move. If Maggie captures bishop b6, now you go knight a4 and knight c3 check आ रहा है, मतलब opposite color bishops के chances highest. Bishop a5 only move.
Right. But he has to sell it, right? Like if he plays h5 here, then Magnus knows there is a trap. But if you play king e7, okay, maybe I'm activating my king. That could work. But he has to sell that bishop takes b6 is a trap here.
Played,
King e7, let's go.
He plays it, let's go.
That is the move. That very, very good decision there. Is the goat gonna take on b6 now?
Bhai, Prague is winning! Are you kidding me? Prague is winning by force. Big
Let's
blunder
go.
by Vincent KEYMER. Rook c8 check, knight f3, and it is game over. He is about to win Norway chess. Oh my god.
Let's go
And
full
knight
screen on
g5
सहज भाई. Vincent ने मेरी सुन ली. He played h5. The movement for Gukesh.
Amazing, my amazing. I think I'll switch the board as well because we can go to Prague versus Vincent. Then that's actually, I think, just a blunder because even knight takes e6 is there, no? Why not knight takes e6?
You win a pawn set, but what is the best move? जहां से Vincent can basically design +3 क्यों दिखा रहा है? What is the sequence of move?
Wow, rook b8. I mean,
Ooh,
king h7, knight ef3 to have there's checkmate ideas. But apparently there is knight ef3. Okay, not knight d. Okay, that's hard. Yeah, that's tough to play knight df3 here. If knight e4 now, then f5 is there. Bishop d7 and rook f8. Okay.
But with 20 minutes, you got
Yeah,
to
but
believe
20
Prag
minutes
finds
is
this.
possible. Yeah, but 20 minutes it is possible.
Wow. Chat. Can we
Dad,
have
do you
the
think he finds
standings?
this? Yes or no?
I think he should, say why. Hopefully, chat agrees. Can we have the standings once just to highlight why this is so important? Because जो 3 players थे running में, उनमें से 2 का आपस में draw हो चुका है. They have already fixed their points. The max they can gain from here is like half a point, right? So the max somebody can have right now is 17. And if Prague wins the classical, he goes to 18 points, Rakesh bhai. He wins Norway chess.
Let's
And
go.
chat,
Let's
Sahaj bhai, मैंने
go.
बोला था, you heard it first. भाई मैं
भाई
ready हूँ
आप
flag and
you know
jersey gambit के साथ.
तमिल भाई एक बार फुल स्क्रीन के हट के अगर हम वो फ्लैग दिखा सके दैट वुड बी अमेजिंग बिकॉज आई थिंक ये एनर्जी चाहिए थी यहाँ पे बिकॉज राकेश भाई के आते ही प्रग की पोजीशन एकदम बिकेम winning. So GG, let's go. Hopefully he can convert this and find that difficult sequence of rook b8 check and bring the e knight back to f3,
Let's.
which I think is really difficult. But bhai, on another note, Maggie under 1 minute.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Knight
Chat के
a4
लिए
played by 58 seconds. Let's go. He has to play 5 moves still. And king d3 only move. It plays, by the way.
finds it. Wow. Bhai.
Played यार.
52 seconds.
Bhai.
I mean, if Javokir is watching, do you think Magnus can win this like that? I would love to get your thoughts here, bhai.
Bhai, I think Gukesh needs a nice trap here. He needs a trap in the next 4 moves. I think that is the only way. एक trap which maybe Magnus has not seen. अगर 4 चालों में कुछ नहीं हुआ, I think 10-second increment is enough for Magnus to build up that time lead gradually.
Correct.
भाई ये 5 चाल में किंग भी पहुंच जाएगा b6 पॉन पे, सो इट्स गोइंग टू गेट डिसाइडेड. मे बी वी कैन गो फुल स्क्रीन टिकू भाई ऑन मैगी बोर्ड, क्योंकि 5
Yeah.
मूव्स नहीं 4 मूव्स फॉर 40 seconds. लेट्स गो फुल स्क्रीन.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it because now bishop b3. What? 35 seconds. He has to play 4 moves. He goes for the bishop.
Plays
Bishop
it.
b3.
अरे
Knight c5 पे
यार
king c4, king b5 is very, very important. If you go knight c3, then the pawn on b6 hangs.
But okay, now it is simple, I think. Because camera
No,
हिल
no,
रहा है
no.
भाई. Table banging हो तो camera अपने आप ही हिलने लगा भाई. To
As
kind
long
of
as there is a
stimulate.
knight, it's not simple. As long as there is a knight, it's not simple.
भाई साहब.
Because remember,
That-
कि even if I put my knight on d7, for example, if you take bishop b6, knight b6, king b6 would be the same opposite colored bishop endgame. And Magnus only has 10
Yeah.
seconds, even after move 40. So it's not that simple even now, I feel.
Oof. 3 moves, 30 seconds, 10 seconds per move for Magnus Carlsen. सोच रहे हैं गुकेश के पास 30 मिनट है भाई 30 सेकंड के बदले. Look at the time difference. But that one pawn changes everything.
भाई never would have thought that Guki will have 100x the amount, 100x the time of Magnus.
Oh, Prag played, bhai. He found knight ef3. Let's go.
Wow.
Prag is completely winning.
Yes. Hi, this is GG. And Sahaj, I told you he will win. I
Wow.
Bhai.
Insane, bhai. Insane. By the way, knight c5 check played. Magnus plays king c4. Instantly, 28 seconds. And my f5 played. By the way, time कम होते ही जा रहा है. And 2 more moves to be played. And he has 20 seconds only.
Bhai,
Maggie is
Prag
not
showing-
happy. He did a gesture.
Yeah, he did something.
15 seconds.
Come on, play. King have played. Best
Two-
move, kya?
Okay, first mistake from Maggie. f4, some chance. Knight d3, and you can technically win the pawn on f2 or at least create some problems.
Played.
Played. Bhai, Guki blitzing.
Okay, bishop d2 played. Now he has a 10-second increment. That was move 40 chat. But इसके बाद भी 10 सेकंड का ही क्वेश्चन है आपके पास. It's not a lot. I think
Also-
Gukesh can still more or less save this if he wins the f2 pawn.
Best move is King D7, man. That is so hard. King D7. Oh,
Magnus double checking भाई स्क्रीन पे कि 40 में हो गए कि नहीं. भाई King D7 is tough टिकू भाई, leaving the pawn.
and they have reached 40 moves. So Magnus is gonna get 10 seconds now. Chat 10 second increment मिलेगा हर चाल में. That doesn't really end the game because he still has to play with those 10 seconds. But at least वो थोड़ा time उनको जरूर मिल रहा है. But गुकेश के पास 30 मिनट. I think maybe this is the time we can also have both the boards because वहां प्रग भी जीत रहे हैं. अब तो time मिलेगा थोड़ा मैगी को.
भाई टाइम तो मिलेगा बट वो 10 सेकंड का ही टाइम है. एक बार व्हाट्सएप का मैसेज देख लेना. आई थिंक दैट्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट.
भाई
भाई आई एम टेलिंग यू, माय गट फीलिंग इज सेइंग दिस. भाई आई एम 100%,
भाई
आई एम
भाई
टेलिंग यू, 20
भाई
सेकंड है, इट्स
सो
पॉसिबल.
सहज भाई, क्या वो प्रिडिक्शन
यस.
चैट से शेयर करोगे?
नहीं.
आई एम टेलिंग
Absolutely
यू,
not. I am
नहीं
the
होने वाला
vessel.
भाई.
Chat, I am the vessel. मैं
Okay,
आप जो कहेंगे हम उसकी बात करेंगे. बट प्लीज भाई, आई एम टेलिंग यू इट्स
so
पॉसिबल.
chat, what do you think happens in the Magnus Gukesh game? What will be the end result? Win for Carlsen, win for Gukesh, or a draw? Come on, chat. Final prediction for this game. Let's go. Wow. Let's go, chat. We have 10K watching on Chesscom India alone, another 7.5K on Chess24 India, 20K people watching. It is the fine finale of Norway Chess. Said by Rakesh bhai, 3 लीडर्स इन द रनिंग, 2 ड्रॉ कर चुके हैं. फाइट हो रही है फर्स्ट प्लेस के लिए, लास्ट प्लेस के लिए, एंड दोनों ही एक्साइटिंग है.
exactly,
Absolutely
first
first.
place.
Continue, Rakesh
फर्स्ट
bhai.
प्लेस इज एपिक, लास्ट प्लेस इज एपिक. बट टिकू भाई, आई थिंक इतने इवेंट्स हो गए, आई थिंक अराउंड 12 एडिशंस के बाद फाइनली प्रज्ञानंदा जीतेगा और तिरंगा लहराएगा ओस्लो के प्लेइंग वेन्यू पे.
ओह सहज भाई, कितना टाइम हो गया यार इंडियन को इवेंट जीते हुए. इट्स सो नाइस टू सी प्रग हैविंग
That is
चांसेस.
true.
इट्स नॉट ओवर जस्ट येट, बट उम्मीद की किरण जाग चुकी है.
Yeah, classical event for sure. I think it's been a very very long time. Yeah, last I remember is Arjun. वो जो
या
the one where he beat Vishy sir in the
हाँ
finals.
हाँ.
I can't remember like classical event in a
Israel,
very time.
Jerusalem Masters, and
Jerusalem
of course
Masters,
Vaishali
yes.
winning the women's candidates
हाँ.
was there, but
Of
open section में
course,
काफी टाइम हो
yes.
गया.
I'm
You're right,
talking
you're
about
right.
Gukesh, Prag, and Arjun specifically in this context. Of course, there's Divya winning the World Cup as well.
Yeah.
In that sense.
करेक्ट. भाई
By the way, कहीं ना
गुकेश अर्जुन पर
Continue.
गैप पड़ गया थोड़ा दोनों इंडियंस के विन में.
and you know what?
भाई
If
दोनों
Prag wins
ही
this,
गेम्स में चांसेस. सॉरी सॉरी टिकू
वही.
भाई बोलो.
If Prague wins this ना, I don't know, like जब तीनों इंडियंस साथ में जीते थे ना, I feel like they were feeding off each other's energy. अगर यहाँ प्रग जीत जाए ना, Arjun is potentially going to win the next one जो अभी उस जैसा रहा है. There's gonna maybe like Gukesh wins something, like it might inspire all the Indians कि भाई हम कर सकते हैं फिर से.
या एंड
भाई पहले
परफेक्ट
ये
टाइमिंग
वाला
टिकू भाई.
गेम जीत जाते
ओलंपियाड
हैं.
आ ही रहा है. ओलंपियाड 2-3 महीने दूर है.
You see
This is
Gukesh
crazy.
right now taking his time and figuring out कि भाई how complicated is that position, and Magnus is ready with the move. Magnus has to be just ultra ready with each move. Basically chess.com का गेम होता है ना, तो अभी आप किंग उठा के आप B6 पे ऐसे हवर करके रखते हैं ताकि आप टाइम ना लूज करो बेसिकली, because he only has 10 seconds.
Agreed. It's getting very, very spicy for a chess game, to be honest, Rakesh bhai. And now on the right side, Vincent Keimer wondering, भाई ये गेम तो मैंने ड्रॉ डिक्लेयर कर दी थी मन में आधा घंटा पहले. यहाँ पे हाउ एम आई स्ट्रगलिंग. नाइट G5 आ रहा है. There's mating idea of rook H8, and at the very least, I can pick up the pawn on E6 now. 94 played. What? F5 only move for Prague. He has to play pawn to F5.
Bhai, this is what we saw. F5, bishop
Yeah.
D7 and rook F8 to attack the golden pawn. See, you cannot win Norway chess without making your opponent move the golden pawn. That's the advice there, chat. See, it always shows in one way or another.
Come on. Let's go, Prague. F5. Attack that bishop. Oof.
Come on, Prague. But said at their level, this should be elementary with 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, it should be for sure, yes. By the way, no moves yet. But yeah, it should be for sure.
Bhai, what is today's day? Because Firuza Wesley draw की है. Look at the other results. Magnus with white beating Gukesh. Prag with white beating Vincent. Zoo with white beating Humpi. Ju with white beating Bibisara. And Anna with white beating Divya. भाई मतलब क्या व्हाइट लोग क्या मतलब कुछ खा के आए थे? क्या सीन है? सारे व्हाइट लोग जीत रहे हैं भाई.
I think one thing is clear, that Wesley is a very solid player. When all the players with the black pieces lose, Wesley is the only one holding the fort.
He finds
today.
it. F5
Yes.
on the board. +4 almost evaluation for Prague now. Rook F8. Your move has to happen on the board now for Prague to win this.
Rook F8, final move.
Then
Key
आज
move.
फ्राइडे भी है ना, तो ब्लैक फ्राइडे है शायद ये ब्लैक पीसेस के लिए आज।
ओह
भाई वो तो अच्छी चीज होती है ना लेकिन।
हाँ, सेल होता है chess.com पे like 50% ऑफ मेंबरशिप, सो।
Oh, crazy. That's a crazy plug,
सच में,
bhai. Let's
एनी
go.
अदर मूव एक्सेप्ट रुक एट, मतलब एनी अदर मूव
Oh
दैट्स
no,
विनिंग?
King D7, 18 seconds for the goat, bhai. Let's go there. I'm really curious to see what's gonna happen here, because I really don't think this is easy for Magnus. And you could see, like, bhai, I told you. 7 seconds, wait, what?
मैग।
Knight D4 played,
वेट बिशप E1 पे क्या हो रहा है?
Bishop D4 check. And then you take on
हाँ,
F2 with the
चेक और
knight.
पॉन मर गया।
but what if I just push my A pawn? It should be winning, no? It should be
That's a
winning, no?
slight error again, Knight F2. Okay,
Okay.
maybe hardly makes a difference here.
Ah,
I think Maggie is
man.
going all in with his a pawn.
Yeah. Why? We could see like a bishop versus bishop or something. Bishop versus knight. I don't know.
भाई एक बार फुल स्क्रीन जाते हैं ना मैग्नस के उस पे प्लीज, एक बार जाते हैं ना भाई, बट ट्रस्ट समथिंग इज हैपनिंग, आई एम टेलिंग यू समथिंग इज गोना हैपन हियर.
Oh, he
दिस इज
finds the
नॉट इजी
best
भाई,
move. He
समथिंग इज
finds the
हैपनिंग हियर.
finds the best move फिलहाल के लिए, but वहां पे दो ही चाल थी मैगी के पास, by the way, to have a winning position. Bishop D5 was one of them. And now,
या
Rakesh bhai, A pawn all the way to
हम्म।
A8, yeah?
भाई
भाई नाइट
राजधानी
D3.
एक्सप्रेस जैसा।
Amazing. Can I give a check maybe and then play bishop E3, for example? Because I
I
think
mean, I
I also want to
guess.
ask a question to you, whether you want to put the king on B7 and focus on the pawn, or you want to put the king to B5, where you want to be more closer to your pieces, because that will give me some chances of defending with the king. If you go king B7, that king is a little bit too far away.
Hmm.
At least that poses some
Hmm.
practical problems. Like maybe there could be knight D3, knight C5 check of, some ideas like that.
Wow.
Agreed. Sej bhai, I love that you are asking Magnus a question. Decide कर भाई king कहाँ जा रहा है. So Gukesh has to keep probing in a way.
Hmm.
100.
Oh, wow.
भाई वो best move थी.
हाँ, वो तो नहीं, वो तो हो चुका. Now Rook F8 निकालना है Plug को on the right chat. Plug needs to find Rook F8 and he will be the winner of Norway Chess. Left में Norway Chess के last रहते winner fight कर रहे हैं against Gukesh.
Bhai, that is just sad, bhai.
Oh, he
Wait,
plays Rook
oh,
D8.
Rook D8 खेला.
Not the best move, but he can still play it. He can still play Rook F8.
So what did he want
Yeah.
from Rook D8? Does he want to take on D5? I think that's what he wants. He
No
wants to take on
यार.
D5. Yeah. Why else would you play Rook D8, right? Rook F8, Rook F7 was a tempo, because then the bishop on D7 is hanging. But Rook F8, Rook F7 now is not a tempo, so it doesn't make any sense. I
But
think
Rook
he's going to go Rook
D5.
D5, and that could be a draw actually.
Really?
I think so. Bishop D1. I mean, of course, he's still a pawn up, but I think that pawn on D5 is already a weakness, no? I mean, I would gladly give that away.
Oof, that's not.
Yeah, what's the bar saying after Rook D5, Tikubai?
Rook D5, it's showing like +2 के आसपास. It's on the borderline,
Okay, so it's
yeah?
still winnable territory, yeah? That's
Gray
good.
area. Oh, I like this move knight E5 because knight F7 Rook का mate का threat है अब.
Yeah, very nice.
Nice, Prague. Come on, boy.
Yep, knight F7 and Rook
गुकी
H8.
मस्त आराम से पानी पी रहा है. मैग्नस के पास 15 सेकंड है. Loving it.
Bhai, I'm also feeling the same pressure in the sense, because I want to catch that moment when Gukesh makes the move and Magnus has 15 seconds to respond, because that's going to be very, very interesting, I think.
Yeah. Chat, do not go anywhere. दोनों गेम्स में क्रूशियल मोमेंट्स. कार्लसन का टाइम देखो, मिनट नहीं सेकंड्स है. एंड विंसेंट काइमर नाउ 8 मिनट्स. भाई वी थॉट दैट वाज अ डेड ड्रॉ, बट कैसे प्रग ने वो चांसेस क्रिएट किए. H5 स्टिल अ मिस्ट्री. व्हाई डिड विंसेंट प्ले इट? नाउ ही इज अंडर प्रेशर. Why Prag could be world number 11 if he wins actually. So he's really up close, yeah. World top 10 में आने ही वाले हैं.
Yeah, but also, Tiku bhai, no Indian winner yet in Norway chess. I think that's a
Yeah.
bigger breaking news here. भाई एक बार तो इंडियन जीत जाए यार.
Ooh, भाई. I don't know, Chad, if you agree, but Magnus, अगर last या second last and you are first in that event, you have defeated him twice. ये तो आपके CV पे जाना चाहिए भाई. Like this
Correct.
is just an insane accomplishment. Like I mean, Prag को 10 tournament invites मिलेंगे इस performance के बाद. And this is reminding us of Prag in 2025. सहज भाई ऐसा ही खेले थे, event जीतते जा रहे थे वो.
Correct. Of course, I remember the Tata Steel one. By that was, I think, the highlight. So I think one of my favorite moments as a commentator was that final day between जो match हुआ था गुकेश और प्रग के बीच में. Um, but by Gukesh could definitely play some mind games. Oh, by the way, Bishop D4 check. Let's go.
Oh.
Magnus's move. He does play that. He's asking the question B5 or B7. And by the way, B7 is a mistake. B5 only move.
6 seconds.
5 seconds.
Ooh.
Best
Magnus
move.
Played यार. Best
भाई
move.
कार्लसन का इंट्यूशन अलग ही है राकेश भाई. मतलब like nobody can make this
भाई.
choice that easily, yeah?
हाँ भाई, अभी
100%
अभी
भाई.
अभी तो एग्जाम शुरू हुआ है भाई. अभी ये क्वेश्चन 1 था. अभी 5 और आएंगे. डोंट वरी. रुको अभी रुको आप.
G5.
देखो 9 सेकंड.
I think
He has to answer right now.
start pushing,
Bishop
bro.
makes sense.
A4.
Bishop
Another best move. Let's go. Goat is not making any
Bhai,
mistakes.
Prag completely winning on the right. G6 mistake by Vincent.
भाई पर उसको रुक के फिट से निकालना है. कम ऑन, रुक के फिट प्रग, रुक के फिट.
Oh, that is tough, bhai. And if I go knight takes f7, what is happening?
GF5 and black kind of wiggles around. It's only plus 1.8 there, Sahej bhai. Rook F8 is
Only.
plus 5.
Oh, but rook f8 is beautiful actually, because pawn takes g6 and the rook on f1 is hanging. That's the idea.
Correct. Rook F8 is lights out, bhai.
Bhai, this could be like a mating net around the black king. Come on, Prag, Rook F8. You could win Norway chess in the home of Magnus Carlsen. Let's go.
And remember 2024 mein Magnus was the first one, Prag was the first one to defeat Magnus in classical.
Yeah. भाई मोदी जी
And
का
if
ट्वीट
Magnus
तो
को
बनता
दो
है इस
बार
पे.
हराने के बाद classical में I'm guessing if you don't win the tournament then something has to go very wrong, yeah.
भाई अब तो सबसे ट्वीट बनता है यार. एक बार हराया तो मैं ट्वीट आता है. अब तो 2 बार हराने के बाद अगर जीतते हैं तो ट्वीट तो बनता है. बट लेट्स सी. मीनवाइल 14 seconds for Magnus.
They're saying Magnus has to push the a pawn. So, chat, basically what Gukesh is saying is that if you play a4, a5, a6, and I'm going to block you on the a7 pawn, and in that time, black's going to play h5, g4, try to exchange the h pawns, maybe play f3 as well, try to exchange the g pawns, and I'll just give you the f3 pawn for free. And that would be Gukesh getting closer to equality if the position is not already equal. So this is his strategy there. So he actually cannot allow this. In fact, Magnus has to find bishop f3 to stop black from playing a move like h5.
And you know, Sahej Rakesh bhai, अगर गलती से भी Gukesh गेम ड्रॉ करते हैं ना, or even if he comes very close, I feel like that rook c1 decision to trade rooks was Gukesh's understanding, like being enough कि भाई यहाँ पे इतना आसान नहीं है. Like we were all surprised, right? जब rook c1 मारा था. So if he can somehow create chances and hold a draw or come very close to a draw, then it might be his great understanding of the game कि भाई यहाँ actually chance है मेरे पास.
No, bhai, I disagree with that completely. Sorry,
Really?
bhai. Completely disagree.
Really?
Bhai, rook
Because I don't think
C1
it was. I don't think it was.
only move tha.
Yeah, but rook c1 is, I think, a tactical miss, like in that sense. And after that, I think yes, Magnus has less time, but it's still a tactical miss. You know, rook c1.
No, I mean after rook c1, rook takes c1 instead of rook takes b2.
No,
Bhai,
no,
rook c8 mate
that was
thi na.
because he was trying to act. That's because he was trying to play it off like he had already looked at it. And if he had calculated rook b2, then rook c8 knight d8 was actually saving him. So if he had calculated that line, he would have played rook takes b2 and not switched his mind at the last second. That's why I think it wasn't his plan.
I think still am gonna. I still feel like I think Gukesh की understanding crazy थी. But let's see. Meanwhile, king c4 के बाद bishop on d4 is now attacked. So हमने उसको एक choice दी कि b5 की b7. अब bishop के पास choice है भाई. तूने कहाँ जाना है? g7 पे, a7 पे, e3 पे. So now black has the same choice, unfortunately. Come on. किधर चले bishop chat? Come on, किधर चले?
भाई अभी ना शायद सहज भाई, टू योर पॉइंट, rook f8 आ सकता है because rook into f7 is a check. Like it's like a tempo, like the attack on the d7 bishop. So
Oh, rook f8
शायद
is
on the
good.
हाँ, तो मुझे लग रहा है कि Prag might play rook f8 on the right side, chat.
No, I will second that. Yeah, I think very likely, because if you, even if you defend the f7 pawn somehow, let's say knight d6, or
Bhai is
then
about
this
to
pawn takes
play.
g6. Yes, let's go
Play!
Let's
on the board.
go!
Yes!
Bhai,
Yes!
it's plus 5.3, completely winning now. Wow.
Why Vincent could actually resign in this position, yeah, because f7 or g6, both of them are hanging, and the rook on f1 is also hanging.
And
But
oh yes, भाई gf5 के बाद तो rook f7 है और knight into pawn भी मर जाएगा.
exactly, and then there would be a discovered check from the knight, which would take the rook on f1, or you would get a pawn
Correct.
checkmate. Hi, Rakesh, bhai, you see it, right? King g5, but there's h4 checkmate.
Oh,
So
Yeah,
gf5, rook
exactly.
f7, king h6,
wow.
knight f5, king g5, h4 is a checkmate. That's very nice actually.
भाई मैग्नस भी वही कैलकुलेट कर रहा है. इफ यू कैन सी, टिल्ट करके देख रहा है कि इज प्रग विनिंग दिस.
By the way, we have, I think, chat. I don't think 10K, 9K watching on Chess 24 India and 11K almost on Chesscom India. Bhai, kitne log dekh rahe hain?
Wow, crazy.
Let's like the
Let's
stream,
go.
chat. Final day,
Bishop
Bishop D6
f3.
played.
Bishop f3 played immediately by the goat. Let's go to stop the move h5. We already saw this. And now maybe
Gatti
you can go
karte
knight h1 and
Magnus.
knight g3 to try and play h5. But then the problem is you can't play g4 because the knight on f2 is no longer defending the square. But you still have to vacate the knight. This knight is not useless because doesn't have any escape squares here. So that's why g3 f5 makes sense. Yep, played.
Plays it. Ooh, very interesting. We have the Wesley Armageddon starting. I think we can focus on it. The result matters for us.
Yeah.
Maybe not the game as much.
Not really, no, because if Prague wins, then I think it doesn't matter, no? Who wins?
Yeah. If Prague wins, I think not relevant at all. And then Prague just takes home the point. But the Bishop D2 played by Magnus.
With 3 seconds.
Oof. A4, A5 incoming as well. Oh, Gukesh repeats. By 5 seconds, just second. Pulls it, plays A4. भाई दिस इज लुकिंग इंटरेस्टिंग कैमरा पहले हिल चुका है क्या और कुछ हिलेगा लेट्स सी
भाई
he
बहुत
brings
अच्छे
the
चांसेस हैं.
by 96 by Vincent Keimer. That was another, okay, maybe not a big mistake, but doesn't really help it. He can take on g6. Now we check. You can't take that back because rook hanging hai.
Exactly. And if knight takes f7, what happens? That's winning, no?
That should also be
Knight,
winning, I'm guessing.
no,
Bishop
knight
on
f7
a4.
has to be winning, bhai. Knight f7 ke baad, if you
Yeah.
go knight takes, if you go, for example, knight f7, then there's rook f7, fg6 should be winning. And if you go king g7, there is knight e6 check.
Wow, the second knight hops in. भाई Bishop on a4 यहाँ पे साइट सीइंग कर रहा है. अकेला पीस है A to C फाइल्स में, by the way. A to C वाले कोई पीस ही नहीं है. Come on. Chat game on the left. Magnus pushing his pawn. Game on the right. Prague pushing the F pawn.
Oh, king
भाई
c7
राकेश
played.
भाई,
Let's go.
भाई राकेश भाई
The
कहाँ गायब हो गए?
Exactly. I'm not sure, bhai. But तभी उनसे पूछ रहा हूँ. A5, by the way, play bishop f2. Only move. Okay, bishop a7 also works. Not bishop e3 though. I'm guessing bishop e3, king d3 would just be a loss. Bishop f2 is very good. I don't like bishop a7 because I want to put my king there. Yeah, nice move. 18 seconds.
But Prague has taken the pawn on g6. King g7 played. Up knight e6 check is one of the best moves. You can pick up the rook on f1 then. Rook a8 attacking the bishop is also winning. So
King d5
multiple winning moves.
By the way,
Prague.
does Prague have knight e6 check?
Yes, it's winning.
Wow,
Played!
knight e6 check is so nice.
Wow,
Let's go.
let's go,
That would be a
bhai.
resignation, no? That's a resignation. Bhai, let's go full screen on Prague.
Yeah, it is completely over, chat.
I think
Just
he's gonna
moments
play.
away.
I think he's gonna take on g6 and play on for a while, no? Like he'll say, kill.
And again, want to mention this to everyone, chat. Prague was one of, I mean, he was at fifth or sixth place just 4 rounds ago. He defeated Firuza, Magnus, Gukesh back to back in classical, and now he's about to defeat Vincent KEYMER, the German number one, with the white pieces for 4 consecutive wins in classical. That is ridiculous.
Wow.
Bhai, that's 12 points in 4 rounds. What? भाई टोटल उसके कितने पॉइंट हैं? That's
18 भाई
total 18 points he has, and in the last
जीतेगा
4
तो
rounds he's gotten 12. Yeah, that's crazy.
भाई नॉर्वे चेस क्रेजी फॉर्मेट है इन अ नॉर्मल इवेंट ही वुड नॉट हैव दैट अपॉर्चुनिटी बट विन के 3 पॉइंट मिलते हैं दैट गिव हिम दैट चांस एंड किंग G3 मूविंग ऑल द वे फॉरवर्ड टू G5 अलाउड टू सो दैट्स व्हाई ही पिक्स अप दैट पॉन एंड शुड वी ट्रेड द नाइट फॉर द बिशप नाउ और डू वी कीप इट एज इट इज
उड़ा दो भाई.
I like my knight on e5, honestly. I'll go rook a1 or something, rook a6. Because if you give me one check, I can just play king f4 and then you have no checks anymore. And also keeping my king on f4 is basically safe, no? Because the knight is on d6. You would need at least 3 moves to give me a check.
Yeah.
And I'm not even sure where you're giving me a check from because it should be d3 or g6. I'm covering both of them.
Pragg
king f4 is
visibly
simple.
nervous. Can he become the first Indian ever to win Norway chess?
By the way, 4 minutes for Pragg on the clock. He does put the king on f4. King potentially could come to g5 as well. That could be curtains. Rook a1, rook a7 check incoming. The pawns for black are split as well. So यहाँ पे एक weakness e6 है, एक weakness h5 है. And I think जैसे इनमें से एक भी pawn मरेगा ना, I think he resigns, yeah? Maybe even earlier.
Yeah, true. I think also it's resignable territory even right now.
सोच तो रहा है Vincent.
It could happen at any second, I think.
Wow.
दोनों बोर्ड.
मतलब बेसिकली टिकू भाई आप जब भी सीओबी के लिए गए ना तब से प्रग जीतना चालू किया है.
भाई लकीली कमबैक आने पे भी जीत रहा है. सो उसने वो गाड़ी स्टार्ट करनी थी, वो स्टार्ट हो गई. दैट्स द गुड न्यूज.
Correct.
अब वो ब्रेक नहीं लगाना है भाई. अब पूरा फाइनल वो बोलते हैं ना वो चेकर्ड फ्लैग तक ही हैज टू कीप गोइंग. एंड नाउ king f4. By Vincent Keimer could have drawn this. I think he had opportunities. I think maybe he took a bit lightly at the end, and he suffered because of it. So, but yeah, I mean, a well-deserved win for Pragg if he converts this.
Vincent, he's about to resign. ऐसा लग रहा है सहज भाई.
Yeah, I think he's about to resign as well. But this could be it. The moment of truth. By even Pragg is sort of stretching. He knows the job is 99% over, but he still has to make those finals move. H4 played to block these pawns. Let's activate this rook. Let's bring it to A1. Let's go rook A7 check. There will be a tactic somewhere.
Correct.
I like rook A1, rook A6 also. Just take this.
Bhai.
Simple.
Yeah.
Why not knight g6, king g6, king g4, and if knight f5, just rook h5, rook f5.
But I can play knight c4 also, no?
But I'll defend the
Not
pawn,
knight
no? Like rook. Okay. Rook f3 maybe
And
then.
rook f3. Just whenever there is, I think the knights cancel out each other. Like if your knight is tricky, then my knight is tricky also. That's why I don't like, that's why I said in the other game with Magnus, the knights are always tricky.
Bishop on g6 does look stupid rather, actually. It's not doing much.
Absolutely. So now rook a1, I think, is the most logical move here. He has 3. Take your time, Pragg. No pressure here.
And also coming back to that point of Tiku bhai jo bol rahe the ki Pragg had a great 2025. This win with Magnus involved gives him tons of points in the FIDE circuit. तो अगले कैंडिडेट्स का भी चांस पक्का बना रहा है Pragg.
Interesting, actually.
Wow. Rook a1, let's go.
Let's
On the
go.
board. Is that resignation? It should be, right? It's very close.
Yeah, it should be now, I think.
It's
I think that
super
was
close.
the
Come on.
killer move, rook a1. Because now you know the rook, you can never fork the king and rook. Rook
Exactly.
check aega. King can walk all the way to f6 at 6. Bishop on g6 is a dud. I think this is basically over. Vincent can resign.
भाई वो पीस उठाने का मुझे लगा क्लॉक स्टॉप करने का है यार.
Pragg looking at the, he's looking at the other games, yeah, कि उसका वैसे उसका क्या हुआ. But उनका tie break equal चल रहा है अभी. And that doesn't matter actually if Pragg just
I
wins.
imagine if Pragg just now found out that Wesley drew, like he would be so happy, yeah, because he knows that if he wins this, it's over.
Yeah.
For sure.
Man. Which was the last big event Prague won? I think it was GCT last year, right? Tab se he's not won like a major event, I think. Like
Tata
for a
Steel
year, I
was
think.
2025.
हाँ एक जीता था. He won some GCT event in 2025 like June or something, like
Yeah, yeah,
exactly
yeah.
a year back.
Correct.
So एक साल बाद भाई, and imagine the amount of rating he gained, the amount of aura he gained by winning
I
Norway
think वो भी
chess.
जीता ना टिको भाई, लंदन चेस क्लासिक, लंदन चेस ओपन जीता था
हाँ
दिसंबर में।
Right,
हाँ,
right. He played
yes,
London
yes,
Classic.
yes,
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 yes, yes.
yes.
Actually, he's won it twice. Yeah, he also won it in 2019. I know this because I played him in the last round there.
Knight f7. Now I think I like टिको
Take on
भाई का आइडिया।
F7.
हाँ, अभी अभी चॉप चॉप
Yeah,
and you
knights
can
cancel out. Just take it.
By the way, what a great year for the the fucking Vaishali sister duo. Yeah, पहले मतलब she won the candidates. Now he's gonna win Norway chess. मतलब साल उन्हीं का लग रहा है मुझे ये.
बढ़िया भाई। Magnus again under 10 seconds.
Ooh.
Rook A7, very nice. I think Frag is a little bit nervous because King F6 में क्या हो रहा है भाई? Ah, but
मार
can't
दूंगा
you just
knight
chop off
आपको.
everything and just King G4? That
Oh, will you
endgame
do
has
that?
to be winning. Of course, King G5 and King. Just take everything. King G5, King H4. No.
E5, King H4, D4. You're just in time. Yeah, no
Yeah,
issues.
D4
Yeah,
takes
yeah,
King
yeah,
G4 and
yeah.
you are in the box. Okay, but I think we are able to do the calculation without the emotions because it's not our game. But I feel in the game you'll check this thing maybe like 5 times, 10 times just to be 100% sure.
Of course, भाई, of
Agreed.
course.
Oh, Knight
Ah, he
G3
doesn't
doesn't
do
do
it.
it. He's
Wow.
nervous, I think.
Maybe he's repeating. Sahaj bhai.
Oh wow, he wants the E6 pawn.
This is the most Prague way to win, yeah? Like, no chance whatsoever. No calculation needed whatsoever, right? The most Prague way to win. Let's go.
And bishop f5, knight e5 back, and bishop g6 picks up the e6 pawn. Wow.
And
Very
he
smart.
resigns!
Yeah!
Let's go!
Pragnananda Ramesh Babu has won Norway chess, the first Indian to ever do so. Look at the relief on him, brother. What a tournament! 4 wins in a row in the classical section, defeated the GOAT of chess twice.
And Firuza and Gukesh, the world champion and German number 1, Vincent KEYMER. Bhai, but Gukesh की दो पूरी team को bhai. He defeated Gukesh and his second as well in
Bhai.
classical back to back. Bhai, what a performance! Goated performance. It's never easy to win in classical 4 games in a row in such an event. I mean, I'm not even sure if it's been done before, but what a performance by Prague. Outright champion, no tie breaks needed. Absolutely love it.
I absolutely
Wow.
love it. And chat Prague OP rukna nahi chahiye in the chat because what a performance. 4 wins in a row. Becomes the first Indian to win. And bhai, salute to Pragnananda.
Yeah, it's a crazy moment for Indian chess actually. पहली बार आज तक history में Norway chess and Indian has won. And of course, let's go to Gukesh's board Sahaj bhai because he's still facing one guy from Norway who's not stopping. एक pawn रह गया है यार, वो F4 और G2 exchange कर दो, मेरी उम्मीद बढ़ जाएगी थोड़ी सी.
But नहीं हो रहा ना भाई क्योंकि knight e3 check, king e4, knight g2 allows king f3 and one of the pieces is gonna go. Wait a second, do I not have bishop h4? Ah, you have bishop d4
Check
check.
Oh, shit.
Very, very, very sneaky.
सहज भाई, याद है जस्ट आफ्टर आई जॉइंड मैं बोला था प्रग जीतेगा क्लासिकल में.
Rakesh
And
bhai, आपके आते ही like because of I think the moment you came, everything just turned around for Prague. Yeah, that is, yeah, bhai वो you are his lucky charm bhai. I feel.
भाई एक बार फ्लैग दिखा दो राकेश भाई जल्दी से, एंड एक बार प्राग ओपी फ्लैग के साथ हो जाए भाई. लेट्स गो बिकॉज इट्स समथिंग हिस्टोरिक दैट ही इज डन. अभी रात कल सुबह सुबह ट्वीट आने चालू हो जाएंगे दुनिया भर के बिकॉज भाई ही इज जस्ट काइंड ऑफ प्लेड गोटेड चेस इन द सेकंड हाफ ऑफ नॉर्वे चेस एंड वन इट आउटराइट.
the goat
And
traded the bishops.
wait a second. But I'll take with the bishop. Yeah, I was thinking f3 and gf3. There's knight f3. Chat, this is a very good endgame exercise for you. If you played f3 here, gf3 is losing. So it's a draw, I mean. But bishop takes f3 would be winning because you want to keep the pawn. gf3 ke baad knight f3 and you cannot save this pawn over here anymore. He could try this, but I think it's too late. Yeah, I feel like the goat will, even with the less time, this is over. Let's go, bhai.
Yeah.
Prague OP, Prague OP. Chal, dikh raha hai mujhe, bhai. It's been a year, chat. all like
Yeah.
almost a year or more than a year since we've seen this. So it's very, very nice. And yeah, love to see it, bhai. Love to see it.
Bhai,
इतनी बार प्रग ओपी देखने को मिल रहा है भाई. Amazing.
Prague is back to 2750 as well. Let's go! Bhai, second
go.
Indian to cross it now, world number 11. So hopefully Gukesh and Nihal follow suit. But right now, of course, Gukesh about to resign, I guess, Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai.
Yeah,
हाँ
I
भाई
think this is
गुकेश.
over for the world champion. But I like your idea, Sahaj bhai. Last throw of the dice, एक F3 एक trap use कर लो.
भाई बट अगर आप 10 मिनट सोच रहे हो ट्रैप से पहले फिर तो मतलब देयर इज लेस चांसेस ना दैट ही विल फॉल फॉर इट because you already thought about it. So if you played maybe immediately कुछ chance नहीं भी. But okay, it's already too late भाई. But yeah, try तो कर सकते हो.
But also question like F3, Bishop F3, King A6. Like
Bishop
Magnus
D5.
also has to be a bit careful ना क्योंकि अगर मैं गलती से अच्छा वो हो रहा है क्या कुछ knight F1 नहीं आ रहा क्या? Like
I
he
mean,
has to
I'm
make sure
not
कि
trying to. I'm just trying to restrict the knight and just push the pawn basically. I don't want to take the knight.
हाँ मतलब ब्लैक का किंग बहुत दूर है बेसिकली ये सीन है.
So like f3, bishop f3, king a6, king d5. Now king b6, you push this, king here, push, king d7, push, king e7. You're just reaching in time. And you cannot play king f7 because my bishop is
कुछ
hitting this square.
knight F1, knight G3, knight H5, something that we can play
No, no.
somewhere.
It's too much. It's too little time. This is, I think, a theoretically winning endgame. But let's see. Let's see. Still 4 minutes left. Plays f3, by the way, and he takes bishop f3, of course. And now bishop d5 should be winning, I think. Although the computer says king c3 is a much easier win here.
Oh, goat playing your move सहज में.
Okay, that's not my move, bhai. Like, come on.
हाँ
Can't
मतलब
take credit.
the more human move basically ऐसे.
Thank you, bhai. Thank you. But he plays g4 now, I think. Oh, he's not even going for the knight f1. Bhai, I think Guki is gonna resign in the next 2 minutes.
So let's go full screen. Maybe
Yeah.
catch the handshake moment. Because भाई pawn रुक ही नहीं रहा यार. Knight is a slow piece, Tiku bhai, and it's showing.
Yeah, and by the way, we have all the other games finished already. That's insane. And White won in all the games. Prague defeated Vincent, Zhu defeated Humpy, Ju defeated Bibisara, and Anna defeated Divya. So Astro, it was white pieces all the way. This is already the final game of Norway chess.
Yeah. पूरा white wash and the one game that mattered for us, Tiku bhai, उसमें luckily Wesley ने draw कर लिया with the black pieces.
And he
Bhai,
won the
actually, he won
tiebreaker.
in the Armageddon. Yeah? Wesley also played I
Yeah.
think, a fantastic event, but just Prague just had that insane run.
Yeah.
And that means Prague का जीतना जरूरी था. Draw पे he would not have won the event.
Correct.
भाई
Yeah.
क्या neck to neck भाई Prague OP मतलब अभी एक और बार हो जाएगा भाई. Come on chat. भाई क्या खेला है
हाँ
बंदा यार
भाई.
मतलब insane.
पूरे
Prague-
साल का भाई वो कॉम्पनसेट करो चैट. अब तो प्रग ओपी बस करते रहो भाई अभी तो. इट हैज टू कीप गोइंग भाई.
Exactly. And last time an Indian won in the open section was Samay bhai actually, Super Pog Champs में. So
अरे भाई
it's been so long.
नहीं प्रखर भी तो जीता है अभी भी.
but वो international नहीं था ना भाई. It was
International
like
level पे.
domestic tournament.
Bishop F3, I think that's GG's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And chat, by the way, this is I know it's not the time or the place for it, but this is the perfect example of why this position is lost. The knights cannot lose a tempo, and there it is. He
Wow.
resigns.
Wow, Gukesh loses his third game in a row, this time to the goat of chess, who avoids being in last place, and Gukesh ends up in last place. So first or last, dono hum hai. It's a heroic story for Prague to rise to first place at Norway Chess, win it as the first Indian to ever do so, but a disappointing end to the world champions run, finishing in last place. Rakesh bhai, I don't know what thoughts you have about Gukesh here.
I mean, it's world number 1 beating the world champion here, but it feels difficult. And you know, if you are in Gukesh's team, आप एक ही मतलब चीज के लिए thankful हो कि this is not happening in the world championship.
Correct. And I also think that, it was a tough situation to be in the first place. Yes, of course, yesterday, if you look at the game, he really tried to play for a win against Prague. Yes, it worked out in Prague's favor, but that was a very fighting game, I feel. Both of sides were having a very good chance. But, the fact that you're fighting for last place and the black pieces against the goat of chess in the last round, and it's not like if you win, you have chances to win the tournament. It's a very bad situation to be in the first place. I mean, hard. I think it's just an unfortunate circumstance, and really hope it comes back. But again, Gukesh is now below 2720. He's 2718, I believe.
He's gone down below Nihal Sarin, Tiku bhai.
Yeah, he's below
exactly.
Nihal. In fact, not 2718 Sej, by 2720 तो इस loss से पहले था वो. So I'm guessing
हाँ,
it
I
must
know,
be
I
even
know.
worse, no?
2718 हुआ ना अगर मैगी से हारा होगा तो it would be 2718, I think. 2718 or 2717. But the point is at 271. That's a number that I think, it doesn't suit Gukesh at all. Like, okay, I understand bad form, I understand, but this is this is just not okay. Because of course his peak we know is 279 something. Yeah, it cannot happen this much. So of course you can see that he was not in the right frame of mind, I think, in the last couple of rounds. Hopefully he makes a
Basically,
comeback.
it's been bad form for long enough कि it becomes a serious issue, right? Because जितना टाइम पहले हम आगे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप है उतना टाइम पीछे तक वो बैड फॉर्म एक्सटेंड तो हो रही है. सो राकेश भाई, आई फील लाइक गुकेश नीड्स टू चेंज समथिंग. आई डोंट नो व्हाट दैट चेंज इज. समटाइम्स आपके एक्शन और रिजल्ट के बीच का डिफरेंस टेक्स टाइम. यू डोंट सी द रिजल्ट्स इंस्टेंटली. But I hope he's been working on his weaknesses, because otherwise he has one or two classical events left. I know it's the Olympiad, but it's cutting it a bit too close, yeah, for comfort.
100% and I think Gukesh also announced he's not playing too many classical events. Rapid blitz पे थोड़ा focus करेंगे. We don't know his next classical event, so that's also a worry. But टिकू भाई, एक बंदा आज प्रग जितना ही खुश होगा in Oslo, और वो है जावोकिर सिंदारो, जो कड़ी नजर उसने और उसकी टीम ने मारी थी गुकेश पे, and they would be actually thinking they have got great chances to bring the world title to Uzbekistan.
पूछ लेते ना भाई, सिद्धार्थ भाई कैसा लग रहा है भाई? बता दो
Yeah,
भाई.
we can just ask
सिद्धार्थ भाई,
Sindaro. I don't know.
are you
Sindaro,
feeling nice?
Javokir, we know the time scramble ended, but what are your thoughts? And like, but yeah.
Yeah, and I think
Wow.
if we go to the main camera, we can actually see Tanya Sachdev also there. जो players का camera था. So I think if the action has finished, Tiku bhai, what an event! Congrats to Prague. एक बार chat फिर से Prague OP हो जाए with
Yeah.
the Indian flag. And Tiku bhai, Sej bhai, your last words.
I think I'm so happy, and I'm so
Let's
I feel like
go.
Prague has he has this type of a performance we've been waiting for from Prague for such a long time. एक वो breakthrough performance Prague का was missing, I think, for a very very long. He came very close in World Cup, when he went into that finals against Magnus. But एक वो breakthrough performance जहाँ पे वो जीते, Magnus को हरा के. I feel like he has finished that what he started in 2023. So it's I think all the praise, I mean, goes to him, and all the effort, of course, to him. Of course, his second as well, of course, Vaibhav Suri OP as well, chat. Of course, he was
Yeah.
there. He has been helping him, throughout. And I think Vaibhav has been a very good addition to Prague's team in this sense as well. So yeah, Vaibhav OP as well, chat.
Yep. And let's have a look at the standings once, just to kind of cherish that moment. Of course, not the ideal placement for Gukesh, but to see an Indian in first place ahead of even Magnus Carlsen in his home turf, Rakesh Bhai, would be very, very nice. And I think आज थोड़ा celebration होगा प्रग के कैंप में, यार थोड़ा पार्टी शार्टी में भी, like going out for dinner, कुछ तो होगा आज.
100%. और कहीं ना वो कैंडिडेट्स की ओपनिंग्स तैयारी ना आज शायद काम आई है टूर्नामेंट में. सो दैट इज आल्सो पॉसिबल. एंड एज वी हैव अ लुक एट द स्टैंडिंग्स चैट, party to hogi, and I think well deserved for Prag and his team, everyone. And Vaishali will also be very very happy, and for sure bhai, they deserve a big celebration. I'm chat and says, wait, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is probably Prag's first tournament victory where Magnus Carlsen is playing.
It's a first tournament victory for anyone where Magnus Carlsen is playing in the last 5 years. Like if we're talking like that, I think for sure, no, he's won everything else like classical वगैरह के events में, but still I do understand. मैं भावनाओं को समझ गया. I think that is absolutely right. But I was thinking about this. Vaishali saved kind of candidates, I think, for the Indian fans in that sense, and I think
Mhm.
Prag now saves Norway chess as well. Like एक वो brother sister का जो duo है, दोनों एकदम end में आके बचाते हैं भाई. Vaishali also had that rampage, 3 out of 3 or 4 out of 4 or whatever she had, and Prag also had the same. भाई मतलब
Yeah.
this family is going to be very very strong भाई for years to come, and they're going to dominate on both sides भाई. Let's go.
सर भाई एक बार स्टैंडिंग्स दिखा देना, एक बार थोड़ा सा वो अंदर से वो दिल को खुशी लगेगी भाई. बहुत टाइम हो गया
हाँ
एक्चुअली. आई डोंट नो इफ यू फील द
अरे समय
सेम
भाई भी
चैट.
पार्टी करने का है ना. अच्छा.
हाँ,
हाँ.
एंड देयर इट
wow
इज भाई. अच्छा लग रहा है यार, देख के थोड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है भाई. 18 पॉइंट. एंड बाय द वे, मैग्नस डिड नॉट स्कोर 18 पॉइंट्स. आई थिंक ही वन नॉर्वे चेस last year with like 17 points, and last year even lesser than that. So this is like a very impressive score by Prag. And देखो 3 डिजिट कितनी बार लिखे हैं, 1 2 3 4 5 out of 10
भाई
rounds. So he won 5 classical games.
I have a crazy stat for you. Okay.
Hmm.
Guki became a world champion at 18. Prag became Norway champion at 18 as well. 18 points, I mean.
चैट्स तो कल मिलेंगे, कल परसों मिलेंगे आई थिंक. कल रेस्ट डे है. आई मीन मैं कह रहा हूँ अब 2 हफ्ते का रेस्ट डे ले ही लेते हैं हम लोग भी. 2 3 इवेंट छोड़ देते हैं इस जोक के बाद. बट क्रेजी मैन. आई थिंक ओवरऑल एन इम्प्रेसिव परफॉर्मेंस. एंड मेरे हिसाब से पार्टी तो बनती है, बट आई डोंट नो गुकेश के कैंप में क्या होगा आज शाम को राकेश भाई, बिकॉज इट्स गोना बी लाइक ऐसे ग्लूमी एटमॉस्फेयर, अ लॉट ऑफ एनालिसिस टू डू एंड अ लॉन्ग फ्लाइट बैक होम फ्रॉम ऑस्लो.
Yeah, bhai, tough. You don't want to be in Gukesh's shoes right now. But I think Gaevsky will be there. Camp mein kafi. I think now probably they might have like a main camp before the World Championship. So not the best timing, of course. But November jada dur nahi hai chat. And the cities will be announced very, very soon. So dekhte hain. Sej bhai, what would you do if you were in Gukesh's camp, let's say?
I would play a lot of blitz, bhai. I would play a lot of blitz, and I would try to understand what went wrong, and I would try to make sure that he's feeling, confident, and he's able to wash this off, whatever this was. I mean, because last round, specifically this game, I think he made a lot of questionable decisions. It felt very it felt like he's thinking something and then he's going into something else and then going into something else. And yeah, that's not like Gukesh at all, because he's so, I think, methodical in his approach, and I remember some games of his where I mean I have studied them a lot as well by myself, and it didn't feel like it was Gukesh playing. So I really hope that he's able to overcome whatever this is.
Yeah, and chat, let's keep in mind, अब उस चेस में विदित खेल रहा है, and if Vidit can gain around 9 rating points, he will cross Gukesh as well. So
Oh.
Gukesh could be India number 1, 2, 3.
4, 5.
He's already 5. He could be number 6, actually.
भाई
So-
ओलंपियाड खिलाएंगे कि नहीं फिर?
Bhai, actually, is he qualifying?
भाई come on, you cannot have,
Okay,
you
bhai,
can't
come on.
not have the world champion.
Come on, bhai.
No, I think he will qualify because वो जो mean average ratings थे उसके 2 महीने निकल चुके हैं. But if it started from this month, like it's not guaranteed actually. Wow.
Yeah. Also, by the way, Sej bhai, जो आप बोल रहे थे, on that note, has any Indian except Vishy sir won a classical event when Magnus was playing? Would be a fun stat to look up while we, get ready for Us chess in 2 days, Sej, Tiku bhai.
That's actually a good point. Yeah, I'll definitely be taking a look on that. Yeah, that's actually a good point. That's a good
Yep.
point.
And chat, I don't know what Magnus, जो atmosphere वहाँ मुकेश के पास होगा, Magnus का भी similar ही होगा, of course. It will not be nice because he's not used to this. 4th place is not where Magnus belongs. Usually 1st place ही settle करते हैं. और 2nd place is a pain. So 4th place will be huge, hugely traumatic. So chat,
Grand
thank
Swiss
you for
2023?
joining. Huh?
Grand
sir?
Swiss 2023? With it? No, Magnus wasn't playing there.
He wasn't
Right,
playing. Yeah,
Magnus-
he didn't play.
He wasn't
played
playing,
the World
yeah.
Cup. He
Okay.
played World Cup and won. World Cup में, of course, like there might be some Indians, right? Like Magnus got knocked out in 3rd round. जब Booz Yang
Indian-
से and
वो
so.
कौन सा
हम
Indian
जीते थोड़ी
जीता
हो.
है?
हम जीते नहीं
उससे
ना
तो आगे रहा होगा ना, उससे आगे रहा होगा.
उससे
Magnus से आगे
ऐसे
रहेगा.
थोड़ी होता है भाई.
वो नहीं है.
अब टूर्नामेंट जीतना भाई. Magnus से आगे नहीं. That you have to win the tournament. But yeah, I think we'll look this up. It will be
Yep.
interesting.
So chat, this was Norway Chess, Salka, one of the biggest events, and luckily for us, it ended with a win for Prague and India. And of course, even Divya had her chances in the women's section. Gukesh also showed signs of brilliance, but at the end, it was Prague. And I love that flag, Rakesh Bhai. It is Pragnananda Ramesh Babu with the winner Norway Chess. Thank you, Rakesh Bhai, Sej Bhai, and Samir Bhai. Thank you, chat, for joining. We'll be back for US Chess in a couple of days. But meanwhile, enjoy karo this pride moment for Indian chess that Prague has won at this crucial event. And kal tweet chalu ho jayenge Twitter page. So bye. Good night.
There is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.